this one. You see Yanire Echebarri. Have a look at Yo Hopkins. She will be looking at some of these sections, thinking about belting them, thinking about high quality surfing. It's myself, Paul Evans, and Rachel Tilley. And that first heat that we're looking at there, what a matchup that is to kick things off.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just can't not think about Yolanda, knowing that she's been up since 4 a.m., already probably had her run. Yesterday, she was explaining to us in her post-season interview that she doesn't, she normally likes to get out in the water a little bit early, but she stays on the beach a little bit longer so she can talk to her team Portugal, get fired up, then goes surfing. The amount of stuff that she gets done in the morning is incredible. So I'd be a little bit nervous to have her in my very first heat in the morning.
Yeah, we've been watching the free surfing down here this morning. It's been good opportunities up and down the peak here. Let's have a look at some of those highlights as we look at some sections offering surfers to blow up like this. No real surprise.
Wow.
To see that in the morning from Dane Henry. Sal getting involved. Always one to get out there early and get some good free surfing done. Jorgen Cousinet has been blazing in his heats as well. His mix of power and precision looking really good. He'll go right, he'll go left, doesn't matter.
No, so much on offer out there. It's another great day here at La Bocana. And Paul, when we were leaving this morning, it looks like El Sunzal looks amazing as well.
Yeah, fun waves at both of our podiums. The difference, of course, here is the left-handers at Bocana for surfers like Cowley Vast. Join the surge of Team France. They've been going all right in this. Another important day here. Looking at the numbers, similar sort of fare to what we've been experiencing throughout. We're expecting winds to stay reasonably light, Rachel. And once again, guess what? We got waves.
What? Definitely not something I'm ever nervous about showing up here with it being flat in the morning. So much fun. And like you said, wind looking like it's going to stay down. The past couple days, it's actually picked up. So that's been interesting to watch the competitors navigate a little bit more tricky conditions over the past couple days.
Two surfers will stay in the main round, head to round 5. Two will head to Repêchage. Three surfers out of Europe in this one that know a lot about surfing heats together against each other. And then, of course, Sofia Medina has been one of the outstanding surfers from the early rounds. She's looking like everything very much dialed in for her. She's very relaxed and comfortable as well. She's enjoying being part of that Brazil team, the all-conquering team from last time out over in Puerto Rico. 20 on the clock, that fast start that we will continue to talk about being absolutely crucial.
Especially when you have a field like this that you're going up against, you really want to put all of them on high alert. Like, hey, I'm not making mistakes. I'm getting, something above. For me, I'm looking for something above that 6 or 7 just to get my campaign started. So then I can build a house on top of scores like that.
Early positioning in the heat. Surfers that have to kind of hedge their bets as to whether they're looking at the right and the left. We saw from the free surf highlights, definitely scores available both ways. Last heat we saw last night was the lefts, offering massive numbers for Leilani McGonagal, who surfed an excellent heat. Unbelievable, tearing into these lefts. And then that right hander, maybe a slightly longer wave. So the variety there for our surfers, whatever they're fancying. Don't forget to join us on the Insta. Checking out highlights, extra clips, all sorts of good stuff going down on there. And of course, this is the main action here at La Bocana, podium number 1. We do have another feed, ISAsurf, on the website. You can just click through, follow along our second podium down the beach at La Sunzal. That right-hand point, which has been offering fun conditions. Here's a paddle from Yolanda of Team Portugal from deep. First turn is full-blooded. and then things get a little slopey, so she'll push pretty hard and get a maneuver done. Portugal draws first blood.
Yeah, I expect the judges will take their time giving us the score for that one, because what they're really going to be looking for as well, that was a bit of a smaller wave in comparison to what we've seen throughout the past few days, but they need to set the scale for today, obviously, and so what they're going to be looking for is how often are those bigger sets coming through? Where do we set that type of wave? Is that actually going to be one of the higher waves that we see of today, or is that going to be, you know, just a starter wave? I think for Yolanda, probably looking at it just being a starter wave for her and her campaign and what she's trying to create. But we're dealing with high tide conditions, which does mean it's usually a little bit slower on those sets, but love that first opening turn, wraps it all the way around, and then this is where that wave just starts to lose its juice. Well executed by Yolanda. It was just the wave that didn't really offer much more after this. I think you can kind of tell, Paul, just looking at that entire picture there, that high tide, it just looks very full at the moment.
Pretty modest number in for Yo-Yo, 3.5. Interesting to see the other surfers in the line. They didn't even watch that. They didn't even turn their heads to watch the ride. So very much focused in on what they're doing themselves.
I think it's dangerous if you turn to watch a ride. You can
Hard
just get
not
into your
to,
head.
though, isn't it?
Nah, I don't.
Okay.
I don't. No, I don't want to see. I don't want to know. I just want to hear the score come through, and I only want to be focused on my surfing and what I'm doing to get the scores that they're telling me. Or else you just get too distracted, you know?
Okay.
Paul's not sure about that one, you guys. He's giving it a nod, but an unsure look.
But we've all done it when we're surfing with friends, and then
For sure.
if they get a good one, you turn back, look out to sea, and pretend you didn't see it. But if they fall, you make sure you maintain, and like as they come up, you can't look at them. No, just me.
No, I like doing the double hands up, you know, if someone's cutting out after a good one. Another thing we could disagree on, Paul.
Add that to the long list. We've got a spreadsheet. It's got about 15 tabs on it. Here we go. Echebarri getting a little tangled, but you can see that was much more of a set, much bigger wave, at twice the height of the wave ridden by Yo early on. She'll go again here. Now driving on the left. Good connection for a first turn. And then puts loads of drive into that bottom turn. And working things here. Quick adjustment of the feet to click a neat and tidy finish. That was well done. And that'll be the best of the early action for sure. Nearly 5 gone. Hopkins is being more industrious at the moment. 2 waves in already for her. Yanni, hers went a little bit wrong. It was a bit wobbly, but look at this set, Rachel.
Wow. We'll see. There is still 2 priorities left to be awarded, and it's between these 2 surfers. Who's going to get it? No, neither. Wow. Probably a good call. You can kind of see that it was super frothy and closed out pretty quick. But at this point, if I'm either of these surfers, I'm starting to get frustrated that I haven't had an opportunity to open up my account. But here goes Nadia.
Beautiful right-hander for Eris Starbane. A really nice turn with a little kick for a flourish, which is incomplete, though. Other side of the peak, her compatriot, Echebarri, trying to make amends with another left. Some incisive work on that. And it's a bit of a foamy section, a bit of froth on it. We'll have another look here.
Nice opening section turn. Second, and then cuts out. Yeah, I like that. She's looking really lively and flary. You know, managed to navigate this frothy section with a lot of power, which it's easy to let that froth kind of bog your rail down, but she's looking really sprightly on top of the wave at the moment. And I think she made the more of that wave than the wave offered her.
Good stuff from Echebarri on the left-hander. Be her second wave. Judges with a little bit of work to do right now, as they assign numbers. And her first sort of legit exchange as well. When you think about what Hopkins is going to get when her score comes in. Here's Medina getting involved. She's been quiet in this. And not exactly how she wanted to enter the heat either. Bit of a closeout, or maybe just starting to think, I need to get something, get in motion. Not making a great decision to go that wave.
Yeah, that's where when you don't have a wave with 13 minutes to go, you start getting a little bit antsy of, wow, everyone else has opened up their accounts. We're still waiting for those scores to really get announced. But she's just going, I need to stand up on something, and then that's where you can make a wrong decision. Oh, we almost just saw Soul slip over there.
Sally Fitz, getting ready for battle. She's enjoying herself once again over here in El Salvador, surfing with a bit of levity, a bit of freedom. Mostly just the trademark style and technique. She's going to need some of that. That'll be a tough second heat of the morning. Salvador has been really, really good throughout. Been impressed with her, even Walla in that heat as well. Meanwhile, action on the peak. Under that 12-minute mark, big number for Portugal. 7 for Hopkins. Here's Nadia Aristabe. First turn. Just cuts it a little bit short. And carving in the pocket. It's smooth and it's stylish. It's not massive point garnering action. The last turn is better. Pushes nice and hard. Here goes her teammate, Yanire. Whoa. Getting real busy. And the wave will just run away from her a bit. Doing loads off the bottom. Maybe not quite going all the way to the lip. Here's Hopkins. A bomb of a wave for her. First turn under the lip. Pushing really hard. She's surfing with loads of power. And that aggression. Looking for a finish in here. Just kind of doing the best, really, that the wave had. Here we go. Medina. First turn's good. Really nice combo on the backhand for her. But an important wave just to get some momentum going. Clicking a finish as well. A little combo in some white water. But that 2-turn backhand hits out the back. It's classic point scoring surfing, and now she'll be fired up to get involved in the heat because she's been watching it a little bit going around her.
Yeah, I think that's the type of urgency, type of paddle that we see from a surfer that knows they're a little bit behind and they're trying to get back into it. Should be feeling good with that opening account, but with Yolanda now having a 7, Yaniri having a 5-1-7. And those we're now waiting for their second scores to drop in. You know, there's still a bit of ways to catch up.
Elena Rodriguez, a Peruvian, also in that next heat. That's going to be really cool. And we're going to see more of these matchups with 2 of the outstanding surfers from teams in the lineup together, facing each other. Arena's been really impressive throughout the event, throughout the season. Saw her juniors over in Philippines in January to kick the year off. Surfed great over there. Very much feeling part of the conversation of looking to step up from the South American region. Ultimately head to championship tour. Right now it's all about medals and representing your country. Salvador's done that really, really well already so far. Her goals ahead of her will be to go all the way here. Peru packs a real punch. They've got a brilliant team that they brought here with them this year. They will be ones to watch for sure as we get closer towards that medal conversation, which is sort of crystallising a bit for us, but still, there's a lot more surfing yet to come, Rachel.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking in those medal conversations, you know, it makes it a little bit tougher inter-team conversations when you have 2 of your surfers in the same heat. You know, it's trying to find that balance of, okay, this is individual. You guys both need to go out and do your jobs. But then if we're talking the last 4 minutes, if there's an opportunity for you guys to help each other, we'd love to see that. But still work to be done individually here by Nadia.
Team Spain, Aristabe, good first gaff off the top. And again, much better from her. That'll feel nice. So opting for the lefts. She got the 5.93 prior to that. She'll back that up right now. She's at this. Good numbers in for Yani Echebarri. 7.5. Takes her to first. We are due a number for Yo-Yo, though. Let's see where that goes. Good chance of getting back into first. Certainly consolidating on the second. And now Aristarbate involved. We're still waiting for a score for Medina as well. This is going to be a really high-scoring heat across the board.
We can expect, I think, pretty much all of today's to be high-scoring. I really love this one. I think this is the best wave we have seen from Nadia so far. Really getting into that flow, releasing those fins at the top. Taking a look at this beautiful drone angle, you can see that line of a wave just setting up in front of her. And not getting quite that third opportunity to go through, but judges won't dock her for that. She just doesn't have another opportunity to add in a third maneuver. But it is the 7.5 from Janeri that I'm very impressed with. I think a 7.5 and 5.17 on paper, if we're just talking about maneuvers and all of that, look pretty similar. As in, I think both were just 2 maneuver waves where she cuts out at the end. But the 7.5, what gave her that extra bit was the power and flair and how she made it. She went all the way up to the lip and unleashed it up there, surfing a little bit safer on that 5.17, and that just demonstrates the judges can really see that and are picking apart those small details and rewarding it accordingly.
Yeah, what we're seeing right here, all 4 of these really pushing each other. Medina, she's involved now with the 5.57. She's having to come from behind a bit here, and she'll continue to have to do that because that one would just be a throwaway for her.
So taking another look at the 7.5, I mean, you could see that spray off of both turns here that just, it was that opening turn that really allowed her to dig in, and I think she got most of those points from. Nice style, nice flow and composure. And I know we're talking about power, but she made it look really effortless as well. So the power being exemplified in what the board did, if you're watching the board and the spray that comes off, but her body on top, not looking overpowered, just looking really calm and stylish. And that is a really difficult balance to find. You have to be really elite in order to do that.
Speaking of power, Yolanda goes back to first, but that's 6.17. One hook she did to open up that wave on the backhand in the pocket. Just stamping further authority on the heat. She was busier from the beginning. She's just been in rhythm. Right now, leading this one. Look at Daniela Rosas. Out of Peru. We've seen lots of that team so far this morning. Someone else has been impressive in the early rounds. Is just enjoying herself here. Got a bit of experience, done quite a few laps of these events. So knows exactly what it's all about, what it's going to take. A nice view from above as you see the split with surfers. Just kind of sitting on either side of it. At the moment, it's kind of an imaginary peak, but you can imagine them kind of poised to either go left or right, depending on exactly what comes through. So identifying the kind of wave they want, but very much within distance to be able to just head over the other side of the peak. Keep the options very much open. First priority to second place, Echebarri. Second prior with Hopkins, who's leading. Expect her to make her mark with 4 on the clock. And a little bit of work to do. Aristarbate, 6.21, that's that number. Meanwhile, Sofia Medina and Team Brazil, a bit more to do here, 7.11. Very smart and starched.
Yeah, and that is a statue of a local girl that used to surf here, passed away in 2021. Katherine Diaz. And it's really nice that the town made that statue there so she can continue to live on. She's a young girl. She's my age, 23 years old, and it's my understanding that she was an incredible surfer and kind of on that pathway to be representing El Salvador at the games like this. So it's nice to still have her spirit here a part of the games.
Got a split in the lineup right there. Medina and Echebarri on the right of your shot. On the other side, it's Yolanda Hopkins, who's holding down the lead. And with 2.5 to go, things will go a little quiet here. And if you're Sofia Medina, fourth prio, looking for a 7. Team Portugal, they're pretty happy with the way things are going. You see Afonso Antunsky Ribeiro, Fred Moraes, Teresa Bombolo, and the support squad. You can see Kika Vasalka as well in the background. So Portugal pretty happy about the way their morning's going thus far.
Yeah, I'd say so. There's this heat is winding down with only 2 minutes to go. And, you know, you have to think, I mean, Nadia has a 6.47, so she's really still in that conversation.
Yeah, Yo will use her priority here. And it won't be a significant number, but it does deny an opportunity for Aristarbe. She might get one here, though, Nadia. Team Spain with a little bit of work to do. 6.21 is her requirement. That wave didn't offer it. That's why she didn't go. And now, making a beeline over Yanni. This will be interesting. Okay, she was positioning for a wave. I was wondering, is she going to go and sit on Nadia? How does that work out with your teammate?
Well, that's the thing. This is not the position you normally want to be in when you're from the same team as that second and third position, because, you know, how aggressive do you go on your teammate? I mean, you have to, it's still individual, and these surfers are here on their own journey to also try and win an individual gold medal. So, you know, we do see team-on-team action happening.
The other question would be, the coaching staff usually in that position would be, for sure, you've got priority, go and sit on third. I'm just wondering if they're feeling any conflict themselves about whether to say that, or whether to say, you call it as you feel it.
I think that's what I'd do as a coach. I'd be like, you just do what you feel like.
All right, here we go. Yeah, we'll go left anyway, so we'll leave Nadia on the other side of the peak. Great-looking wave. It's a bomb. Interesting turn. She looked like she maybe overcooked it, but somehow hung on. And it looked like Nadia was able to get the right. Her backhand is a real weapon. She needs a 6.21. All right, this is what Nadia did on the right.
On her backhand, lining it up, gets to the lip, whacks it, comes out clean. So she's looking to better her 5.93 with a 6.21. What do you think, Paul?
Medina looking for a 7. First hit with speed. There's another. Oh, it's a good combo. She's asked a question. The one turn for Nadia, 6.21. I'm not sure. Think about where those 7s have been. She needs a little less than that. Interesting, though, to get that exchange at the end and just to see surfers who did need numbers finding themselves opportunities. And they've done the job in terms of forcing the judges to give them a number, staying competitive right until the final throws of their heat.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be interesting. To me, my gut reaction is Sofia's wave was not the 7.11, just a little bit smaller, a little bit more frothy. Really well surfed. I think it was more of just the limitations of the wave. It doesn't look like Extabari improves her situation. So it just comes down to these surfers, green and white, looking for their scores as it stands. 6.21 for Aristarbe and 7.11 for Medina, and what they're looking for.
Yeah, the one turner for a 6.21. All the scores of that order, that magnitude we saw in this heat did come from the combos. That's not to say that it's unavailable, that score. But you just think about the immediate precedent that we've just seen, and it was the combos that were rewarded to go up the scale, up to those higher 6s and those 7s.
Yeah, I think that's really good reference, Paul, is looking at what were those higher 6s and 7s that the judges were rewarding and giving that. With that said, that makes me think it's going to come just shy, but she did everything she needed to on that wave. It was a really critical turn on a critical wave, a bigger wave, so we'll see, if the judges take that into account in a different way.
Well, the fact that we got deliberation, if it was going to come in as a 5, they would have punched in the 5 and...
Sure, exactly.
We get on with our lives. But we're still here. The wheel is still spinning on our score screen. So there are replays being accessed. There is deliberation for both Sofia Medina of Team Brazil and for Team Spain here. Aristabe, 6-2-1 is this requirement. It's a bigger wave.
Yep. She really whacks it and comes out. A really critical turn. I mean, she did everything right on that one to try and get this wave. See, this one a little bit smaller, really nice first and second turn. She feels good on that one because she did everything that she did.
You'd be amazed if that was the 7.
A higher requirement for her, yeah.
That feels further away.
Oh my gosh.
Nadia's numbers in. It's not quite enough. It's 6-1-3. She'll remain in 3rd and head to Repêchage. Medina's numbers in. It's quite a long way off as well, as we expected. It's just the 4-1. So it's as we were. It will be Yolanda Hopkins, Sequeira, and Yanire Echebarri, Portugal and Spain, 1st and 2nds. What a great heat. Stay tuned. More live action from Surf City, El Salvador, right after the break.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
Surf City, El Salvador, looking resplendent once again. Beautiful blue seas. And we're checking out Arena Rodriguez on a bomb of a wave on the backhand. Hook in the pocket from her. She'll tag a finish, a strong start from Team Peru. 2 surfers in this heat. They got their work cut out. Arena has been great thus far. She's going to need to continue to be so because she's taken on the likes of Eden Waller of the USA, Sally Fitzgibbons from Australia, also Sol Aguirre in the water. Rachel, there's some serious energy out here at the moment. Some solid sets coming through.
Gosh, I was just looking at that. This probably taken everyone by surprise. I don't think we saw really any of these sets of this magnitude in the last heat. So, you know, when you're just the second heat of the day, you take a lot from what you've seen on positioning and those athletes of the first heat. And so that would have taken them all by surprise for those to come through. Wow. Paddle battle.
Here goes Sol Aguirre. Another decent looking left, but it actually just ran away from her a bit. Eden Waller showing a bit of interest in that. In the end, she'll feel pretty good about the fact that it was Sol that got the wave.
Yeah, I was just going to say that sometimes that can be a bit frustrating when you're paddle battling and the other person is able to just sneak the inside and you go, dang it, I really wanted that. And then they get to show you that it wasn't the wave you actually wanted. and you get to keep that priority.
So early movements in the heat, a 4-point ride in for Arena, a 3-3-3 for Sally Fitz. Be a small throwaway for Soligere. We're looking at Eden Waller, waiting for her first involvement in the heat in terms of riding a wave. She's paddled for a wave, of course, no priority to begin heats. We just judged on essentially who's on the inside. And then priority assigned as surfers ride waves and get back into the lineup. And we get in that rotation, and it will be significant, particularly on this higher tide with things, the peak much closer together. I saw a bit of a spread yesterday as the tide drew out, and we had kind of multiple peaks really up and down the beach here. But right now, everything's really focused on that same area. The surfers very aware about exactly where they are in the lineup.
First priority now sitting with Eden, as she is the only one who hasn't caught a wave yet. So, you know, this is something that I learned by making a mistake, actually, is when there is, let's say, 2 surfers hadn't had caught a wave yet, you have surfers awarded 3rd and 4th priority, and then no priority established for 1st and 2nd. But once that other person catches a wave and you get 1st priority, if Eden paddles for a wave, she loses 1st priority, even though she hasn't stood up. So I always thought it was kind of like there's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th priority rewarded, and I still have the freedom to do everything that I want, you know? Anyways, I made that mistake and learned, oh, if she paddles at this point, she actually loses that priority, even though she hasn't caught a wave. All intricate things that make a difference to the way a heat plays out, you know? And here we see Sally going for a 2nd.
Yeah, good wave for Sally. That's a great turn. Really critical in the pocket. And then she'll just chop one as the wave slopes away a bit, but the first one was a real banger. Able to get up there nice and vert. She'll improve her overall position for sure. It's a 2nd wave. Probably improve the 3-3 as well. That would be an absolutely massive number. It'd be a decent mid-ranger. Comes in as a 4-5. That's helpful.
And another flurry of sets, taking the surfers out of position.
So this energy from the swell will continue to build here. It's taken us a little bit by surprise. We've seen 2 sets in this that were bigger than anything really that came through in the previous heat. Inside 14 minutes to go. Best of the early action. Australia with Sally Fitz. Peru with Arena Rodriguez. Eden Waller having to be patient at the moment. It's a similar sort of feel to what happened to Sophia Medina, just getting a slower, a belated start in the end. She did run out of time in that heat. Someone that didn't though and started strong and blazed through is Yolanda. Let's go and talk to her. She's with True.
Thank you so much, Yolanda. Back here again for a beautiful morning.
Yeah, I can't complain. I mean, it's pumping, it's quite consistent, and the waves are awesome.
We were just talking before as well. You were saying how it's changed a little bit from yesterday.
Yeah. It's yesterday was a bit clean. It seems like there's a bit of morning sickness in the ocean, and it's kind of way easier to see from out here on land where the peak is than it is out there. Like, you can see the wave coming, but you don't know your exact position. Either you're going to be too deep or too wide and you're not going to get the section. So I think I struggle a little bit with my wave choice. I didn't have any that gave me that 2nd Big Ten like I had yesterday. So I think maybe I could have got even higher scores if I did have that 2nd section. But all good, can't complain.
And as well, I mean, taking a look back on that heat on paper,
Yeah.
it was a stacked heat, and then you're looking at the rest of the rounds for this round 4 of the women, they're all stacked. it's pretty special to be, you know, a part of that incredibly talented lineup.
I mean, it's always so special, like advancing through these ISAs. Yeah, definitely. Yesterday, I was looking at the quarters, all the heats, the 4 heats. It's just, oh my God, there's not like a mellow heat at all. It can be like the ocean might be slow on some of the heats, so it might not have as high scores, but hectic.
It's pretty crazy, you know, and even in the repechage round, we were watching obviously all of those heats yesterday, and they were really, really full on. There was some incredible surfing. We're kind of coming down to the pointier end of the draw as well. You won't surf again today.
No.
So once again, you're back into that support mode for the rest of the team, back and forth between here and there. I mean, yesterday you had pretty much all day to do that, and it's a bit of a replica for today.
A little bit. I hope I get the same session. Yesterday I went to support Kika, what was pretty much the next heat after me, and then I just scored such good waves out there in front of my hotel, right by the big rock, and I was like, oh my God, I'm here by myself. There's one other person in the ocean, and it looked like mini trestles. It was insane. I had so many waves. I think from all my trip here together, that was like the session I had more waves, combining all the other ones together. So yeah, it was really fun, and all my crew is still alive. It made through all the heats yesterday, so really stoked. We're a pretty strong team at the moment, and yeah, just want to keep it going, keep supporting.
Yeah, Team Portugal has a lot of power, you know, huge surfers, obviously, and it seems like a really good vibe and energy as well.
Yeah, 100%. We're such a tight crew. I think last few years, at least since I've been part of the team, it's like really like a family. We keep messing with each other, but always there to support, always there like supporting in the free surfs as well. But yeah, it's an amazing crew.
Well, thank you so much, Yolanda. I mean, another huge heat win there, a 7 and a 617. Can't complain with that to start off the morning.
100%. These morning starts have been pretty awesome. I'm going to look back at the replay of the heat. I know I made a few mistakes, so I just want to go in and recheck him and hopefully improve. I had a sick wave this morning on the left on the free surf. I wanted to do that again, but none of the waves gave me the same section, so I'm just going to see both replays and try to improve on that and hopefully put it in the next heat.
Well, enjoy being support crew for the rest of the team.
I will. Thank you.
We'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, True. Great job, Yo-Yo. We picked up vision there. Mully getting involved. Halfway point in the heat. Her first wave. What do we make of it? She's got some nice turns done.
Well, you know, the highest single wave score we have right now is a 4.5. I think it's right all in the mix there. I think that wave automatically puts her right back into the conversation of what this heat is. You know, not one person has run away with a 6 or a 7 yet, something of more consequence. So interesting to see, and it does. 4.37 immediately puts her into advancing position.
Yeah, it's been pretty modest in terms of scores, this one, thus far. No one getting hold of it. Quite surprised to see that, particularly when we saw what went down the last one. Here's a bomb. Sally Fitz. What she got here? She'll load up. Here's a section if she can get up there. Eventually does. And then deals with a little bit of a rib in the face. She'll carve down and get a finish. Classic Sally Fitz turn. Reaches for the skies with both arms. And then clips it down for a completion. In the context of the heat, good surfing. In the context of how sort of elite she is, maybe didn't quite maximise that opportunity there if we're being critical.
Yeah.
She could have maybe belted that first section, or?
Yeah, I think took her time with that first section for sure. You know, I think there is an aspect too, though, of on the flip side, being devil's advocate, being the mature surfer that she is, knowing that the score lines are where they're at, and if she has the biggest wave that's come through so far that's being ridden, if she can just do some good, solid, even if it's not too flashy of surfing, just solid, reliable surfing on it, it'll probably go above that 4-something range that we are already seeing on there, and will already give her then that head start above everyone.
It's a great point, isn't it? With not loads of time left as well. Why take an unnecessary risk, particularly at this stage of competition?
And then now she can go back out, and I think the next waves will see her continue to build upon her scoreline. Maybe getting to see a little bit more of what we know Sally can do and unleash.
Here goes Eden Waller. Good looking wave for her to open up. She'll hook it, getting really good squirt off the bottom turn. You see the acceleration. And then just not quite getting the completion on the last maneuver, which will be the one kind of blocked in that particular ride. There will be another score for her, and it'll be important to move her up in terms of her overall numbers here. Looks like Arena got a good number in for her, 583. Puts her in first place position in this. No one busting into double figures as yet. Quite surprised at that. Nearly 6 minutes to go. 13.5 over that gone.
I think this next one of Sally will probably do that. And then, of course, up the requirement for Eden and Sol.
What's happened to Sol?
I was just going to say that. She really hasn't opened up her account. She just had that quick in and out at the beginning that we saw her and Eden fight for, and maybe she's just kind of lost herself in the lineup.
Here's Sal, another bomb for her from down the beach. Look at the energy and speed of this wave. First turn's a great hit, and then she'll compress and open up. Textbook form from Sally Fitzgibbons. Still doing good work to slice, and then a look back at the crew. Arena, a left-hander of her own, but you can just see it's a couple of orders of magnitude smaller and lower in terms of energy. She'll remain light on her feet. Just swing at this a few times, maximizing anything. She likes it. So Sally's going to improve for sure and go out in front by a bit of a margin when her next wave score comes through.
Well, that one came through just as we predicted, Paul. 6.67, so has now pushed her into the double digits for her heat total. We think that that last one will improve upon that 4.5. But that last one of Arena really giving her opportunity after opportunity. You know, sometimes these waves just fizzle out at the end, but that one just had this nice little section, and she saw it and made the most out of it. Sometimes it's hard to find those waves that allow that opportunity. And, you know, her strategy right now, trying to improve upon that 4 to up that requirement for Eden and Sol. That last one of Eden not playing in a factor 3.77, so she's still looking to build upon that 4.37. Or at this point in the heat with 4 minutes to go, she's not just looking to build upon, she's now just looking to get the score that's required, which is a 5.47.
Yeah, here goes Sol. She needs to get involved here on the backhand. Yeah, not ideal. It's always just a little late to that. The wave was simultaneously a bit soft, but also a bit quick somehow. Meanwhile, Sal, super busy. Got the bit between her teeth here. And she's slicing away. Relentless, covering everything. Really building momentum throughout the wave and throughout the heat. She's enjoying herself. Arena also into it. Backhand maneuvers once again from her. So a couple of lefts in quick succession for Team Peru in the form of Rodriguez. Solaga's in trouble here. She's going to really struggle with just 3 minutes to get anything meaningful on the board. She's going to need a couple of waves. Not sure she's going to be able to do that.
At this point, she needs a bit of luck in her favor, too. Like, she needs the 2 right waves to come in quick succession, but in perfect time for her to catch one, paddle back out, and catch the next one. So a little bit now out of her control, which is never a good feeling to be in. You know, we're in round 4. We've seen incredible heats from her up until this point. So I'm not sure what's happened here in this heat. I think, you know, as soon as you kind of get out of rhythm, you then get nervous, and I think that was her nerves being exemplified on that last wave, just taking the best of her.
Sally Fitz putting on a bit of a clinic here, gets the improvement. Previous to last was the 5-7, pushing that score up. Arena Rodriguez as well, previous to last, there's an improvement. And so really open up a bit of a gap here. USA, Eden Waller, priority, 6:03 at least, because there might be further improvement for Arena, still went for a last. So that could even nudge up a touch. Eden won't hang around, she'll go. Looking for a bit of quality. She's found it. Good sized wave. Loads of momentum from the paddle, from the drop. That's a great turn. But she'll hang it up and go over the falls with it. Whoa.
Whoa.
Love to see Arena Rodriguez arrive at a section and tag it hard. It will be incomplete. As was the story for Eden Waller. She totally had the right idea.
You know, what we saw from Nadia in that last heat, a single turn got her a 6.13. So Eden would have saw that, trying to replicate that.
Sally dealing with some foam, finding sections, meeting them with speed, some redirections. Don't know if she'll threaten the top two with that, but she's super busy, just energetic. Great read on the ocean. Every time she pops up to the lineup, another wave will come. She gets a right, and then from down there, she'll find herself a left to bring her back across the peak. Another right from there. She's having one of those heats where wherever she is, she's finding energy. And then not just finding it, but good enough to apply some critical surfing to the sections.
And I think younger surfers can really take note of what we're seeing from her right now. She's in the lead. She has decent scores in her score lane that are being thrown away as well. Only 25 seconds to go, but she's still paddling back out. You know, she wants it. She's giving it all until the very end, you know, not turning around, taking it early. So great sportsmanship and effort from Sally.
Sol Aguirre, who's just had a nightmare in this heat. Absolute shocker. She'll finish off down in here on the inside. Sal will go again here. Wow.
Dang, would have loved to see that one, but you know, she's having fun in showing us, and that's what you get to do when even you paddle back out after a decent one with 45 seconds to go. She even found herself another opportunity. So her scoreline, let's see, 3, 6, she had 7 waves in that heat.
Real busy, finding quality, building up a good lead. And really, that's how you surf a tough heat here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Sally Fitzgibbons, she's been pretty open about how stoked he is just to be here competing. Doesn't see it as work, it's just pure pleasure. Loves competition, loves representing Australia. And you can see exactly why with performances like that. Form still amazing. It's a job well done for her. Also, Arena Rodriguez, Team Peru, mixed fortunes for them. Arena getting good work done. Sol Aguirre, her teammate, unfortunately, just way off the pace. Also, Eden Waller, a slow start from her, and once again, a similar story. If you're not putting significant numbers in the first 6 or 7 minutes, you're always chasing down. That's the scene here at La Bocana this morning. Time for a quick break here. We'll bring more live action from Surf City, El Salvador really soon. Leilani, another great looking left. Look how, wow!
Yeah.
Wow!
Welcome to day 5 of competition here at the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025 edition. We've got an amazing day of surfing ahead.
Team Argentina's Lucia Indurain with 7.50. Team Germany's Rachel Presti with a 7.50.
I was honestly a little bit frustrated, and I just saw the girls on our team that are young, like, going for it, going on those end sections, and they really inspired me to, like, show them that no matter how far you go in your career, you can always keep improving and pushing yourself.
And in our men's division, the highest single wave score goes to Team Spain's Iago Dominguez with an 8.50.
To be honest, I didn't know Lucas had a 8, but at the end I came out and people were like, oh, he had a 7, he had a 8, so you made the right thing doing a 8 as well. So I don't know, it was a bit weird not knowing what the situation was, but luckily I got the good one at the end.
Team Peru's Luca Messinas with an 8.0.
Well, that was a special day of surfing here from El Salvador. Tune in tomorrow for more from the ISA World Surfing Games.
Surf City, El Salvador, looking really fun and shreddable this morning. Something to sink your teeth into if you're a competitor. Some juicy sections out there. Getting a hold of it, throwing spray, belting the lip, all of those great feelings which we love. Judges will enjoy them. Having a look at Lucia Indurain, Argentina, Ellie Harrison from Australia, Daniela Rosas of Peru, Chiara Gould of France, and another great looking matchup. 2 heats in, Rachel. First one, a bit more opportunity going all round. Heat we just saw was a little bit more lopsided in terms of where those opportunities were going and where the momentum was. How do we see this one playing out? If you were surfing this heat after just sort of seeing the rhythm of the first 2, what would be your initial kind of takeaways and how you're going to slightly adapt your strategy?
Okay, well, I would recognize that a lot of bigger sets came through in that last one. So just kind of take note of that change in energy from the waves and that positioning, because a lot of the surfers got caught out in that last heat. So I'd probably, I don't know, you know, with only one heat showing that though, is it enough proof to actually entirely change your strategy? I don't know, but I'd just kind of be aware of that. I know Sally had a really busy heat, and the surfers that have had the busier heats catching a lot of waves in both first and second heat were the surfers that made it through. So just making sure I'm not getting stuck sitting for too long. It seems like the surfers, you know, sometimes you can't really tell the waves that are going to really provide that opportunity all the way down the line. And it kind of is a stand up and let's see. And so those surfers that are staying busier are able to kind of free themselves from that pressure of maximizing that first priority and picking the very best one wave that comes through. And it's the surfers that have been getting their scores under priority actually because they're just staying busy.
Little opportunity here, little redirect from Chiara Gould, won't quite get there. That wave will slip underneath. Already some work done, score on the board for France and Chiara. 4.17 for her. Meanwhile, Daniela Rosas, good looking wave for Peru right here. Nice entry into this beautiful section. Wow, what a great turn off the tail of the board. Just the one maneuver, but super fast, speedy, critical for a one turner. It's going to be a pretty healthy number. Great way to get yourself started off. Out the back. Yet more energy. Priorities with Argentina. She's quite deep here. And then the paddle will just hang her up and she'll lose that priority now. She won't be able to catch that wave. Happens a bit out here. Some of them just sort of stand up and just back off a touch and then break real fast across the boulders. Here goes Ellie Harrison. Team Australia.
Oh, dang. You know, it has me thinking that something happened while we were on break in terms of priority, because without both red or green having a wave yet, first priority was already established to Daniela Rosas and second priority was given to red. So I wonder if there was kind of a paddle exchange or block that caused that second and first priority to actually be rewarded. And those are little intricacies that kind of maybe we don't know that happened because we didn't see it, but, you know, are playing with their minds right now.
It's just one of those things that we'll never know. Just another unanswered question out there in the universe, isn't it? I hope it doesn't keep you awake at night.
You know, it might. It might.
Chiara Gould with the 4.17. Daniela Rosas the 4.67. Interesting. So, just the one turn for her. Decent number. Judges not going crazy on it. They're obviously looking for combos, because I thought that one was pretty critical, pretty rad.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing. I mean, takeaways that we've seen from heats 1 and 2 is to get in the sixes, where besides for that one turn from Nadia Aerostarbe that got a 617, I think, or a 611, really, really sizey wave, really critical turn. Other than that, we're looking for a combination of maneuvers to get above that 5 region.
It's about the combos here this morning at La Bocana. 13 on the clock at the moment. Still really waiting for everyone to get a couple of waves and get properly involved in this. As we can see, as we look pretty much straight south out to the Pacific, plenty of lines filling in. A little bit of a combo in this swell. And a bit of a mix coming through. A couple of swells here, which will mean, hopefully, consistent opportunities throughout the day. Our forecast looks set to continue to provide throughout tomorrow and through the weekends. We'll be crowning medalists on Sunday. Still a few days away from that. And already we're seeing displays of form. Teams, no massive surprises, to be fair. It's exactly who we'd expect to be dominant and look good. Have done so. Here's Team Australia, big gold medal favourites. Here's Ellie Harrison. Really nice wrap with speed. Once again, going up into the lip. She'll clip it one more time. So covering some ground. She got a 3 in early on and then made a mistake on the left and fell. And just washing that off by good connection with that right.
Yeah, I really liked that gouge of the first turn. You know, a lot of those first sections we're seeing everyone go up to the lip, snap it, but I really loved that power rail carve that we saw. If I'm being picky, got pushed a little bit of water with more the front part of her board in terms of getting that rail stuck, potentially. She's still able to ride out with it clean, but again, I'm just splitting hairs here, and these are the things that the judges are looking at as well.
It goes Peru with Rosas. Really nice. Loving the speed from her. Just makes it look pretty easy as well. And just juicing that one. How good is it? You hit a turn on your backhand with speed, and then as you get to the bottom, so you see that next section just offering up, so you just keep that rhythm. You don't need to kind of link up the sections by traveling down the line. It's straight from the bottom back to the top, which always looks nice. She's surfing a decent heat so far. This will put her, good chance of putting her in the lead. Definitely consolidate the top two. Harrison gets a 5-5 for the Aussies. She's in first at the moment. I haven't seen any kind of action really from Indurain and Argentina, who have been uncharacteristically quiet down on the beach. Expect them to fire up when she gets involved. She might do here. She'll go left. Here we go. Indurain. Good looking section. First time, doesn't quite get hold of it.
Yeah, opens up her campaign. She didn't fall on that one, so that would be keeping her like mentally in a better place of like, okay, I pulled it off, I completed the wave, but disengaged that rail throughout that turn, so kind of a loss of opportunity in score potential. Only looking for a 4.68, but we know that's going to change as Daniela Rosas still has a second score to drop now, and there it comes.
5-3-3 for Peru, goes back to first, 10 points for her, pretty decent. Just over 9 minutes remaining, our third heat of the morning. It's the ISA World Surfing Games, round 4 of the women. And we're at La Bocana, our main podium. We're enjoying the action this morning, seeing a lot of the top rated surfers, a lot of the favourites from the early rounds, the outstanding performers, obviously, that's why they're still in the main draw. Been out there already this morning in action. And we're looking for involvement from France in the form of Chiara Gould and also Argentina. Lucia Indurain has struggled really this morning. A little lull in the action here. Time to get down for a quick break. We'll bring back more action from the water right after this. Action continues here at La Bocana. We're having a look at yet more energy filling in out of the Pacific and provide an opportunity for surfers chasing numbers. And we're still really waiting at the moment for everyone to get 2 scores locked in. So a bit of time gone in this heat. And it is Daniela Rosas of Peru with the lead at the moment, and another wave ridden by her. I see her on the inside paddling. It will just come in as a small throwaway number. I think we're all caught up right now with the scores. There we go. 6:40 to go. Really surprised to see Chiara just that one wave ridden. She will need to get involved here. The youngster, part of that strong French team. They've been pretty dominant throughout. She's wide on the left here. Sorry, this is Daniela Rosas on this left-hander. Another great connection for her. Wow, really nice. Great rhythm once again. So keep it in motion here. She's leading the heat. A good chance of an improvement. Let's go down and get some insights from the winner of the last heat. Sally Fitz is with True.
Yeah, thank you so much. Sally, big morning for Team Australia, and you got the first win.
Oh, true. I'm frothing right now. Els, I'm looking over my shoulder constantly. I'm not ignoring you, but Els in the water, cheering her home, and then Mills, yeah, she's back to back to back. So we're just like, we woke up in the dark and we just already had the energy going and ready to get the stingers out. The Irukandjis are fired up.
How's the mindset going into that heat?
Oh, it's just like a bit of a Rubik's Cube of a lineup. Every morning, you know, it was really high tide, and then as that tide creeps out, it just reveals itself. And right now we're seeing those bigger sets come through. Still the lefts and the rights, and then you're just juggling that around with priority as well. So, yeah, it's just that 20 minutes is fast and furious. And, you know, even getting those mid-ranges, just looking in and seeing my team and feeling their energy. And I'm just so proud. I was like, that's my team. And it makes you paddle that much faster.
Oh, I've got goosebumps. I mean, Team Oz are obviously a really strong team. You've got some incredible surfers, also a really great support team behind you as well, bringing the vibes.
Oh, for sure, and it's a good problem to have. We just have so much depth in Australia, so you could pick people all the way down to almost just starting their, you know, qualifying and challenger journey, and they would come here and it'd be lights out as well. So it's a good problem to have. We've got that unity this year, and we're just fired up to go as far as we can in the comp.
Let's watch your wave as well. One of the
Be
best.
quick, True, be quick. We got action on.
I know.
So yeah, just picking up, like, you know, it's got a bit of a tabletop to some of them. So just iron off that section and trying to still attack, even with the uncertainty of the lip line, and yeah, just driving all the way in. I want to get finish off my wave so I can get closer to shore and hear my team.
Yeah, it's really special to be hearing the vibes from everyone on the beach and feeling that energy. Oh. We'll leave it there. I don't want to ask too much more. It's a big morning for you guys.
I gotta go get my flag duty
yeah.
on. I'm ready.
Thanks, Sal.
Enjoy the action, guys.
Sally keen to get back and cheer on Ellie Harrison from the beach. Give her some vocal support. She's in second at the moment. She's a little bit vulnerable, though, in terms of where her numbers are at. She's got one decent score, the 5-5. Hasn't got a solid backup.
A real opportunity for Ellie to close the door here and make it more difficult for Chiara and Lucia in these final 3 minutes, but hasn't really capitalized on it yet. She's sitting in 4th priority. So, you know, I mean, if I were her coach right now, I'd be like, just get something above that 3 to just further that requirement, because it's coming down to the fact that Chiara and Lucia are going to have to rely on a single score rather than building upon that scoreline into the last 3 minutes.
3 on the clock here. And surfers at the moment that are chasing white and red, France and Argentina. Their work is as yet ahead of them. And they're waiting for their opportunity. First prio with Indurain. As time ticks away, Daniela Rosas, think about the heat she's been able to put together, finding multiple connections, all waves that she's ridden, all of them. It was just one quick throw. Other than that, just building this momentum. This was 6.43 that she just posted.
Yeah, taking another look at this on her backhand, really taking her time to set this up. Love how she pivots around that left hand and laces it. You can see all her hair just showing how quickly she transitioned through that turn. And Paul, the thing that stood out to us when we watched live action, or when we watched this for the first time, was just her ability to go bang, bang, bang from rail to rail. She didn't have to have any setup moments or lull moments in between her maneuvers.
Argentina, great wave for Lucia. Gives it a good crack, much better from her. What she got here, gives it a big hit. Has she got one more turn? She gives it a good fist bump. She needs 5-2-4 to get up and threaten Ellie Harrison. Priority now with Gould.
Yeah, coming down. She's probably not going to have time to catch one more, so it's going to come down to that attempt from her. I don't know how I feel about it, Paul. I mean,
you got mixed emotions?
I have a mixed emotions. It's a
You're
low.
not the only one.
Yeah, it's a low 5 in her requirement. It was 2 waves. Let's see this
Hang on.
attempt.
Yeah, important wave here for.
Oh no! Only needing a 4.34. Had she been able to really attack that section, you would think a single maneuver on a wave like that would have gotten her the 4.34. Peru feeling pretty good, locked into first place right now.
Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, they're good.
Yeah.
That's happening. Daniela Rosas, she's been a different class really in this one. She's ripped it.
So let's think about Lucia's wave. 2 maneuvers. She cut them both a little bit short. Wasn't really able to jam both of those maneuvers.
Obvious comparison would be the right that Ellie Harrison rode. That was a 5-5. That was a longer right-hander.
True.
You got to compare it to that. Here goes Daniela Rosas. Just a victory lap from her. And that was the one wave that she didn't maximize the scoring potential. It'd be the one where it really didn't matter. She'd already won the heat. Well done to Team Peru once again. Some great surfing done by Daniela. Number is in for Argentina. Indurain, it's a 5. So comes up a little bit short. Yeah, she got close. Didn't quite get it done. And it will be Peru and Australia.
Now let's take a look at this one. I think it's because that one got cut a bit short. And this one as well, not really able to jam that inside rail all the way around, which increases the
tension in the shoulders, just never good.
Yeah. That I think just made it a little bit shy. So I'm sure her and her team will be reviewing that one and trying to make sense of what the judges are communicating there to her, what they want to see. Maybe a little bit more energy.
Just surf a bit better, in simple terms. I guess don't need to overthink it sometimes. That'll wrap things up for our third heat of the morning. Team Peru with Daniela Rosas. They're feeling pretty good about that last action. We'll bring in Cote alongside Barton for the call. Stay tuned. More live action from the ISA World Surfing Games very, very soon.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025 edition. And we are well into the women's main event. We got men's main event surfing just around the corner. There are your heat results for that last stacked super heat. Daniela Rosas gets the win. Ellie Harrison in second. Lucia Induran in third. And Kiara Gold in fourth. Third and fourth place surfers are now relegated to the Repêchage round. I'm Chris Cote. I am here with a champion on many levels. Barton Lynch, host of the Stoked Bloke podcast, and also just a very stoked bloke in general. And I have a feeling your stoke levels are rising because we are seeing some super fun waves out here right now. And the women are really rising to the occasion. They're going off out there.
100%, mate. Stacked heats in the main round, round 4. Very excited to be here with you, mate. Here we go, Kika Faselko.
Big snap there. Kika was one of the top performers from yesterday. And it looks like she's, well, I'll say even though she didn't make that last turn, it looks like she's carrying that momentum with her. You could just tell right when she stood up, full of confidence. And, you know, she got the memo. You got to get out there and get involved early, as we see Suzuki now on her backhand. This is an 8-point ride to start this heat.
Couple of massive turns tight to the pocket, flaring out of the top. Oh, every point or decimal point, an 8-point ride, and she loved it.
You love to see a surfer smiling like that after the wave. She has a lot to celebrate.
She's smiling already.
Three of the best turns we've seen in the women's draw. This was an incredible wave.
Nanaho Suzuki, she's flaring out of the top, and not even just tapping it, driving it back to the pocket. Section in front again, low. See the way she's framed her style. Great technique. There's the third. What a start for Japan. Nanaho going crazy on this one.
I don't know if I've ever seen a surfer mix joy with aggression quite like that. She was literally smiling at the takeoff and just smashing the lip all the way through. One of my favorite waves of the event so far. That was incredible. And now the answer back from Mia Brown. An incredible, highly touted surfer out of Australia. And it's because of surfing like that. You can see how quick she is, straight up into that opening car, vertical snap to finish. The wave was pretty short, but that's a great start for Mia Coco Brown. Look at that big number on the board for Suzuki. An 8-point ride, still has 14 minutes, 18 seconds left. You gotta love it.
You never see someone really do smiling, in a competition anyway, smiling on the takeoff, on the first turn. Ordinarily, you're like, oh, I'm on a bomb, I've got to bank it. Oh my God, there's all this pressure, and there's only one way to deal with it, I would imagine, and that's just to smile your way through it.
I gotta say, Suzuki is really climbing my list of favorite surfers with every heat that she surfs and every post-heat interview that she does. She carries herself with such positivity and just stoke. I mean, it's really fun to watch. I think we're seeing the rise of a very special surfer here at the ISA World Surfing Games, and that's saying a lot because the depth of field we have this year is incredible.
Yep.
I mean, we're only in round 4, and we're already looking at heats that really could be finals day type of scenarios.
The majority, all of the heats this morning could have been a final in their own right. Stacked field, great performances, the 267 for Portugal. We understand that the second term wasn't complete, so that makes a lot of sense. The 533 was kind of a quick closeout, as you said, for Mila Brown. We haven't actually seen Mila on a bomb wave yet in her heats. She hasn't really connected with the best waves out there, but her performance has been such that she's just continued to advance.
Well, these heats have been flying by all week long. 20 minutes on the time clock from the very beginning of competition. We could increase that as we head to finals day, but until we get there, it's straight ahead. 20-minute heats, top 2 surfers. If you're in the main round, you're staying in the main round, 3rd and 4th place surfers. Here in women's mains, we'll be going to the repêchage. In the repêchage rounds, that's where things get pretty serious. Ooh. Big ramifications for 3rd and 4th place there. You're out of this contest, but if you get 1st or 2nd, you'll remain in contention, and we've seen surfers fight their way through the repêchage rounds all the way through into the main final. So expect a Cinderella story starting to develop through those repo rounds. And if you want to see what's happening at Podium 2, we do have a secondary link that you can click on. You can get a visual on the wave at El Sunzal, and you can hear our technical beach announcers explain the situations happening in the lineup.
Mila Brown there paddling for a wave, but she's in 4th priority, so it doesn't have any impact. If she was in 3rd or 2nd or 1st, that paddle alone would have had her lose her priority and drop to the bottom of it. She was at the bottom of it already, so it didn't much matter. And sometimes just paddling for waves puts pressure on your opponents because they feel like they're not active and you're moving around, and they all of a sudden want to move, and you can get them to buy an average wave.
Oh. Wow. Happens to the best of them. Just a quick snap. Sometimes, I would say most of the time, you're thinking about your next maneuver in the span of your first maneuver. Here we go again. The Nano Suzuki. Quick snap. Saw that section coming through. It's looking like we're in a bit of a different swell direction today, Barton. You and I were checking the waves in the first couple heats. What are you seeing different about today than we saw yesterday and the day before?
It's a little more broken up, the swell. There's some wind ribs, and the interesting thing was that we didn't have weather last night. And all of a sudden there must have been some weather out to sea because there's a little ruffle and broken up nature to the sets.
Annette Echebari now on her backhand.
Didn't like it, eh?
Yeah, she was looking. You could tell she was kind of pausing, looking for things to materialize, but it just never really did. But she's got plenty of time to get back out there and get into the priority rotation. All surfers now resetting themselves. Let's go down to True on the beach right now with the winner of that last heat.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, Daniela. A good heat to start the morning off once again.
I'm so relieved, actually. I'm really, really stoked to make it. I knew it was going to be a huge hit. We are in the quarter, so yeah, I was pretty stoked to that. I wasn't as stoked to wake up early, but I was okay. And yeah, pretty happy to make it through. Pretty happy to be here, sitting here. So nice. And yeah, just keep it going.
And for yourself and Team Peru as well, you had a massive day yesterday, another big day today again. Once again, you're back on that support team for the rest of the day. But looking back at your heat, let's take a look at your waves. You had a 6.43 and a 5.33 as well. Hopefully they'll show up on screen in a second and we'll be able to talk through it. But let's take a look.
Yeah, I was just trying to keep myself focused on just Nice. It was a pretty bumpy wave, but yeah, I was pretty stoked. I was just, please, just stay calm and finish the wave, please. And yeah, I'm pretty happy to make it through, actually. I'm just trying to be more confident in every wave, every heat, and yeah, happy to make it through.
Everyone that I've spoken to this morning has kind of said that the conditions compared to yesterday, it's a little bit trickier, maybe a little bit wobblier. What was your take on the conditions out there?
I think it's more on the inside part, past the river, and yeah, I'm just really happy. I don't know, I'm just trying to catch all the waves that came with a good wall, and yeah, La Bocana, it's like that. We have peaks everywhere. There's a lot of great lefts, and we have another right too, but I was just trying to focus on the left. I think my backhand is really good, so I was just trying to focus on that in that part of the waves, and yeah, I'm pretty stoked that I make all the things that my coach said, so I'm pretty happy.
Sticking to the plan is a big part of it. Well, thank you so much for having a chat. Is there anything you'd like to say to anyone at home watching?
Nada, en verdad un saludo gigante a todos los peruanos. Gracias por siempre apoyarnos, a mi mamá, a toda mi familia que siempre está conmigo, a todos mis sponsors, a Diaz por siempre estar apoyándome, y nada, arriba Perú. Thank you.
We'll send it back to you guys.
The joy of surfing. You love to see a competitor who carries herself with that much class, that much, respect for what she's doing, and she's having fun, you know? And when you unleash a surfer like Daniela Rosas in waves like this, punchy, nice pockets to work with, I mean, you see what she's capable of. Don't be surprised to see Daniela Rosas at the end of this event with a medal around her neck. She is an incredible talent, and I could sit there and watch those two talk all day long. That was really fun.
Giggle their way through the interview, just so stoked.
And how cool is it to watch these surfers react to their own waves? Not something that you often see in events. It kind of catches them by surprise every time. They go straight into kind of analyst mode. And I love what Daniela said. She goes, "Ooh, nice.
Nice.
Hey,
I did better than I thought.
There's nothing wrong with pumping yourself up. Love to see
cool.
it. Well, we got 7:10 left here. Suzuki at the moment with that 8-point ride is running away with this one. Still searching for a backup. 2.77 most likely will be deleted pretty soon. Vaselko in second. 4.77 is her high mark. Mia Brown 5.33 looming large in her scoreline, and we're yet to see Annette Echevarri really open things up. Good news is we still have a decent amount of time, and there's a lot of waves coming through, so I'm sure we're going to see this 1 through 4 cycle through probably a few times with this much time remaining.
Yeah, well, you'd hope so. I'm sure they all hope so. They all need a couple of opportunities. And for our heat leader, Nanaho Suzuki for Japan, there's only one way to neutralize an 8, and that's to back it up with a 2. And all of a sudden you're counting 2 5s. And the door's open for all of your competitors. And the wave selection since the 8 has left something to be desired. She could easily go to a 4 or a 5 on a closeout with one big turn. So, it's with time ticking by, she really has not made the most of that 8 and almost brought herself back to the field with the performance since then and tightened it right up and made it such an interesting heat and kept you. Because when you hear someone get an 8 straight away, in your mind, you go, well, there's one spot gone.
Yeah.
She's getting through.
I need that second place spot.
Yeah, there's only one spot left. But then when you hear them get a 2 and a 2, a couple of 2s, you go, the door's still open. Okay, I'm a chance here.
It's surf contest math, and it's a precarious lead. You're looking at these numbers, 10-7-7. Well, you compare that to a 7-6, a 2. You're thinking, oh, wow, she's safe. But you're absolutely right. I mean, you kind of have to divide that score in half. Yeah. She really needs to go on the offensive here. Even though she's in third priority, she's sitting right in the middle of that peak.
Yeah.
She's probably still smiling and laughing about how fun that first wave she got was.
She really
Just get back to work.
That, didn't she? 5 minutes on the clock. And then you look at Annette Echevarri for Spain. Hasn't had a wave, let's call it. She's only looking for a 9.4 to go into advancing position. So all 4 ladies been a little bit inconsistent, a little hot and cold, and this one is going to be a pressure cooker at the end because no one besides Japan took advantage of the start, and then even the start that Japan got has been slowed down by the lack of a second score. So really tight, interesting heat.
Yeah, and I think when you look at the overview of the waves, it's way more of a straight line than that perfect peak that we've been seeing. So I think Daniela addressed it in her post-heat interview. You know, you're kind of out there hunting and searching. It's not like you know exactly where to go with this swell direction.
Exactly.
So even though we're in, our fourth heat of the day, surfers are still kind of decoding this lineup.
Yeah, well said. It kind of feels exactly like what's going on, and there's a peakier nature to things today. A little more. Look how close those three lines are together. That would indicate 2 different swells, even 3 different swells in the ocean at one time.
Well, I looked at the Surfline forecast provided to us via the ISA, and basically from here on out, it's just going to be getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yoo-hoo!
Wind conditions are looking favorable. I'm not going to go out on a limb and say it's going to get bigger and better every single day.
Yes.
It will be getting bigger, so we'll just have to see what conditions are presented to us, because I feel like yesterday, to me, that's the perfect size for La Bocana. You know, a foot or 2 overhead.
Yeah.
Nothing too crazy big, no huge wash-throughs coming through. And, you know, the numbers and the performances we saw yesterday were a great illustration of why. Today, similar size, but again, just a little bit different of a swell direction. So I'm expecting with these tidal shifts, everything's going to change in this lineup throughout the day.
How's that? 3 minutes on the clock. The situation hasn't changed. No one's really ridden anything for about 5 minutes or more. So really interesting heat. Japan, I would have scrambled way earlier and just got a 4. You know, make it up to a 6 even. You know what I mean? Every little point when you've got an 8 is just such a bonus and adds on the pressure to the other 3 surfers you're up against.
Well, Mia Brown right now is in the sweet spot. She has that top priority. She only needs a 2-1-1. Time could be on her side as well, because she can basically sit out there, play defense. Don't wait too long. 2.5 minutes will fly by in the blink of an eye. So she needs to put herself in a position, I would say, more offense than defense.
Yes, still in that mindset, absolutely, because that 0.77, you would really not be happy with yourself if a heat ended and that was a part of your score and you've had 20 minutes to improve, get a 1.
That would be harsh.
Very harsh.
And at this point, I mean...
Same for Annette. Look at her bottom line.
Yeah, that's a rough go for Annette Echevarri from Team Spain. She's usually so consistent, a tenacious competitor, but right now just on the wrong side of priority, on the wrong side of the sets that have come through.
It feels does it feel calm to you out there? It feels like it doesn't feel like it wants to break again. It's like it's always in some lull moment.
I think this is the second lull we've seen of the week.
Yes, exactly.
So a rare moment of flatness here at a place that basically 365 days a year, you're going to get waves.
And when you look at you know, blue, green and white scores, the 277 actually doesn't look too bad in relation to the other scores and the second waves of all the other surfers. She has the best second wave of anyone and the best first wave of anyone, hence her position in the lead. But it hasn't been a convincing performance beside the first wave either. Some strategic and tactical positioning going on.
So I think this is blue right in the very middle. That's Mia Brown looking for a 2-1-1.
1 minute, Chris.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Down to the wire. This edge of your seat type of stuff here. It looks like...
This right-hander.
Yeah, Mia Brown had a look. Annette Echevarri. She needs a 5.94. She can do it on her backhand. She just needs this wave to build up. It's not going to do it. 40 seconds left. Where is Mia Brown? Oh, no.
She lose the priority? Was that a paddle?
We'll see.
She did. What a mistake for Australia.
Ouch.
Where is Portugal? With second priority, second place. If you're in that white jersey, you've got to get towards blue and try and stop them from getting a chance.
Oh, wow. Okay, looking for a 2-1-1. Got to ride this wave clean. It closes out.
Well, there was nothing in it. That's maybe not a 2.
Oh, that...
What a heat.
Talk about leaving it everything up to the judges.
5 seconds.
That was a wild finish for different reasons than we're used to.
That's a crazy heat. So interesting. Does that... you couldn't go above a 2, could you, really?
I mean,
if you straightened out,
jammed that turn just a little bit more high on the face of the wave, that's going to be a really interesting one. Because Nanaho's Suzuki 277, that was one pretty good turn. then she jumped off her board.
Yes. Judges still considering that score. You're right. When you look at the 277, it definitely had more. Let's have a look at this. Take off. Mid-face, straighten off. You can't. I don't feel like you can go above 2 for that, given the performances that we've seen. Judges, they did go above 2. 2.13.
Oh my gosh, just like that.
Wow.
So that check turn under the lip, just enough in the eyes of the judges. Mia Brown, literally with 2 seconds left, just gets the score she needs.
She didn't have the priority either. She manufactured that opportunity.
She's fired up. You know, so you're thinking back of that wave, right? Get a little bit of credit for the bottom turn. That's a trick, I guess you'd say. And I feel like just that subtle directional shift. I mean, that must have been an interesting conversation for the judging panel.
Yeah, absolutely, because there was nothing really to assess in terms of performance. Like you said, bottom turn, little cut down. The size of the wave was good. It was a good size wave, so that was to her advantage. Well, I feel like she got a little lucky there, but she created that luck herself. Well done.
Well, a lot to celebrate here for Suzuki. And this is just the perfect example of the joy of surfing. To see a surfer smiling through a series of turns like this makes this my favorite wave of the event so far. Thank you, Nanano Suzuki. Congratulations moving through. And we do lose 2 surfers to the repêchage round, but a lot more surfing to come. As you see, this one finishing off in a huge way. We're going to take a quick break. We will be back with more. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games 2025 edition. Stay tuned.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Barton Lynch. We're live at La Bocana. This is our podium 1. There you see that peak rolling through. Interesting conditions today, super rippable, but you're gonna have to find the sections that give you the opportunity to shine. So we are flipping it over to our men's main round, and this heat is huge. Alonso Corea, Kyle Martin, Franco Radziukas, and Douglas Silva. And this is Franco representing Team Argentina. He has been ripping his way through these main rounds. Love to see this, the rise of, I would say, a protege of Leandro Osuna. And I see the similarities in their style and their power. Team Argentina has to be excited from what Franco just did right there.
Yes, Chris, I don't know they've ever not been excited this week. The volume level from Team Argentina has been high, and that was a beautiful wave. He had a great previous round as well.
Here goes Martin representing Sweden. Good section in front of him. Kind of a 2-stager top turn there. There's that vertical snap. Great flow, tons of power. Plenty of speed as he enters this final section. Nicely done. That was just a solid technical ride from beginning to end. You saw it at the very first turn, and almost like a little bit of a loss of speed, but he made up for it quick. That second turn was really, really nice.
Yeah, it made you forget the first
turn. Yeah, it got me
excited.
Yeah.
And he started with the 2, went to a 4, went to a 5-5. So building in the correct way and learning and taking information from those last heat where surfers barely got their 2. And you can see the urgency for everyone out there at this point in time. Feels like Franco Radzunas might get the best of the opening exchange. Judges still considering that, and whenever they take their time considering it, as we see Nanaho, who smiled her way to an 8. You don't see that every day.
I'm going to get her autograph later.
She is amazing.
Are we allowed to do that?
We are allowed to do that.
Okay, cool.
We are fans.
15 minutes left here. Martin in the lead for now. And that score comes through for Franco. 6-8-3. Big start there. Now Alonso Corea. Powerhouse surfer representing Team Peru. And can he scratch around this section? I mean, credit for staying on his feet under duress there. And he throws the fins out. Nice front 3 to finish for Corea. There was no way he was making it around that section. That was
fireworks, Chris.
Yeah, this is a great heat already, and plenty of time left. So a huge backside whip from Douglas Silva. And I don't know if Alonso Correa is going to get extra points for making that section, but in my opinion, that is one of the hardest things you can do in surfing. The wave was literally breaking on his ankles.
Yeah, and the way he stayed there and kept his trim, it made you feel like he'd grown up on left points and knows how to keep the trim to get around something and stay with it.
Never give up.
Replay. Kian Martin representing Sweden. There's that beautiful turn that Chris and I both love. Snaps it back into the pocket. Really lovely surfing, just controlled performance surfing. Delivered exactly how he needed to deliver. Got the 5-5 from the judges. Now here, well, let's watch this. This isn't anything special, but technically, this is incredible. Look, he has no right to kind of stay with that, and he almost continued to build speed in that position. And then to finish it off with the air made it all worthwhile, didn't it, really?
I would say that's a miracle, but you could tell that he knew exactly what he was doing right there. It'd be a miracle if I could have made that section.
Me too,
a
mate.
Normal surfer, but that was really cool.
Douglas Silva gets stuck behind here, but a couple of nice turns before it. Alonso Correa gets a 4.37 for that ride. Well appreciated by the judges for the downtime in the whitewater, etc. But they could also see the skill level and the determination to get to that final section. And when he got there, didn't just do a little tap. He actually turned it into a scoring opportunity and made it worthwhile.
12:52 to go. This is Franco Radzunas representing Argentina in a huge way with that opening snap. Another big turn there for Franco. We've seen him in ISA competitions before, but I think we're seeing the best of this young surfer from Argentina. And this heat right here, you know, you have Sweden, smaller team, but they are charging through the ranks here on the strength of Kian Martin's surfing. Team Brazil, your reigning gold medalist from last year. Looking good. I mean, I think most, if not all of their surfers are still in main round heats. And Alonso Correa, Team Peru always comes correct. I mean, they always field a team of absolute champions. But it's Silva now. He's really been going to his backside. His backside has been the reason he's been making it through these heats. He is so strong. He goes super fast. And these rights are playing right into his strengths.
Absolutely lethal on the backhand. 4.77 comes in for an Argentina, consolidates the lead. They've got the best opening ride, as you can see there, and the best secondary ride. So strong position for Franco Radzunas. Created that through great lineup positioning and beautiful wave selection and surfing. First turn, critical, straight up. This one tapered off towards the end. To date, his wave selection has put him on waves that have actually got bigger as they've gone along and maintained the height. That one tapered off, but again, a 4.77. This is the 6.83. Look at it, a little slope here. You're thinking, oh, this ain't such a good wave. But then it hits that inside reef and just gets bigger. And this is what we would call a grower, essentially. It just kept growing in front of him and providing opportunity.
That was the most spray I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
That last turn was... Yeah, the wave was growing and the spray was growing. Those last two turns, I feel like that's where the meat of that score came through, the 6.83. And here we go, Correa. Quick decision there. Looked left, faded right. You know, his backhand is activated.
Oh.
It's like you can feel these surfers knowing full well that every single turn they do is going to be meaningful.
That was significant, wasn't it? Is that the best wave of the heat so far? Judges will tell us it's got to be in consideration. Those 3 turns were ambitious. See the spray and the way he used his body to give it even more. The second's the same. I feel like it is the best wave of the heat so far. Exactly what Alonso and Peru needed at that point in time. 4.37 going to be the backup score. This is going to be better than that. He throws lots of spray out the back. In this last turn, money too.
And I like that he doesn't have the goofy goggles on because that left was a no-go.
The goofy goggles, that's a beauty.
You can't be stubborn here at La Bocana, right? I mean, you can't go out there with the game plan of, I'm only going to go right or I'm only going to go left. Because this peak is shifting back and forth in the span of these 20-minute heats. So you have to be open to what the universe provides to you in the heat. And it was well exemplified there for Alonso Corea, who basically had that decision to make. And I think surfers, especially at this elite level, have to be among the athletes that have the fastest reflexes, you know, mind and body reflexes, because there's not a lot of sports where you have to make 10 decisions in the span of about half a second.
That's exactly right. Where do I position in relation to the wave to catch it? Which way do I go? What turns and maneuvers do I choose? The judges suggest to us that he chose absolutely perfect.
8-point ride, and his team is stacked. Look at this. Alonso Corea, Daniela Rosas. We just saw her in a post-heat interview with the win. You got Solar coming through. Arena Rodriguez, who's been surfing so well. And, of course, La Maquina. And Solaguerre, that's a gold medal team right there. I mean, you see all those names and you know how hard they're pushing each other, how much pride they come to this event with every single year. With 8.5 left, Alonso Corea, his backhand, warranting an 8-point ride paired with the 4.37. That's a huge heat total. Let's go down to True Starling with the winner of that previous heat.
Nanaho getting an 8 early on in that heat.
Yeah.
That's pretty big numbers for Team Japan.
Yeah, I'm so happy, but I'm still nervous. I'm so happy.
Yeah, it's amazing. Amuro Suzuki lost out yesterday. That would have been a pretty heavy loss for Team Japan.
Yeah. But she's strong, so she have a next competition in Portugal. So yeah, getting good for warm up.
Yeah. Let's take a look at your wave.
Okay.
I mean, it's a solid wave. You had some really great turns on it, Nanaho.
But yeah, it was a really, really lucky wave. I think only this wave in this heat.
Yeah. Well, you can see on the scores you're back up at 2.77.
Yeah.
So looked like it got a little bit slow out there and maybe came more down to heat tactics
I think
as opposed to surfing.
Yeah. So I was looking for the next one, but it's so hard.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was lucky to get 8 points on the first wave.
Yeah, well, you absolutely tore it to pieces. I mean, really strong surfing.
Thank you.
You know, yesterday we were talking about your backhand, how you're really in form. You've got a solid backhand. Love the kickoff. That's a 10 points in itself.
Yeah, I'm so happy.
It was an 8-point ride, a 10-point smile on that one.
Yes, exactly. 8 points and a 10-point smile. I mean, you're always smiling here, Nanaho, as well. Is there anything you'd like to say to friends and family at home that are supporting you?
はい、いつも応援ありがとうございます。やっとエクセレントなライディングが出せて内心ホッとしているんですけど、まだちょっとバックアップが出せてなかったり、まだこう改善していくところはたくさんあるんで、チーム一丸になって頑張りますし、もっと本気出して、ガンガン勝っていきたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます、Nanaho. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you, True. That was great. What a moment there. And I'm going to go ahead and say at 8:40 a.m. here in the round 5, Nanaho is going to make the podium. So just take note that I said that. I sound smart.
You are smart. You've seen enough of this to know, and all the indications would suggest that you're right. Flying the flag for Brazil. Their Olympian, Amuro Suzuki, down and out of this event. So a bit of responsibility on Nanaho's shoulders, and that was the perfect way to respond.
I wonder if she keeps saying she's nervous just to say it, because she does not look nervous at all
No.
in her interviews or in the water. But of course, with the spotlight on you, with I'm sure a lot of, not pressure, manufactured pressure from the team, it's coming from inside you.
Yes, exactly.
So I don't blame her for being nervous. I mean, this is a huge event. A lot of success in the past, and I'm sure more to come for Suzuki. But in the water right now, Corea hangs on to the top spot. Franco representing Argentina, sitting with that 6.83, trying to get rid of a 4.77 at least. Martin started strong with a 5.5, with a 4. He got a quick start, but right now he's sitting in 4th priority, so in a touch of trouble. And Silva really only kind of getting those one-turn waves on the right.
Exactly, and in completing them. And Kia Martin, we saw during the interview, he got a wave, but just mistimed everything. And in the end, he surrendered on himself on it because he just felt terrible about the lines he'd chosen, which is so unlike him. He's just a beautiful surfer. The 5.5 and the 4 was a great start, but hasn't been able to build upon that. Here he goes. He's got a chance now from 4th priority.
Oh, wow. He might have identified a little gem here. Goes for the front 3s to the flats.
Perfect try. That's exactly what to do from 4th priority. You're going to stay there. It doesn't matter. But you could have turned a 2 or a nice backhand re-entry.
All right, Silva.
Ooh.
It's more like it. That's what we've been used to seeing from this strong Brazilian surfer. Yep.
He knows.
Yeah. I mean, both arms up. Deserved to claim that one. That was a massive performance on that wave. And it almost looked like he was going to continue his previous trend of just a one-turn wave, but he just cranked it around that second section and set him up for greatness down the line.
Here's the replay. Pumping at the start, and it looks like a closeout, and you think, oh no. But that beautiful floater gave him the speed to actually positioned him perfectly behind the whitewater for that bottom. Look at that bottom turn too. There's points in the bottom turn as well as the top turns. Completes it on the inside. My question is an 8 for Alonso Correa. 3-turn backhand wave. Also strong, also authoritative and powerful. But something inside me tells me that might be a little bit better than the 8 of Alonso's.
The wave was a little bit bigger. I think his maneuvers were pretty different. So we're looking for a combination of major maneuvers. They're all pretty different looking. And of course, he was going super fast.
Good point.
Displaying plenty of power and a lot of flow. He got around all those sections. There was no, meaningless chatter through his body between turns.
There it is.
Yeah. Easy call right there. Best wave of this heat. 8.47 for Douglas Silva. He goes from the basement to the penthouse, 4th to 1st. Now he's got to concentrate on deleting that 3.93, although he's got to give himself a second to celebrate the wave he just surfed. That one came to him like a dream. So he's out the back in 4th priority, and Corea just dropped to 2nd place. Good news for Alonso is he's in that top priority position, so you can see him trying to eliminate the challenge currently being proposed by Franco Rosas of Argentina, who needs a 5.5. Here we go again.
Just trying to improve on the 3.93. Won't do it there.
Oh, he's
Didn't
having
need
fun,
that.
though, isn't he?
Here goes Alonso using his priority and opening the door.
So we'll see if he can go from defense to offense. Nice power snap to start. Has to fit in a 3rd maneuver quickly, but did it nice. I mean, that is not an easy thing to do, to fit 3 turns into the span where most human surfers would maybe have done 1. Was it better than a 4.37?
I think so. I think it was. And the wave itself maybe wasn't, but the way he surfed it, stayed in the pocket, and the way the 2nd and 3rd kind of came together so quickly, it's pretty spectacular. He had to go that wave because he couldn't let Franco Rosas have that wave, who was in the 3rd place. Franco's now in 1st priority. 4th place, needing a 6.88. Kia Martin, 2nd priority. So the surfers in the non-advancing positions with 1 minute to go have got the advantage and control of the lineup. What will they do with it? What will Mother Nature give them to perform on?
There's still a chance.
There's still a chance. Great heat from all 4 surfers. But the surfers that came out early, Franco and Kian, with those sort of lower scores but established early leads, have not been able to improve for, 12 minutes or more? and 40 seconds on the clock. Will they get another opportunity? Alonso's been consistent throughout, always there in the action.
All eyes on green right now, representing Team Argentina. Franco Radzunas could have a little gem to work with here. He's fighting to get into it. He's got to bypass this first section, deep bottom turn, straight up into the lip, blows the tail. And just that little slip of the tail that you actually want to see because it just makes the turn a little bit more radical, kind of worked against him right there. Didn't allow him to get around that section. So Alonso Correa's wave was an example of a surfer over-delivering and making it look good. In the case there for Franco, I feel like he gave everything he had to get into that wave, and he was kind of started off from behind, so it worked against him down the line.
Yeah, that's 100% how it looked. Struggled with it, didn't he?
How entertaining was that?
That was. Alonso improves, goes to a 5.3, up into the lead. But look, here's a last-minute ride for Brazil. Drives off the bottom, snaps it back into the pocket, trying to stay nice and tight. Flaring top turn, nothing too spectacular, just beautiful surfing. That was more like it. Here's another turn on the inside. Well, we know who's getting through this heat. The Goofies, Alonso and Douglas Silva for Brazil.
Well, to stand out on a star-studded team like Brazil is a huge accomplishment in itself. But at the moment, I think Douglas Silva might be the #1 seed, at least score-wise, from Team Brazil. That was incredible, and he just jumped right back into that top spot. And that drops Alonso Correa to second, and we lose Franco and Kyan Martin to the repêchage rounds. But give it up to both Kyan and Franco. Great surfed heat, but Alonso Correa and Douglas Silva just were in the right spots at the right time, and they maximized every wave to the utmost potential. We're gonna take a quick break, but we will be back with more. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned. It's the United Nations of Surf. Why would you go anywhere?
Welcome to the ISA World Surfing Games opening ceremony.
Welcome everybody to Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games. It's my happiness to welcome all the 61 teams, 297 athletes, 450 participants. I wish all of you guys the best in the competition. A few of you are going home with medals, most not. But all of you are champions because you are here representing your country for the love of surfing, for the love of this competition. You're representing your countries. Take that with you for the rest of your life. It's the highest honor in these World Surfing Games because we together are the United Nations of Surfing. Lovely moment in my life. Open officially the Surf City El Salvador ISA 2025 World Surfing Games! Yeah!
Just a quick look at our wonderful opening ceremony there. 61 flags flying and the sands of the world, a unique element to ISA events. 61 beaches providing sand, representing each country. Here we go. Another big heat in the lineup. Jorgen Cousinet, Tim Elter, Bruce Burgos, and Morgan Siblick. France, Germany, Ecuador, and Australia represented in this heat.
And Jorgen Cousinet, one of my favourite surfers of the entire event. He's blown my mind with the power that he has.
Well, Morgan Siblick started this one off. This was a 617 straight from the jump.
Two massive turns on the backhand. Critical, tight to the section. Just the sort of surfing the judges love. Tim Elter, big, tall man. Oh. Jorgen here on the replay. Nice controlled snap on the first turn. Comes into this big section. Grabs a rail. Very uncharacteristic. And I think we're starting to see the pressure as we move through these rounds. Gets to everyone at some point. So red and blue, Jorgen and Tim, a little uneasy on their opening rides. But Morgan Siblick, anything but.
We saw Tim Elter achieve his Olympic dream, got handed that golden ticket, or I should say, earned a golden ticket in a huge way. Our ISA president, Fernando Aguirre. So cool in our Olympic qualification years to see Fernando walking around with that little briefcase.
Yeah.
You know, something special is about to happen. And it was an incredible moment seeing Tim Elter achieve his dream of becoming an Olympic surfer. And he went over there and charged at the end of the road in Tahiti. Here's a look at Team France.
Young team,
Pierre,
huh?
Eileen Vast, Jorgen Cousinet, Clemence Scorch, and Kali Vast, as well as Chiara Gold, the phenom from Tahiti, representing Team France.
Young team, a lot of experience being gathered for the future here, led by the Olympic gold medalist. He's been in great form, and Jorgen Cousinet, the power. I walked by him on the boardwalk, and I was just like, my jaw dropped, and I was just going, wow, who's who? I didn't know who it was. I couldn't put the face. I'm going, who is this guy? He's massive. And then you see him do the turns, and you go, okay, I get it.
Siblick now, deep bottom turn.
Oh.
High speed snap there. He is flying down the line here.
Oh.
I was just about to say, it's really nice to see a surfer so connected with their board. That's how it started, but definitely not how it ended for Morgan Siblick. And now that's more like the Jorgen Cousinet we've been watching all event long. And you said it. I mean, the guy's a unit.
He's a unit.
Went over there, you know, gave him that kind of high five, bro, hug thing, and clapped his back. And I mean, it felt like a brick
Couldn't
wall.
even get around her.
He's like a linebacker.
Totally.
14:56 to go. We're going to see some scores coming through from our judges. But right now, let's watch Bruce Burgos for Team Ecuador. Good snap to start. Nice and patient. Going around that whitewater section. Gets a second turn, but that's all for Burgos. Now Tim Elter on his backhand. Quick 1-2 there. Started off with a 1.17, just a big fall on a right-hander, so that'll help give him the motivation to carry on through the rest of this heat. 14 minutes, 20 seconds left. Now we're waiting for 4 scores to come through. The judge is working overtime now.
Yes. Look at the swell lines coming through too. We'll look at Morgan Siblick on the replay. He was looking so sharp,
I can't
so
believe
fast.
how fast he's going right here.
And he is on. You're thinking to yourself, he is on fire. The back foot slips and he falls off, but the work and the signs early for Australia are super good. Look at this guy. He's a powerhouse. Smaller wave, but again, lots of good surfing. The wave size is going to restrict the score a little bit. And here we go for Bruce. Nice first turn. This second turn gets a little mistimed. Gets stuck at the top. He wanted to get the third. That little slip of the rail at the top meant he didn't connect with that third. Big Tim Elter, he didn't feel good about that first turn because he kind of got a little off balance and didn't project out of the lip the way he wanted. Made up for it in the second turn. Look at the power.
That was huge.
For Team France.
I mean, Jorgen has been just right there in the conversation so many times as a guy who's going to crack onto the championship tour, get himself on the Olympic team. He's just gone through a couple just badly timed injuries, but it just, even though right now he's been saying in his post-heat interviews that he's dealing with a bit of a back issue, it doesn't look like it.
No,
I mean, it looks like he is on the top of his game right now. It is so fun to watch.
See here, he extended too early and ended up straight-legged too early, and he's projecting up the face, and he had to hold his body back from driving into the lip. Still, the second turn was beautiful.
That wingspan. He's got like an 8-foot wingspan.
Condor.
An albatross, yeah.
Yeah, an albatross. 613 came in for the second wave with the fall. That's interesting. The judges seriously appreciating the first 2 turns already and going, what you did before you fell was so fast, so powerful, so aggressive and clean and stylish that we have to give you points even though you fell. Ordinarily, you feel like that fall would have sent it back to a 4.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, you think of the speed power flow equation. That was one of the fastest we've seen a surfer go today.
It would seem that
so
way.
it's kind of like, all right, get a lot of credit for that. power through those first 2 turns, and of course the flow abruptly ended with that fall. But you will get full credit for the surfing you do, even if you do fall at the end. As you see Burgos now, just jams it a little too hard. And he goes head over heels.
I feel like we're seeing some nerves, Chris.
So Tim Elter now. I like these guys staying busy. Wave closing out in front of Elter, so that wave came through under priority. Jorgen Kuzne is out the back, the apex predator with that top priority position. Siblick now having a deep paddle. Ooh, and that's going to give it over to Tim Elter. Catches this one on his way back out. No harm in just doing a little tester, you know? Looking down the line. We've seen these waves that don't look amazing, right? When they stand up, grow down the line, so.
But he might have had second priority if he didn't catch that. So really he hasn't made Morgan Siblick pay for his mistake. He's actually let him off the hook on that mistake. So interesting. The thing that I also find interesting is the 5.9 for Jorgen Kusno on a completed wave but smaller wave compared to the 6.13 for Morgan Siblick, who fell. So while I feel that is an indication of wave selection more than performance almost. And the wave that Morgan got the 6.13 on was a little better, a little cleaner, but it kind of grabbed our attention with the speed that he was doing everything with. Jorgen's wave was a little bit slower while the performance was complete and it was powerful. And the last layback snap was really cool. Still, the score was inhibited and kept low by the quality of the wave.
Yeah, and you said it, the big difference there was speed. Jorgen, I think you give him the edge for the power.
Yes.
And I'd say his first turn and his last turn, kind of, you compared those 2 turns to what Morgan did, and that's a kind of a good idea of maybe what the judges were thinking there, because the turns in the middle were cool looking, but the big, powerful turns in the most critical parts of the waves, I feel like, on any day, that's going to be what gives you these big numbers. Look at this team from Australia. Come on.
Sally Fitz at 34 years old, still growing, still improving. Morgan in the water now, Mila Brown and Dane Henry, 2 of the best young surfers in the world, as is Ellie Harrison. Very strong team.
And I feel like we haven't seen the best yet from Mila Brown or Dane Henry. They are so explosive, so good in the air, super dynamic. So that's a good sign, right?
That's a really
improving
good sign.
All the way towards. We know that Team Australia is at least going to have a surfer or 2 in the finals, right? I mean,
you would definitely think that. There's they could have 3 surfers in each final, given the quality of their team. There's a setup there. Beautiful scenes on the point on the other side of the river to which we are. A lot of the surfing has been down that side. So pretty clever to go set yourself up down there in front of where the waves actually are and get a perfect front on view. And as you said, Morgan and Jorgen now in first and second place. If you compared 2 turns to 2 turns, we see what the judges were thinking.
Here you go, Elter. Snap there. See if that was a completed ride. I want to give a lot of credit to the pit crew and the Irukandji team, bringing 2 pop-up tents with them all the way to El Salvador. That is not light luggage.
No, here we go.
Jorgen Kuzene now, loving that snap to carve, and that right there is how you regain the lead. He's trying to get rid of a 2.67, and that's an easy call right there. He smashed that wave. So we're waiting for another score to come through. We're waiting for scores to come through from all 4 surfers. The judges with a lot to chew on right now. That last wave from Jorgen, you almost feel the beach shake. Back-to-back, brutally powerful turns, done with style. Now we see Elter, who's been super busy. I think this is his 6th wave ridden.
A little bit smaller wave. He felt it too. He kind of knew that, there's some 6s on the board already. I'm not going to match my opponents on this one. Let's get out of here.
I think he's relying a little bit on luck, rolling the dice on some of these kind of insiders halfway out. So with 7:10 to go, we've got True Starling in the ISA post-heat interview lounge. True?
Yeah, thank you so much. Douglas, congratulations on your heat win. It was a real back and forth battle. between yourself and Alonso, but getting the win in the end.
Você e o Alonso fizeram a bateria e passaram. E como que é surfar contra ele? Diga aí, que é o peruano, né? Ficaram hits a hits ali, a onda a onda, e fizeram as duas maiores médias da bateria, o peruano e você.
Yeah, it's like this. It's not a good moment in my life. Is now I'm relaxed for the moment here, and Isa is next hit. Yeah, I'm so happy to here in El Salvador. Yeah, thank you, my team. Is have a very experience here and in a long time. Yeah, it's like this. I'm happy. Thank you, my family. Thank you, my team Brazil, my sponsor. Let's go. This is one.
Let's go. Team Brazil is huge. I mean, there's a lot of heavy hitters as well. You're all really strong. Now it's just time to support everyone else in the team.
Você tem todo o suporte do time. Quem mais está te dando esse suporte?
Yeah, it's my team is very strong. Have one nice condition. Yeah, it's like this. Let's go, Brazil. Go, go.
Is there anything you'd like to say to anyone at home that is watching you?
Se tem alguma coisa que você quer falar para alguém que esteja te assistindo?
Queria primeiramente agradecer a todo mundo aí que está no Brasil, né, que está me acompanhando, todo mundo pela transmissão. Queria agradecer também a um cara especial, né, o Alan Donato, né, que a gente tem feito um trabalho muito lindo, e toda a família dele. E agradecer também, né, a minha, se Deus quiser, futura esposa, Emily Sampaio. Tô muito feliz, né, de estar vivendo esse momento, e ela tá fazendo parte, sempre tá lá na torcida, né, e é isso aí, vamos nessa com tudo para cima, mais uma, né, e se Deus quiser, a meta é chegar na final, foi mais uma fase concluída, um passo de cada vez e vamos com tudo para cima, é isso aí, valeu.
All right, Team Brazil, big things to come. We'll send it back to you guys.
Absolutely, parabéns, Douglas Silva. You know, I hadn't heard much of him, I haven't seen much of him in competition, but the first thing that tells me if you do get named to the Brazilian ISA team, you're a really good surfer. And now after watching him in a couple post-heat interviews, watching him surf, put me on the list. I'm a fan of Douglas Silva. Class act all day long right there. And I love what he said. I mean, clear as day. Let's go.
And Brazil continues to deliver incredible goofy footers. Like when you look at the history and the goofy foots that come out of that area, and I'm thinking Wiggly Dantes, and you know, I watch Douglas Silva and I can see the influences and I can see the history and what he has drawn on to create the performance that he has. And he's a surfer to watch out for here for sure. And another one, Jorgen Cusino, the power appreciated on that one for the 783. Highest score of the heat so far.
I don't want to get too controversial here, but I think Brazil might have the all-time best goofy foot team if you're putting together like a historic surf team. Gabriel Medina, Italo Ferreira, Iago Dora, Wiggly, Douglas. I mean, the list goes on and on. Don't flog me. I'm just having a little fun here talking about lists.
No, but I
love
agree.
lists.
If you look at my generation, that would be the generation I imagine that would challenge it.
Tom Carroll, Aki.
Tom Carroll, Aki, Damien Hardman, Derek Ho. You know, there was some incredible. We had an incredible goofy foot generation and time in history, and Brazil's definitely followed us up with incredible world champions across the board. Felipe Toledo, most probably one of the only natural footers, really.
Well, we got
and Adriano too.
We got another goofy-footed champion on the WSL Championship Tour, Iago Dora. Let's keep those goofy footers winning world titles. Why not?
And that was a deserving performance. Here we go. Tim Elter, 6 rides before getting a really good score.
Yeah, the busiest surfer, but so far, Yeah, this wave's gonna be the commentator curse. I'm so sorry, Tim.
Yes.
Just as he's winding up into a third bottom turn, things were looking great for Germany's Tim Elter, but he goes down. So we'll see if that's better. I think it's going to be better than that 3. We'll see. It'll probably hover around that 4-8 range, but watch out, Jorgen Kuzenet on his backhand. Quick float to set things up, but it goes awry, flying off his board.
And this felt like a nervous heat, doesn't it? There's been a lot of, for Bruce Burgos, we expected more from him. He's been out of sorts a little bit. Morgan had a start. What's he going to do here?
Well, he's going to go fast. He lays into that end section, but he goes down. Well, I think all of these surfers know, right? So we're deep into this competition.
Yes.
Round 5, Heat 2, main event. Things are only going to elevate from here on out. At the end of the week, we're going to see world champions crowned here. ISA gold medals, one of the most illustrious prizes in the entire sport of surfing. This is going to happen in just a few days. So I feel like these surfers are in a tunnel, right? And they're looking, they see that light, they see a gold, shiny object at the end. And they know, okay, individual gold is huge, but with that individual gold, that means you've amassed a ton of points for overall team gold. So even for these surfers in the main rounds, they know the ramifications with every single heat. This is the high score from Jorgen Kuzenet. Well earned with powerful surfing, done with tons of style.
Look at this section, standing up tall in front of him. Goes to the textbook layback snap with all of that power. And gets the win deservingly. First and second place, Morgan Sibley. Pretty clear that heat. Some nerves for Germany and Ecuador. 10 seconds left. What can Bruce do? Needs an 8-1-3.
Well, he needs to do something. He needs to do the best surfing of the entire morning so far. Wave lets him down a little bit. He falls at the end. So that means we're going to see Tim Elter and Bruce Burgos again. They are now relegated to the repêchage round. So third and fourth place surfers, they're seated a little bit differently. It is meaningful to get third place in these main round heats. That means your seed is just a little bit higher than the fourth place surfer. But again, there's no easy path through those repêchage rounds. I believe yesterday, the surfers in the main rounds, if they continued their winning ways, they would have to surf maybe 3 more heats to get to the main finals. Flip side of that, in the repêchage round, you're looking at maybe 6, 7 more heats. So the long way home, as Supertramp once so eloquently said. As we see Jorgen coming through. Great heat for Jorgen Kuzenet and for Morgan Siblick. Well, with that, 2 more surfers stay in the main round. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. We're going to bring Paul and Rachel in on the call, and feels like we're watching video parts with every single heat. Surfing is at an elite level. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The action continues live at La Bocana. Having a look at a brand new heat hitting the water. Heat 3 of men's round 5. Conditions getting better and better. And loads of talent hitting the water for this one. Having a look at Gauli Vast, Olympic champ out of France, Teva Bushka of Morocco, Dane Henry of Australia, Luca Messinas from Peru. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Rachel Tilley, and this should be a bit of a banger.
As we get kicked off, I mean, wow, the names stacked into this heat are incredible. Round 5 we're in, so from this point on, we can expect to see all of the top names continuing to just weed themselves down into the pointy end of the event.
Dane Henry having a look. You can see the intent from him. Wanted to get going early, lurking on the inside, probing around. Looking to kick something off. He's sitting wider there. He's been loving these rights. Little run along the left-hand part of your picture, which will be the east end of the spot here as we look straight south, which sort of gets me every time. I have to pause and just think about it. You've got that on lock now, haven't you? East, west, you're good with that?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm still, just help me out a little bit. Okay?
Yeah, okay, we'll work on it.
Yeah. So 20 minutes, 2 waves. Little number in for Bushka of Morocco. It's just a 217. Here you go. Paddle again. The wave will double up underneath him, which won't help him get in, and he'll maybe have a look left. Realise that's not the wave, but again, you can see just the idea of not waiting around for sets, getting going. You see Dane Henry paddling and in action. First turn is nimble and sprightly. Once again, just adjust that foot. Gets it further back, middle point of the board, and then onto the inside. Gets another layback slash out of the top. And the start that he's been looking for is now forthcoming. Picking up the end of Luca Messinas. The Peruvians, they've been brilliant throughout the rounds thus far. You'll want to keep that going.
Wow, that wave from Dane. I mean, I think the wave itself hindering its scoring potential, but I loved his surfing. I mean, his rail game gives me remnants of, Ethan Ewing. I think one of the best surfers on tour for rail game at the moment, obviously fellow Aussie, but look at this opening turn. Just so beautiful and clean. Releases the fins there as well and just rides out so smoothly. So everything is super precise. And it's here through this section. I mean, continues on with speed. That's where you can see his front foot land a little bit. It came disconnected a bit. He takes this opportunity to reset it. So in that little need to readjust, loses his speed a bit. Judges will be picky about that. But everything else, I mean, when it really came down to it, these turns and this surfing, his rail game, just so phenomenal. Gears up for this last maneuver, extends it, brings it all the way around. So every single turn looking different from the previous one before. I love that variety. I think the judges will too. But scores now to drop in for every surfer. So now we're starting to see accounts get opened up. This is our opening ride for Luca. And then a nice 1, 2, 3, bang. And our first look at Cowley's opening ride as well on his backhand. I was going to say just a quick 1-2 punch, but this wave continues to provide more. Nice size to it as well. Made the most out of that one. Another look angle at it. Serving it really clean. I don't think we saw any major fireworks out of that opening ride, but something really great to just get his account started. So every surfer now having a somewhat of a score on the board. Obviously, Teva only having that 217, really, that's something that he'd count as not even counting, so he's the one who's looking to open up his account at this point.
Really interesting to see how these opening exchanges go. And obviously the master plans, if it's turning out exactly as they wanted, whether maybe they're going to have to think on the fly, maybe come up with a new formula out on the water according to situations. They will have multiple plans according to situations that they're in.
That's my favorite thing as a spectator of a heat, to watch. Actually, I mean, of course, I love watching the surfing, but I'm such a nerd for heat tactics and strategy and the way surfers play out use of priority and tactics based on time remaining. I think it's really fun. But let's take a look at this one. We watched this one in slow-mo before. Let's take a look at it in regular speed. It's just that wobble that he had there. Did well to recover himself in time to get one more opportunity on this one, but really sprightly. I loved the look of his rail game. Here, this one, a nice account, smaller wave, so all of these factors are the things that judges consider when creating a score. This one you can see slightly bigger, also on his backhand. And nice first 2 opening rides, and then gets a couple more bonus opportunities here. But after this wave...
Which did you like the most of these? What's your favorite?
I think for me it's between Dane and Cowley. I think probably Dane overall. If it didn't have that little that little wobble, yeah, I liked that one the most. But I think Cowley's, will come in really similar as well. What did you think?
I like Cowley's.
Yeah.
The wave was pretty. It was smooth, nice and blue. Good flow. Just made me want to go surfing.
Yeah, yeah.
Water draining out off the cobbles here at La Bocana. High was around about dawn this morning. So we'll go out to a low tide just before lunchtime, a couple hours away from that. But this stage, mid-tide, is when it really changes from heat to heat. Every 20 minutes, see more boulders appear. Here we go. So 11:20 a.m., a minus tide. So that's a big swing.
It is. It is. And it's happening so rapidly. I mean, we're only at 9:15 local time at the moment, and this morning's heats were largely affected by that high tide. We're seeing complete strategy shifts from surfers now as that tide's rapidly pulling out.
Yes, Teva Bushka. Pretty adept at surfing waves with big tidal swings all the time he spent in France. And doing good work here on the backhand. Gives it a good clip. Nice pace to his surfing. Just juicing a smaller wave. And it feels real good to make those sections, to tee off on them. And ultimately to get the kick out done all the way on the inside after a long wave. Here's a stretched out solid wall with a bit of double up energy for Cowley. Great first turn. Second bottom turn is brilliant. And that hit was pretty sick. So just total contrast to what we saw from Diaz, just the 2 turns. So fewer of them, but much more significant. Is Dane using that similar laying back slash maneuver, and does that one to a roundhouse wrap. So being busy, covering everything, just tagging sections. Got a 6 for his opening ride. A couple of angrier slashes. Just willed his way through to that inside on his first wave. Second one, more of the energy was out the back. Didn't have the downtime between it. See where it puts him. He's already going to be on his way to good numbers here.
Yeah, out of that second exchange from those surfers, for me, that went Cowley by far favorite, then Teva, then Danes. I think combination of the way they surfed it, read it, and what the wave offered. But Cowley, I think, is going to skyrocket that to the highest single wave score of the heat. It was phenomenally surfed and really great wave selection from him as well.
Time to go and check in with Team France. Jorgen Cousinet, winner of the last heat, is with Truce Starling.
Yeah, thank you so much, Paul. Another incredible win there for you. It felt like, it's starting to clean up a little bit out in the surf, but it seemed like a tricky heat.
Yeah, definitely. I did a mistake at the beginning of the heat. I could have got probably a 6.5 on the first one I got. I wanted to push too hard, like always. But then I was able to regroup and be able to catch a a few good ones. I started with a 5.9, and then I was like, okay, well, if I want to make the heat, I have to get another 6 at least. And yeah, luckily there was a good one coming. Jeremy and the other coach told me to go on the left, and then I saw the wave going on the right, so I was a bit confused. But I just, luckily I have long arms, so I was able to catch the wave.
Yeah, I'm envious of that. I mean, you know, the coaches on the beach, the last few interviews you've had, you've said you've kind of looked in and they've been pointing you around. Is there some secret code languages that's going on between you and, you know, the coaches on the beach that are helping you out?
Even if there was one, I wouldn't tell.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, let's take a look at this wave as well that was in your heat. I mean, beautiful surfing. That board is looking really smooth underfoot.
And right here, I was going for a layback. If you know me, I love layback, so I just went for it. And actually, it went much better than what I expected. So I just had to claim it to make sure I make the heat. You know, when you have already a okay score and you get another one, you're pretty much around 14 points, 13 points. So I was like, okay, well, there's a good chance I make it.
I mean, Team France, you guys have an incredible crew around you. Cowley's out there now as well. How do you prepare? I mean, everyone's got a different dynamic, a different kind of way that they like to prepare for heats. You're cruising throughout the rest of the day, so preparation coming into your heats tomorrow, what does that look like for you?
I think the best preparation, like the best warm-up, is staying in the pool. Staying in the pool for the longest you can, and then you go on the beach and listen to music and try to see where the waves are breaking the best, and yeah, trying to make the best of it. And yeah, I don't know, like some French music, some Haitian song. It's pretty good.
Good vibes.
Yeah, always. Can I say some words in French?
Yeah, of course. Go for it.
Bon, bah, merci à tous pour tout le soutien, ça fait plaisir. Là, je vois que Kaoli a eu un gros score, donc ça fait plaisir aussi. Et j'espère que Teva aussi va passer, parce qu'on passe quasiment toute l'année à faire les compètes en Europe, un peu partout. Et puis voilà, merci pour le soutien sur les réseaux sociaux, les frérots, la famille, tout le monde. Voilà, je vous embrasse.
We'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks. Stoke Jordan Kuzanate. Obviously thanking everyone for the support, but he's wishing well to Teva out in this heat. He says they basically spent the whole year together doing comps, so really tight with Teva, who's out there representing Morocco in the water. The little job of work on his hands. A little bit to do at the moment. And somehow there's only 5.5 minutes left to go, and there's huge numbers really for Kaoli Vast. Well, one of them in particular, the 7.5, and it had to be, didn't it? It was the best wave that we've seen by far, and the best surfing on it. Nailed those 2 backhand hits, going close to excellent. He'll have more where that came from. He's also got first prio as well. So Messinas, Bushka, a little bit to do. Here's a smaller inside wave. It's a really soft one and a speculative look from Messinas. Doesn't offer much in terms of points. Out on the peak as we'll fly above and just see how velveteen and smooth that sea surface is. Real light winds combined with the pulsing swell. Makes it look very surfable indeed. Way off in the distance there, you can see Sun Zhao, our second podium. It's that white water in the background. You just about make that out. Gives you a good idea of the lay of the land here. And it is Dane Henry who's got the high priority over Teva Bushka, and it is him that clicks a big rotation above the lip. Meanwhile, with first priority, so they all had a bit of distance between each other, which is good to see.
He went third, second, first.
Teva was asking a question. He didn't seem to know that he was actually in third priority and Dane was in second, so he didn't appear to because he was asking a question. Meanwhile, Cowley with first priority on the end of the wave. So it just gives you an idea. This is a peak, but there is still some room for movement there. Let's have a look at this air from Dane Henry.
Wow. I mean, all of that in front of Teva as well. Lands it nice and clean, and then Cowley's already surfing his wave there. I mean...
The other interesting thing there, that section that Dane used as a ramp, that was from Cowley paddling into the wave. He crumbled it as he paddled in. It provided a perfect pillow. He had to give way. He had to get out of the way, but the best way of doing that, Cowley's already gone down the line.
Yeah.
So throw it in the big air. beautiful to watch.
I mean, so that'll still be obviously a scoring ride, even though Cowley took the rest of that wave from Dane and preventing him from surfing the rest of it. It'll still be a scoring ride for Cowley for Dane as well. So Dane getting work done, and then Cowley finishing the job out. A little 1-2-3 punch from our surfers in third, second, and first priority. It's not often we see that.
We could come up with a new format for the sport here. Synchronized surfing.
I like that.
We
I
want
like
to get
that.
3 people
Kind
or
of
more on a wave.
like a relay when you're passing the baton, you know? Yeah, I'm interested to see where the judges go with that. Obviously, Tiva just getting a 0.7 as his was just an up and down. Yeah, that was a really fun exchange. I really liked that. Very exciting. See where judges go with that for Dane's single maneuver that he took to the air.
Team Peru, they're going to get something going here. Good spark to this. Nice. Very good. Nice rhythm. Just a bit of velocity as well. There goes Bushka. Slopey, this stuff. Not really what you're after when you're looking for a 7 or better. And there's not a lot going on the inside. He'll keep clicking, though. That was better. And again, multiple maneuvers. Going to put himself a long, long way down. He's still going here. So just milking this for all he can, and he'll wonder, am I paddling back out at 90 on the clock, or is that me done? Meanwhile, Dane Henry, currently in second place. Good section.
Oh!
Does a drifty kind of air. And it just will get close to making. Suddenly, back at it again. Wow. He's broken the time-space continuum somehow. He really is on another level.
He is. Well, a 7 coming in for that single maneuver air. Wow.
Impressive.
Very impressive. That has him locking in second, putting in that pressure for the surfers in third and fourth.
Yeah, getting a 7 basically kind of kicking out because you don't have priority, essentially. Pretty good.
That's pretty good. Still waiting for that last of Cowley as well, looking to see if it will replace his 5.5 and upping his scoreline.
20 seconds on the clock here, an entertaining heat. Numbers are good for surfers in first and second. Vast and Henry, slight improvement for Cowley. Team France 6-1, and he will get the win here. And that man's busy media duties. He's definitely the most interviewed person in town, possible exception of Brian Perez, the Pink Panther from El Salvador. Those two have been given a lot of information to a lot of people who've got a lot of questions for them. Understandably, he's the reigning Olympic champ. And he's got another heat win here for Team France. And him and Henry really were streets ahead in that one. A good rally from Bushka towards the end. We're still waiting for the number for that, but be surprised. Comes in as a 6.33 for Tiva, so a little under. But this guy right here will get another win. I love that setup. And just absolutely belting this for a big number. Keep rolling with the action here. We'll be right back.
sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
The fun and games continue at La Bocana, specifically the World Surfing Games. As we'll keep it rolling here, women's repechage out in the water, round 4 of that. Beautiful scenes. As we see swell lines fringed with brilliant white water and dark black cobbles starting to warm up. Having a look at Victoria Munoz, Argentina, Genesis Borja of Ecuador, Clemence Schoch of France, Natasha Van Grunen of South Africa, Paul Evans, joined by Rachel Tilley. And it's all about staying alive right now for these women. An elimination heat, only first and second can remain.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's these women that will advance today in this heat, have the opportunity to maybe be surfing 3 times today as they continue to advance. So as soon as we're going women's repechage round 4, then going straight into women's repechage round 5, and then round 6. So it's going to be a lot of surfing for the women that are advancing out of the end of today.
Yeah, it's going to take a bit of endurance, a lot of strength, mostly good surfing. Let's see how this goes in 20 minutes out in a lineup which has provided great opportunities. The last couple of heats, we've seen some quality sections. It's got some nice double-up energy and shape to it, so there are lips to be belted. Timing has to be right, though. You can connect with a couple of set waves in your 20-minute allocation. You're not going to be getting multiple reps. It's not like you're going to be getting 5, 6, 7 set waves. Just a few of them. Mistakes need to be eliminated. Repechage provides a longer pathway to medals, but still available. Just got to go the long way around a little bit. Seen it done.
Yeah, dealing with not just surfing a bunch of heats, but surfing a bunch of heats in this type of heat as in temperature is really difficult, you know. I mean, trying to find those ways to stay hydrated. We heard from Jorgen before. He said best preparation is in the pool. I mean, Team France has their house right above the area here, so they can actually watch all the action from their pool, which is fun for them. So I'm sure Clemence got ready using a similar format for her heat today, and we'll probably see her running in and out of that pool if she continues to advance, but still waiting to see that account.
What's the worst heat preparation you've ever done?
You know, I don't know. I don't think I regret it, but, you know, I love junk food, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd probably say something around that. Donuts, you know. So, you know, worst on other people's probably perceptions. Probably not worst on mine.
Yeah.
Accidentally bringing the wrong board and finding out right before the heat. Went to pull it out of the board bag and go, oh, this isn't the board I meant to bring from home.
Oh, the Maury boogie.
Yeah,
Oops.
yeah. You just had to roll with it. So, yeah, all of those things, you know.
Yeah. Do you want to know what the worst heat preparation of all time is?
Yeah.
My opinion, anyway.
Missing it. What?
Pierre Tosti of South Africa.
Oh, gosh.
Got struck by lightning.
No.
Struck by lightning on the...
What?
Putting his leash on.
You're kidding.
Still paddled out for a seat.
What? Sorry to blow your guys' ears out listening at home, but that doesn't even make sense to me. How do you get struck by lightning getting ready for your heat?
He must have really needed the points. Well, he was just standing on the beach and there was a storm and some of the lightning hit him in the head and zapped him.
In the head?
I mean, I'm assuming.
How did he continue? Just hit him right in the head. Came out through his feet. How did he continue to serve?
Heat preparation ever. I got no idea. I think he
That's my biggest fear, is to get struck by lightning. My biggest fear, my whole life.
Is it?
Yeah. I guarantee that would be the worst heat preparation for me. No way I'm still paddling out for my heat if that happens.
Here goes Munoz. Again, another mistake from her. It's a couple of times. She's not going to get a lot of chances to do that. That's the second time she's gone down for no apparent reason there. Really? Well, sorry, I didn't know that, actually. I wouldn't have brought it up because now I've sort of...
Yeah, now I'm stressed. No, when I was younger, if there was any sort of like air of a storm coming in during heat, I'd really struggle at the thought of even paddling out. I'd have to be coaxed. Say, are you sure I'm not going to get struck by lightning? My dad would say, no, definitely not. I haven't, but now that I know that it's a real possibility, terrifying. Thanks a lot, Paul.
It's a good way of fixing nitrogen back into the soil, though, lightning.
Huh.
Yeah, it's an underrated way of recycling those nutrients. I used to love a good thunderstorm when I was little. I used to go out, stand in it, and just be part of it. Yeah, I was really into them. Yeah, just really like it.
I've worked my way up, like now in these evening lightning and thunderstorms we've been having.
Desensitize a bit.
I watch from the window a little bit. I'll force myself. It's like the exposure therapy.
How brave of you. Here we go. Nice wrap here. Much better, Munoz. I'll tell you what, she has got another opportunity, and she's doing well until a point where she isn't. She'll fall off again. So better. She's got the one turn done. I'm surprised she's had these 3 waves. No one else has had a lot of involvement in any of these rights that she's catching, but she keeps falling off.
Yeah, working her way up, hopefully getting a little bit more comfortable with the feet in the wax. But she's been having great wave selection. Like you said, she's gotten 3 opportunities so far, just unfortunately not really maximizing them in the way that we know she would want or her team would want.
Look at these lines coming through. First priority is with Yenesis out of Ecuador. And this is her right now. Good looking opening section. This is a bomb of a wave. Big double up here. Nice turn. Oh. Goes up there, took the risk. And then as she came down, caught the nose. Meanwhile, France. Here goes Clemence on the backhand for her. That was a great turn. Went upside down. And then went to just a redirect to set up to do that. Good combo, best score for sure of the heat so far. Little emphatic kick out as well. She punts the board up in the air and dismounts. Looks like we got Van Grunen of South Africa also with good backhand work and ambitious foam climb. Just to finish, but before that she went up, belted it, which was cool. Nice exchange there from the Goofies, enjoying these right-handers.
Yeah, Clemence surfing that wave right past Victoria as well after that last turn. So demonstrating to a few of her competitors a great wave. Doesn't feel good when you're the surfer paddling out and you don't really have that in your score line, but feels really good when you're Clemence at the moment, knowing that you just annihilated a wave. Wait for those scores to come through.
So 11:40 to go in this. Number in for South Africa. Van Grunen, 4.67 for her. Waiting for the number for France. Schorsch. It's going to be decent. Going to be a solid number. First turn in particular, she really got hold of it. And I just haven't seen a whole lot of that elsewhere in this heat.
Yeah, taking another look at this one. It was this first turn that really wowed us, going upside down with that one, really extending her body up to that lip, head down. Just making it up here really critical, wrapping this one around, making the most of a softer section, and then again it starts to stand back up. She does well to whack this, and then we'll see Victoria paddling back out and Clemence just being able to jump off right in front of her. Looked like a near miss from this angle, but you knew Clemence had full control that whole time.
Yeah, she's going to get a massive number. It drops in. It's excellent. 8 points for France.
Wow.
Josh. An 8 for her. Well deserved as well. It had to be big. You knew it was going to be. She absolutely clobbered the first section and then did some joining up work and then nailed a finish as well. She's put herself in a very strong position at the halfway point. She'll look to get a back up on the board as well.
Wow, you're feeling really good when you're getting that news out there right now. Knowing that, okay, here's the other surfers, they still need to kind of open up their accounts, and I'm just gonna, she just has to be patient now. Find a good backup, and she has 10 minutes to do so.
Munoz with a quick effort from her. It's her fourth wave. It'll be an inconsequential number once again. She's gonna have to make some of these opportunities count. Think about South Africa. If Natasha can get another score, it's going to make life really difficult for surfers chasing like Genesis and Victoria.
That's where timing and strategy really plays in. Like if Victoria can just get a 4 in her scoreline before Natasha builds upon it, you feel like you're climbing up a smaller hill, you know? But if Natasha starts to run away with it and gets, let's say, another 4 or 5 in her scoreline, then as Victoria, you're thinking, okay, I have to really chase 2 scores now or 1 massive score. So both of them trying to just lower that requirement.
Bomb here for Borja, Ecuador. Again, she's connecting with great energy. Just a little side to side in terms of the line. Nevertheless, impressive the way she's connecting with solid waves. She's actually doing really well to get the finish in here. So great stuff on the inside. She loves it. Here goes South Africa, Van Groenen. Just kind of snatching at that last section a touch. Not sure she was able to do much prior to that, but a good exchange on those rights there. So really the focus is the right-handers in this heat. Thus far, heat leader with priority of France. She's got another bomb of a wave here. Look at this thing. Driving that bottom turn. Whoa.
Oh, no.
And hits it hard again. She really goes at those. She's patient at the bottom, and then she speeds up into the lip, which is when it comes off. Well, you get rewarded with big points, like an excellent score on that occasion. Not quite getting there, but you love that intent. Now, I'm just wondering, next wave she gets herself back. Let's imagine she has to wait a little while. She's bottom priority, or maybe not bottom match. She's going to get back before South Africa, but does she nurse it and just go for a 4 next time and just put the heat safe and go, okay, I'm 12 points, I'll get something mid-range? Or does she try and get another 8? Because she looked like she was going up, trying to go up all the way up through the scale with that sort of surf in there.
No, I think with 7.5 minutes remaining, I think you do start to think, I just need something in my backup. It takes 2 scores to win a heat. I mean, I've lost a heat with a 9.33 before, so that's because I didn't have that strong backup. So it is important to get that strong backup.
Let's get down and check out with winner of the last heat with True.
Thank you so much, Callie. Another heat win, back-to-back for Team France.
Yeah, back-to-back. Yeah, I was on the heat after Jorgan, and he did a little handshake before my heat. I didn't really respond because I had I was I need to make the heat. So I just my eyebrow went like Tahitian style. I went like this. I was like, please, I need to calm down. So yeah, and I had fun on the heat. So I'm really stoked to make in the heats with him. So yeah, keep going. Let's go.
We're in the pointy end of the draw as well. We're coming close almost to finals day. I mean, there's still a fair few days to go. For Team France, your sister's in, this afternoon. She may be surfing 3 heats today. Yeah. How are you going to support her, and what words of advice will you give her?
As always, I try my best to be for the team every time. Sometimes I gotta rest a little bit because with the it's so hot here, so you gotta chill sometimes. You gotta stay as long as you can on the AC to recover better and to perform better. So yeah, I tried my best to be as present as I can. But yeah, I will be present because I think I don't surf today anymore. So I'm gonna be for my sister on the beach for her and for the rest of the team all day. I'm ready.
It's a big day. I mean, it's a big event. You have so much energy and excitement as well. I mean, especially being out in the ocean in your heats, you can really see, the emotions come through when you're surfing. How do you try and contain that and really let it out when it needs to?
I don't know. I like this place. I like to be with the French team. I like to do this kind of contest, to be with the team, like supporting everybody. Everybody's supporting you. You have the great staff and everything, great coaching, and it's a good contest for us for the rest of the year, especially with me and with a lot of Challenger Series coming up next. And yeah, it's try to find a good routine also, find a good rhythm, and And this place is amazing. A lot of waves, perfect waves. It's yeah, I like this place. And like I said, I feel like I've been here for like 3 months already, and it's like every day so intense. And yeah, I don't know, day 6 or day 5, I don't know today.
Day 6, yeah.
Yeah, just keep going. So I'm super stoked, and yeah, let's go.
It's a marathon, not a sprint. One heat at a time, right?
Yeah, one heat at a time. Yeah.
We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cowley. Thanks, True. And we saw Team France there in action in the water. Clemence, nice work from her. Washes off that 0.9. That's gone. And she'll get a proper backup score in right now. Live action, Borja from Ecuador. Slopey left. Opening indications aren't great for scoring potential. Doesn't need a lot, though. And she'll snap out that tail a couple of times. She got a 4 on a previous wave where she really rallied on the inside. All right, here we go. Natasha, South Africa. Good first turn, great speed. Important that she'll land that turn, which she does. So that requirement that was just a 2.85 for Borja, that will go up, you'd reckon, because that will be an improvement for sure for South Africa, and an important moment with under 4 minutes to go. Just to post something and keep that scoreboard moving here for Natasha. This is another look at Schorsch.
Yeah, trying to up her score line so she can lock in that first alongside that 8-point ride that she has. This wave not offering as much out the back. She did well to keep it busy, but I think and the most critical section was that last one, unfortunately coming unstuck. So we'll see where the judges go with that one. A smaller wave here for Genesis, and almost coming unstuck there, but did well to stick with it. I don't know if that will make a huge difference in her scoreline. Comes through as a 3.17, so requirement still very small now for Natasha, a 2.5. And I think, man, Natasha's was a standout there. I mean, I expect that to blitz up well high into the scale.
Yeah, she's going to get a decent number, isn't she? 2-turn, backhand combo. Judges love that action.
And really critical. She did well to stick with that one. Taking another look at it here. Nice opening turn and getting up, coming down with the lip. And as the whitewash explodes around her, she just stayed really calm. You can see in her upper body, nice and relaxed. Never a shadow of a doubt for her.
Good number, 6.17, second highest of the heat. South Africa consolidating and putting a real margin, and the score's kind of reflecting at the moment who's finding big sections. And if you're doing a lot of work on the inside, you can get reasonable numbers, but on smaller waves with less energy, you're going to be just compressed down the scale. By contrast, from that takeoff initial section, much more energy in the wave, and then if you attack that, take risks, make it look exciting. If your surfing tells a story, judges are going to pay out. They're doing that for the likes of South Africa with that 6.17, and of course for France, Schorsch, the 8. And the backup, that's in for the 3.87. So just making sure, really, Clemence. Meanwhile, we'll tick down under 90 seconds on the clock here. Those requirements, they're quite significant, aren't they? Ecuador and Argentina, they need to find something much more significant than anything they've been able to get hold of thus far in the heat. Munoz is maybe paying the price for multiple mistakes early on. She had 3 good set waves and fell on all of them.
They need to basically find what Natasha just did and then a bit some. So just to give that visual representation of what the judges are looking for and what those numbers really look like. It takes a great wave selection, the opportunity from the wave, and critical surfing in those opportunities. We see some lines. Will we see some opportunities from the surfers?
Oof. Energy out the back, 35 seconds to go. First priority, Argentina, Munoz. She needs to find something here. She'll be caught inside by the first one. The second one looks even bigger, actually. And I think they're just going to get blown up here. And still paddling on the inside. That must be Natasha. She can just bring this in. She'll find out from the beach announcer that basically out of time here. She's got no chance of getting the lineup. A bomb set on the outside. Oh, Genesis Borja.
Oh.
Give it a go. She traveled 1,000,000 miles, but won't get the completion on that turn. She's been big. Her surfing's been really big, and that'll wrap things up here. So Schorsch doesn't shank it. No redemption for Borja and Munoz. We'll be back with more live action from El Salvador right after this.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
Back at it at La Vulcana ISA World Surfing Games continues. Flags flapping proudly in the light breeze on a warm mid-morning. Hot action from the get-go. Yulisa Garcia from El Salvador. The crowd will love this. And she rips into a right-hander with power and style and panache. Oof, and pizzazz for the finish. Almost getting there. Great wave, though. Won't get points for the finish, but good work done prior to that, Rachel. This is a good way to kick off the heat for Yulisa.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting a super quick start with this one. Just in that first minute of the heat. Always feels good. Puts that pressure on the other surfers waiting out the back there. Let's take another look at this one. Nice size. Goes for the roll in. Brings it back.
Picking up the action here as we see really nice critical pocket surfing and able just to tag the lip, get up high in the pocket and throw plenty of spray. That was Ariana Shuri of New Zealand, also out in the water alongside Juliana dos Santos of Brazil, Zoe Zietz from Team Netherlands as well.
So waiting for those scores to come in. Pressure on Juliana to open up her account, but a wave comes right to her before she's able to even feel that pressure.
Yeah, previous round, she sat for about 15 minutes, it felt like, did nothing, and then she just belted a couple of rights or a couple of sixes.
Well, sometimes the quick start actually isn't for everybody. We see a lot of surfers opt for that because it helps deal with the nerves, open up your account. Going for the slower, more intentional strategy can be a really good one, but you do end up leaving a little bit more to chance on the ocean as well. You know, if you're really only having your surfing, let's say a 7-minute heat, you're also hoping that that quality waves come in those 7 minutes, rather than kind of getting work done across the span of 20 minutes.
Number in for Garcia from El Salvador, 4.67, decent opener. You can see with that lower tide and this swell, some bombs breaking out in second reef, way out the back. Way outside, actually. This is interesting. What's this going to do to the line up here? What are they going to do? They're going to paddle out. What you don't want to do is get enticed too far out there and then realise you're too far out the back and have to paddle back in as well.
I think the whitewash is actually demonstrating a really interesting line that, you know, it breaks up out there, goes all the way across, and then you can see the whitewash bend back, which means it kind of goes back into a deeper section and picks back up right there where the surfers are. So just demonstrating a little bit, that's kind of showing us how the reef is on, that the wave is breaking across and what the surfers are actively trying to read. Quick up and down for our surfer from Brazil. Not really getting anything into her account quite yet.
No, I mean, you can see key learnings from a previous heat. She did win, but she's thinking, all right, well, let's not do that again. So she's trying to get busy early on, which is the right idea. Just hasn't quite happened for her. Let's see if we get some action here. Zoe Zeitz looks a little interested on the inside. Quickly realizing that one not offering loads. Might be another opportunity heading in here. Priorities with Garcia. And a good number in for Zoe Zeitz. You see that 5, 6, 7. So Team Netherlands, the strong opener into this heat. And the best of the opening exchange very much going her way. She's got a whole point on Garcia. She'll look to go up further from there as well.
It's always a nice little nod when you feel like when you've gotten the nod during an opening exchange.
Dos Santos using the power. That was really nice for a finish. Nimble and athletic.
I like how long she rode that one out for as well, just showing us she had total control that whole time. A lot of surfers sometimes opting out to jump off really quick afterwards, and I love that she stuck with that and just stuck her claim on that wave.
Garcia again, a softer wave, kind of dictates the pace, and the pace, well, it's a little sluggish. She's out. Be a small number for her. We'll count for the time being. She'll hope it doesn't. Just over 13 minutes time when the heat ends. So now with Juliana getting involved, let's see where her number goes. Good chance of threatening the high score, which at the moment is that 5, 6, 7. It'll definitely be a significant number for her.
Yeah, I mean, taking her time, you know, obviously she had two quick ups and downs, but obviously that didn't affect her from her mental confidence. Let's take a look at this 5, 6, 7 from Zoe Zeitz. Wow, I really like that finishing turn. That was the turn that got her that 5, 6, 7 there. So let's compare it so we can see where we think this one from our surfer from Brazil will land.
It's better.
Was better. I think the judges will go higher. 3 turns on that one. And those first 2 turns, I think maybe a little bit more critical, allowed her to lay into that rail a little bit more.
6.33 comes in for Dos Santos. Good numbers. Garcia's back up. 2.93 is helpful for her in terms of putting her in first, but not necessarily as type of score that you'd be thinking will be what she wants to hang on to throughout this heat as it progresses. Good action out on the peak, a left shrewy, really nice style, Ariana, Team New Zealand. Let's see what she can do here. Tries to just do a little too much and force the last turn, but she might as well. She knew the wave was kind of running out, so why not? Throwing everything at it. Second wave for her. And with surfers around her, all with something more significant on the board, she'll want to try and get involved here and lock in with a bit of quality And trying to do that on the left was the right idea. The wave just petering out. We haven't seen a lot of lefts written, and that's probably part of the reason why.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. And I mean, this is showing why winning that opening exchange actually is so important as well. Juliana and Zoe, at the moment, I feel have full control over this heat, because either if you don't get that first or second spot in that opening exchange, in my mind, I'm then trying to replace both of my scores, where these surfers in green and red can just focus on building upon.
Having a look at Team Spain there. Luis Diaz, David Aristabe, Ruben Victoria, Yanire Echebarri, Yago Dominguez and Annette Echebarri. So all of them coming from the Basque Country, except for Luis Diaz. He's from the Canary Islands. So quite a long way south and a completely different sort of area as well. Quite green up there in the Basque Country. Quite dry and very sunny in Lanzarote. Both wave-rich zones. Team Spain able to draw upon different wave regions and produce really well-rounded surfers, and they have come on to really be medal, not just propositions, but you'd also have to say kind of favourites to get up there, certainly among the medals in the last couple of years. And they brought a strong team here once again. Let's see how they go about doing that throughout the next coming days. Another team that's sort of having a lot of fun as well in the downtime, and then being pretty vocal with their support. Interesting to see the interaction of Cowley and Jorgen Kuzene. Cowley left him hanging. Jorgen goes for the handshake. Cowley goes, no.
I know.
No, I'm too focused on my heat mate to give you a high five. I couldn't possibly do that. So he just gave him the eyebrows. A Tahitian thing. So a lot of people just reply over in Tahiti with just the eyebrow.
Right.
Just slightly ambiguous, whether it's yes or no. You're going to surf later? For the benefit of the audience, I'm raising my eyebrows. It's so hard to know if that's a yes or no, isn't it? Rachel, I can see some numbers here. As a competitor, this is what you're seeing from the lineup. What does this mean? What are those numbers for?
Yeah, so obviously we have the time. I think that is pretty self-explanatory. And then above that, that's our list of priority, displayed really big so the surfers can see it from the lineup. Really important information, especially when it comes to strategy, positioning in the lineup. You know, obviously, surfers are looking at that. We're looking at it on our on the left of our screen, along next to their name. So just a really great way for a tool. Not all competitions and locations have this, so when you are surfing at a place, especially like here in El Salvador, they make sure to have those features at all of their spots. It's really, really helpful to just help navigate your heat. You know, a lot of surfers opt to have a watch as well on their wrist during heats. I used to do that a lot. I don't do it anymore. I don't know why, but it is helpful then to now have that screen that tells you. But of course, we have amazing beach announcers as well that are announcing this to the surfers. So ultimately, the way the beach announcer is supposed to communicate, surfers shouldn't even be having to look back. They should always know their time, know their priority positioning, know any changes in situation, know what they need, all of that. So, you know, amazing work from all of our beach announcers at this event at the moment, keeping that up.
Zoe Zeitz in action here. Bit of a shouldery wave. It gets an awkward crease through it. It will make a section stand up though. She'll try to tag the finish. That will count for her. It's just a second ride. So after good early work, 5, 6, 7, she's been quiet in this. Making a good call to get involved in the action. She's currently in 3rd place. She'll get the 117 that she needs to move up. Let's get down and hear from the winner of the last heat. She's standing by with True Starling.
Yeah, thank you so much, Clemence. Congratulations on the heat win.
Thank you.
It looked, I mean, congratulations from all of Team France everywhere for you.
Yeah.
The conditions are really fun out there.
Yeah, it's really fun. We have good ride and It's perfect.
And you'll have another heat as well today. So what are you going to do to recover?
Just chill and just chill.
Back to the aircon, jump in the ice bath or a pool.
Yes.
I know you have a lot of friends and family at home that are watching you. Congratulations on getting a really great heat total as well. That 8-point ride was awesome to watch. Is there anything that you'd like to say in French to anyone at home that's watching?
Merci à tous de me regarder. Les vagues étaient vraiment bien et aujourd'hui un autre hit et on va voir ce que ça va donner. Hein.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Clemence. We'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, True. Thanks, Clemence. She's stoked with the waves that she got in her heat. She says, let's see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, just going up there, you can see her glancing a little bit above the camera there. That's because her whole team usually are cheering from the pool up there, giving her shakas, cheering. That's what happened in our post-heat yesterday, making her giggle. It was really fun to see. Love seeing that camaraderie from all of them.
I wonder if she'd leave a teammate hanging if they went for the high five free like Cowley did. That, when you're a gold medalist, that's the kind of stuff you're allowed to do. I'd say you're expected to do that. A lot of people want a lot of handshakes.
Yeah, I suppose so.
It's not a fan, it's one of your teammates, but you know, it's just one his heat. He wants to pass on the mojo. You're like, nah, no. Don't think so.
I like that he was pretty upfront and direct about it.
He got out in front of the story, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
That's
he
really
did.
Good, really good
PR.
Yeah, exactly. Wow, that's good PR as well. Really good optics from Zoe Zietz as she bouts one, and after getting not a great looking previous ride, that is much more like it. Big crack, hammers it. It's already in the lead.
Well, she's winning this heat right now, still with a 2.67 in her scoreline. So she's looking to throw that away and really own first place. And I think, dare to say, that will do it. So we see a drone shot, surfer up in blue from El Salvador, getting a ride as well. So scores to drop in for both red and blue. And it's Juliana that has a 6.33 in her scoreline, being super patient to find that backup, only needing a 1.27 at the moment. Having a little look, not giving it a real committed paddle, so she'll maintain first priority. Let's take a look at what we saw from the drone angle, her finish. Looks like it's just going to be a single maneuver wave, but she rides out of it clean. So, you know, that looks like it will replace her 2.93. Comes in as a 3.47.
I got a question for you, Rachel Tilley.
Lay it on me.
Juliana Dos Santos, she got the high score, 6.33. She's got a 0.5. She's only got 3 minutes. She does have first priority. When's she going to get moving?
Yeah, I'd say now is crucial.
Now's
It's crucial. I mean, a 1.81 now required for her. You know, really, really small stuff. All she really has to do is stand up and do a little turn.
Not an 8.11, a 1.81.
Oh, sorry, did I say?
No, you didn't. I'm just being
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Need to be patient select.
Yeah, not at all, not at all. You know, 2.5 minutes, this is the time where, okay, you know, if you're leaving it till the last 30 seconds, it could go flat. You know, at this point, I'm getting a little bit, I'm not nervous for her just yet, but, you know, she's leaving it too much up till the end. We'll see her have a paddle. Let's see, 1.81.
We had a big sweep of that wide playing field now. Attention's back on the peak as we see her going to, not really going to town as such, sort of visiting the suburbs, I would say, on that. That's all she needed to do.
I think she got the work done on that. I think after the first turn, really, she had the work done there. But it's still going to actually be a small score, so only just does the work. It comes through as a 2.77, so does change that situation. A 4.44 now needed.
She's on the outskirts of town with that, somewhere where the sort of buses are once every couple of hours at best to take you downtown.
Yeah.
Patchy service. But bigger gardens.
Right.
Bigger plots.
Huh. We're really going to town with this metaphor. I like it. I like it. I don't not like it. But I hope I like this wave more from you, Lisa.
Here we go. El Salvador, great bottom turn. Wow, really nice crack on the backhand. Slopey section. She'll tidy it up. What she got here? Hammer time.
Oh, my gosh.
Finish. Love this.
Okay,
She's competed really well throughout this heat. El Salvador in the mix here. Yulissa Garcia. 2 big cracks there. The 277 is in for Dos Santos. She got that, but you think about how much better that was. Was it a couple of points better? You'd say so, wouldn't you?
Wow.
Will the judges say so?
I really liked that. It was clean all the way through, a smaller wave, but she made the most of it. Absolutely maximized this first section, rides out of it clean, wraps it around here, and then gets another opportunity to finish it off. I mean, she did everything that wave offered and then some. I think she surfed up the wave, the scoring potential out of that wave. Zoe Zietz sitting in first comfortably, victory ride.
Yeah, she's doing well with a decent couple of 5s. She'll just slash this thing all the way through and bring it in. It's going to be inconsequential in the outcome, but I tell you what is major is whether Juliana Dos Santos will get another wave here, because if she doesn't, she could be in trouble. But hang on. Here's some energy.
5 seconds.
She's in the
3,
spot here. Wow.
2, 1.
Oh, we'll
Did
pick
this count?
She throws in a turn. It's close to a competitor. It's incomplete. And those two have a look at each other. I think they've avoided contact, which is good. And we got the number in for Garcia.
Wow.
The crowd will love this. She gets it, 5-0-3.
Oh my
She'll stay alive in
gosh.
competition. Bit of an upset as Dos Santos is eliminated. Well done, Zoe Zietz. And we're all wrapped up here. The repechage round always brings us the drama. That's what we like.
Absolutely.
We're going to have plenty more of that throughout the rest of the day here as the surf will continue to pulse. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back in, the dulcet tones of Chris Cote and Barton Lynch will talk you through the action. Stay tuned.
Welcome to the ISA World Surfing Games opening ceremony.
Welcome everybody to Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games. It's my happiness to welcome all the 61 teams, 297 athletes, 450 participants. I wish all of you guys the best in the competition. A few of you are going home with medals, most not. But all of you are champions because you are here representing your country for the love of surfing, for the love of this competition. You're representing your countries, take that with you for the rest of your life. It's the highest honor in these World Surfing Games because we together are the United Nations of Surfing. Lovely moment in my life. Open officially the Surf City El Salvador ISA 2025 World Surfing Games! Yeah!
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Barton Lynch, and today has been awesome.
Awesome.
That's kind of the one word that I keep thinking about when I think about the action we've seen. Of course, now we are in the bittersweet round, the repechage round. Top 2 surfers stay in this competition. 3rd and 4th place surfers, your run is done. We've got a stellar group of competitors in the lineup right now representing 4 different nations. Netherlands, Nicaragua, Germany, Indonesia. There you see Kailani Johnson, Rachel Presti, Candelaria Rosano, and Tiara Vanderholz. Hold on a second. How is this a repechage heat? This heat is incredible. Are you as shocked as I am right now?
I am as shocked as you are. I was born that way, shocked at the moment. But it's a fantastic week, mate. How have the waves been? Like, seriously, every day we've had waves. 20-minute heats, 4 people in the water. You need a lot of waves. You need consistency to facilitate the success of an event like this. And with so many surfers, so many heats, 297 surfers from 61 nations. A couple of small scores to start. Indonesia getting a 3.5, pretty good.
So many waves here. They ought to call this place Surf City.
They should.
Oh.
They do.
You're right. Our presenting sponsor is the place we're at. And here we go, starting off with Kailani Johnson. Nicely surfed.
3.5 for this one. And there's a lot of good work done there. Good starter wave. Make you feel good about your chances. You get another big score. You could carry that 3.5, but enough time to get rid of that too. Tiara Vanderhulst from the Netherlands. She came and spent a month with us in Hawaii last winter. Stayed at the house and we surfed every day and trained. And she's a great young lady with incredible backhand attack.
She charges, huh?
Charges. You've spoken about that one re-entry few years back here.
That turn.
Was a fascinating moment in the competition. It was so far down that the judges kind of thought it was incomplete, and after review, it was completed. So she's been in these pressure cooker situations for a lot of time. So I think she's very comfortable out there. Another little 0.5 came in for Indonesia, boosting the two-wave total up to 4 points. And lines just keep approaching. That's the good news.
And if you're new to surfing competitions, we are in a repêchage rounds, but the same rules follow as they would in the main rounds. We have 20 minutes, top 2 surfers on the strength of their highest two-wave scores will make it through this heat. 3rd and 4th place surfers, unlike the main rounds, will be out of this contest. And that's why I call this the bittersweet round, because I don't want to lose any of these 4 surfers. They've been performing at such a high level through this competition, but that is the truth. When it comes to surf events of this magnitude, you're going to lose some of your favorite surfers, and this is unfortunately the round that we're going to see that.
That's what's it's starting to happen, isn't it? You look at the list of names in this heat. Candelaria has been in amazing form all event. Rachel Presti the same. Kailani Johnston from Indonesia's in the lead, but really this one hasn't got started. 4.5 minutes gone. Here comes some waves now. Beautiful conditions. Light, fluffy sea breeze, really not doing anything, just putting a bit of texture on the face, which gives you something to hit.
And something to hit. Bam, there we go. Candelaria Rosano up and at it. Could call her really one of the faces of the ISA. She literally started entering ISA events when she was 7 years old. She is a part of this really amazing group of surfers coming out of Popoyo in Nicaragua. Now, of course, she's very well traveled. She's been around the world and back 100 times. And as you can see right here, her skill set is among the elite. Great read to get to this low road.
Got a little flat in front of her, but as you said, took a kind of high line into the re-entry too, which made it not quite as full-bodied as it could have been if she dropped down and squared the bottom turn up into the lip. So a more conservative line taken. But again, she gets the completion. And at these points in time, 3.83, really the best wave of the opening exchange so far. Rachel Presti with first priority has the opportunity really to take an early lead, you would think, with a 3.83 as the opening exchange high.
And I'd say all 4 of these surfers representing their teams. These teams right now are I would say the fastest growing teams in terms of how much they've improved over the last few years. Team Netherlands has come with an incredible squad. Team Germany, I mean, even though they don't have Leon Glatzer, who you would consider kind of their team leader, and congratulations, Leon is getting married this week, they have fielded an epic team of individuals, and them to come together and coalesce to put up big numbers. Of course, they got to hope that Rachel Presti can survive this elimination heat. Same goes for Indonesia. Oni Anwar has been doing big things for the men's side of that team. And Tiara Vanderhulst is part of that stacked team Netherlands. Goes up and into it, just can't quite pull it down.
Nervous moment, board skipped out of the back of the wave. Indonesia.
Johnson sticking to these right-handers. Backhand looks nice and steady and strong.
Ooh.
I like the look of this board, too. Looks like she's got a special connection with that board under her feet.
That's a great ride. That's going to be the best wave of the heat so far, you'd have to say. Unfortunate for Tiara Vanderhulst and the Netherlands, getting stuck at the top of that wave. Going a little bit too high on the wave face. Here we go. This is a great ride. Nice clean bottom turn. No franticness, just calm, collected, but beautiful energy and power out of the top. And that final turn was the icing on the cake. That was a beauty. Judges still considering it. Here's the drone angle. Snaps back to the pocket, stays behind the whitewater so that she hits that lip at a perfect time. And then that connects her with the inside section. Little weight went forward in a moment there that I'm sure made her really nervous. Like, oh, you think you've got a perfect wave, and then all of a sudden that weight goes forward. You're like, don't do that to me. Make sure we finish it. There's the score.
I really like when a surfer just does better and better with each turn down the line.
Yeah.
It kind of tells a cool story, and I think that third turn was definitely the turn with the most pop. We saw a little flash of her fins out the back of the wave and rode out. So that's going to be a good number for Kailani Johnson, a 5.67 added to a 3.5. She's almost in the double digits. And the rest of the field right now, we only have one real score of consequence, and that's Candelaria Rosano. And we only have 11 minutes and 40 seconds left.
It's so hard when you've got that priority and you want to make it count because it's such an asset. You've got it, you've worked for it, and then you start sitting and you just don't want to waste it, and it builds pressure. Tiara Vanderhulst in second priority, up and riding.
Yeah, it looks like at least 3 or 4 of our competitors right now just pretty much sticking to these rights. They must have been studying the heats before them. The rights, I would say, by the numbers, have provided the biggest scores of the morning so far.
I think that's a very fair statement, mate. Surfers have all generally moved down to the east. As we see the replay of Tiara first turn, it's kind of tangled up in the white water for a little bit, fights it to get around to the closeout section. There's a rib in it, but she punches over that nicely, gets a good last turn, sees the rocks all around her, exits safely. That turn was the lip came down kind of fast, and it was untidy, I suppose, a little bit, the first turn. Second turn, again, didn't drop all the way to the bottom of the wave because that rib ran through it and disjointed the moment, but she read that well and got a little flare out of the top on that last turn.
Now we're looking at about halfway through.
Look how close together all of those lines are there to the right of the screen. That would indicate that there's a few swells in the ocean at the same time. So you can see those ones nearly backing onto each other. That sort of having these different swells in the water is what's making it a little more difficult to find the right ones, be in the right place because of that little bit of confusion in the lineup.
Well, this heat is flying by as these surfers reset themselves in the lineup. Let's go down to True Starling, standing by with the winner of the previous heat.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Congratulations on that heat win for Team Netherlands. You know, first of many heats potentially today. You know, it's tricky out there. There was a little bit going on throughout that whole heat. So how did you stay focused on yourself?
I was just like, it's like really hard to read it out there. It's all over the place. There's all different peaks, but I was just like making sure to stay like by the other girls and just like trying to read the waves and stay in the spot and just like feeling the flow of the ocean, I guess.
And how do you find that? You know, I mean, we'll have a look at your waves. You got a 5.9 and a 5.67, but how do you know, find that flow if you're feeling just a little bit out of rhythm?
Well, especially if there was like someone else was having a good heat, I would just be sitting on them if they're finding good waves. But I just mainly just look at the ocean and try to like connect with it. I don't know. I've been surfing for so long. It's just like natural.
Kind of like second nature, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You also have a fellow teammate in this heat now as well. Do you get more nervous watching your teammates than you do for yourself?
I definitely get super nervous for my brother. Like, I get so nervous for him. My stomach is just like butterflies. But no, I get nervous for my teammates as well, but especially Oliver.
Yeah, it's always hard to watch family out there in their heats. It's yeah, a tricky one for sure. I know there's probably people watching you back at home that you'd love to say hi to as well.
Ik ben super enthousiast om hier te zijn. Bedankt aan iedereen die aan het kijken is. Doei!
We'll send it back to you guys. Thanks, Zoe.
Oh, that was almost equally as impressive as her amazing surfing. She just went straight into speaking Dutch to the fans back home. And yeah, like I said, Team Netherlands, I mean, they're doing big things here in 2025. Tiara van der Hulst has to keep up to the pace currently being set by Kailani Johnson and Candelaria Rosano. Both of those surfers, decent scores. Kailani, that 5.67, looming large in her scoreline for now, but don't take your eyes off that 3.67 that Tiara van der Hulst posted on her previous wave. That means she only needs a 1.10. And Rachel Presti, who waited about 12 minutes to catch her first wave, she's right back into it. She now only needs a 1.57. This heat's still wide open.
Only that one score above the threes for Indonesia. So this heat's really tight. I heard Zoe talk about the positioning and how difficult it is to be in the right place at the right time in such a big playing field. And her idea was that, and it's an idea that I agree with, if you're where they are, then you're a chance. The time when you've got priority, that's the time to be where the others are, because if a good one comes there, you get it, they don't. When they've got the priority, then that's the time to move away from where they are and chance it that a good one's going to come to where you are, not to where they are with the priority over you. So always strategic in that chess game of positioning yourself to either reduce the influence of luck or open up the opportunity for luck to go your way.
Yeah, it's like a big math equation, right? You paddle out into the water and you're dealing with forces of nature, truly organic.
Yes.
But you're also dealing with harsh time limits.
Yes.
You're dealing with numbers. You got to post bigger numbers. You've got to impress the judges above us. There's 5 judges, an international panel, male and female. We throw out the highest score, you throw out the lowest score. Those 3 middle scores, they're averaged up, and that's how we get numbers like a 5, 6, 7. So, of course, scale is 1 through 10. Yet to see a perfect 10. We've seen some close calls. We've seen some high 8s throughout the week, and as the swell starts to push in today, we expect it to get bigger and bigger throughout the afternoon. Tomorrow, Surfline Sand looking like 5 to 6, 5 to 8. And I kind of look at El Salvador's scale a lot like the Hawaiian scale. If it says it's 5 foot, it's probably 10-foot faces.
Yeah, 100%. I've seen 4 to 6 feet. Here we go. Have a look at this split peak situation.
Got Kailani on her back end, sticking to this right, as she should, because she's looking sharp. Nice and fast down the line, fully extended on the 3rd turn. This wave is the gift that keeps on giving. He pulls out nice and clean. Little celebratory pull out the back, I would say. A low-key claim. Totally earned that one. Definitely going to get rid of that 3.50. I like that she matched the tempo of that wave.
Yeah.
She didn't go too far on the shoulder. She stayed right in the pocket. And it was almost, it was like automatic. Just bottom turn, snap, bottom turn, snap.
Nothing felt rushed or nervous, or she was in the lead, looking to improve on the 3.5. What did Tiara van der Hulst do on the left? Looks like it's got a wall once it comes into the inside reef, pumping out onto the shoulder, fades it down. What happens here? One last closeout turn. Nice turn, little flare of the tail. Nice body language. But you imagine that this is going to be the highest scoring wave of the heat. Her previous 5, 6, 7, that had that really beautiful last turn that we both liked. That was maybe more spectacular than anything on this wave. But again, as you said, that 3.5's gone for sure. She's going to have 2 strong rides and put herself even in a more commanding win. There's the score.
Yeah, quick call from the judges. I like the 2nd turn of that series of 4. That was done in what we call the most critical part of the wave, meaning the lip is kind of lurching over a little bit, and she went straight up into it and bookended it with a couple of nice kind of swooping backside carves. So hence the judges reward Kailani Johnson. She is now in the lead with a 5.93 and a 5.67. Tiara van der Hulst improved. She is now in 2nd. She got a 4.77 and a 3.67. So just thinking back to those last 2 waves, the judges want to see some flair. They want to see your turns done with just a little bit of added passion to the end of them. We saw Tiara hit that oncoming section. Again, flashes of her fins, styled it out. These are human beings above us, our judges.
Oh, yes.
So they will, you know, they're all surfers. They're all surf fans as well. So that when they see a surfer just adding a little bit something extra to the end of their turn, done with style, they're going to like it.
They're going to feel it, and the scores will respond to the feelings that they experience when you're riding the wave. And it would be fair to say before this heat that Candelaria and Rachel are most probably the two most experienced. Here we go, action, good wave.
All right, this could be the answer to the question you were just about to ask.
Yes.
Representing Team Nicaragua, Candelaria Rosano. She comes from an absolutely ripping family.
Wow, how's the way this one keeps giving?
Yeah, blasting it again, again, and again.
What?
There's the passion come out. Come on, she goes, give it to me. All right, 2 minutes left. This is going to make things interesting. Tiara Vanderhoels now straight off the bottom up and into the lip. Team Netherlands has something to celebrate now as Tiara goes beyond vertical on her backhand and adds the fourth.
How's this heat hotting up? The performances from these young ladies illustrating how important this moment is to them.
That's like returning a high-speed serve playing tennis. Bam, and you just nail it right back. And what a way to do it. Tiara Vanderhoels now with the highest single wave score of the heat, an 8-point ride.
Wow.
So from third to first, just like that. Kailani Johnson now drops to second. That means Candelaria Rosano would need a 7.77. We are waiting for a score to drop. It is a score of note. We'll see if it's the second best wave rated in this heat.
Kailani Johnson's been in the lead from the very start. She looked like she had this one for sure. She was in absolute control. But those, you know, high fives, as we see the replay, they're not going to be enough. I'll get this horrible feeling for her as we see Candelaria. And while it got disjointed, you think, oh, maybe this doesn't go there. But it kept delivering. A little rush there, a little nervous to get out in front of it. But it just keeps delivering. And she keeps performing. Whacking the top, goes, there, that enough? But right behind, this happened. And this will outscore Candelaria's, I imagine, because these turns here, super critical. It just gets better and better from here on in. That one clean and fluid. Into the next one, even more so. And then a foam climb to finish. That was fantastic surfing for the Netherlands. What a great heat this is.
And she was putting it on the edge too, right? She put everything she could have possibly put into those last two turns, and this is that previous effort. This is the 4.77. So Tiara Vanderhoels, she had to fight for it, but in the last few minutes, she's really just come alive. Highest single wave score, that 8-point ride. Kailani Johnson firmly in second. Candelaria Rosano for her last effort comes through at a 4.27. And I feel like in watching the replay, the wave was going so fast that she wasn't really able to fully wrap those turns. She kind of had to cut them short just to keep up with the cadence of the wave.
Yep.
So great effort, but in the end, it wasn't enough. Candelaria Rosano and Rachel Presti out of this contest. But give it up to Tiara Vanderhoels, top performer, gets that first place spot. And Kailani Johnson, representing Team Indonesia, comes through in second. They are safe. They're still here at the ISA World Surfing Games with so much more to come. Women's Repêchage here on Podium 1 for the rest of the afternoon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more action, hopefully like this.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
It's on. This is the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games live from La Bocana here at Podium 1. And this is Repêchage surfing. Could be the final look we see 2 of 4 of these surfers. Daniela Boldini, Reed Van Wagener, Havana Cabrero, and Vera Juarez. Big snap there to start for Reed Van Wagener representing Team USA. Pure power surfing right there.
217 on the opener. Small score, 1.33 the opener for Havana. Vera, 0.50, so a nervous start across the board generally. Scores for Daniela Boldini being considered. Let's see who wins this opening exchange. 0.37 for the second of the USA, so a lot of small scores to start.
Well, love is in the air, Barton. We got to give it up and say congratulations to Italy's Leonardo Fioravanti. He's getting married this week in Italy as well. You see Daniela Boldini. Unfortunately, she has to miss the wedding of the century to come compete. But the good news for her is the waves are pumping, and that would be a great wedding gift to your teammate.
Yes.
By bringing home a medal from the ISA World Surfing Games. We've got 16:50 to go. So Vera, Team Argentina, comes through with a 3-point ride, or backup right now, 0.50. This will all change. I mean, we've seen heats won and or lost in the last minute, 2 minutes, so don't take your eyes off the screen for the next 16.5 minutes. So Jariz now fading into this left-hander, deep bottom turn. Nice carving snap, throwing tons of spray.
Wow, beautiful.
So a good pocket on this left. And I like that idea, you know. Put up a number early on. These lefts, at the moment, I think they're being outshadowed by the rights. The rights seem like they're a little bit longer. They seem like they're just a little bit more potent, you know, in the lip line.
They stay taller as they go. If you pick the right, you know, some rights do taper, but if you pick the right, it's going to get bigger and just keep offering as you go down the line. Beautiful first turn there, gets caught behind. Beautiful backward swan dive off the back there.
And leave it up to La Bocana, right? Just how we're saying, oh, the rights are so much better. That right closes out, this left runs down the line. So you can't be stubborn out here. You got to look both ways, like you're crossing the street.
Wow, another turn on the inside. That wave did just keep delivering. Just to prove us wrong. Great ride there. For Daniela. Vera from Argentina. Oh, tight, big snap in the pocket. Oh, no, that's Reed, isn't it? Von Wagner for the USA. This is Argentina here. Very similar styles for those two surfers. Beautiful wrapping, carving turns back to the pocket. Sees this little bit coming at her. Snaps off it, avoids the rocks. Great technique and style.
It's like she's just flirting with disaster in there, and she doesn't even care. She's going to try to get through this heat by any means necessary. A 3-point ride. There you see the rocks in the foreground. It's extreme low tide right now. And I think it might be dropping off for just a little bit more. Then we'll see that tidal shift. And this lineup will change pretty dramatically. If you look out there right now, you see all these surfers are kind of on the southern side of the river mouth. The peak has shifted over there a little bit. But that means now there's actually 2 peaks. So you could sneak over to the far left. There's another little peak up there. It's a risk, especially, as you mentioned earlier, when you leave 3 other surfers to their own devices.
You don't want to do
You're
that.
giving them just a little bit better of a chance to find one of these good waves coming through. And here we go. Daniela Boldini, Team Italy. Nicely placed backside snap there, staying right in the pocket. This wave pushing her down the line. Here's where this venomous inside section is going to appear. Quick snap there. That wave just tapered off nicely. I think when the tide starts to raise up a little bit, that's where you're going to see that convergence, that powerful two pieces of whitewater coming together on the end of that left. But this one just ended quite calmly and smoothly for Boldini.
Beautiful first turn, critical, tight. She won the opening exchange with a 5. So of all the first rides, she has the best single score. And that may indeed be the best second single score. At the moment, it's a 387. Oh, there it is. That's a 387 for her. Judges quick to plug that in. Good surfing. Created an early lead. Havana Cabrera sitting on that first priority. Slowest start of all. That really doesn't mean much. If she can turn this priority right now into a score of significance, we see a beautiful right-hander approaching the lineup. You can see the wall on it looks really nice. It's not going to close out, you wouldn't think.
You can hear whistling coming from the beach. You can almost hear the weight of these flags waving strongly for these surfers in the water. These teams know full well this is the last chance for these surfers to keep pushing through this competition. Ooh.
Snap.
Like when you see a surfer rebound off a little chunk of water right there. Kind of identify this, almost like a piece of water that was just a little out of place, and you go make it pay. Bam!
Chip!
Throwing tons of spray. Here's your Team USA.
Very young team.
Yeah.
23, the oldest.
I'd say all of them are up-and-comers as well. I mean, Owen Moss, he's been on a tear. He's won a couple QS events on the East Coast. Reed Van Wagener, 16 years old. We saw her competing at the U.S. Open. I mean, everybody on Team USA has already a long history of competition, and they're all still, under 22 years old.
Yeah.
The youngest team, one of the youngest teams, I'd say, for our super surfing nations.
That was that turn you were talking about. There was just that little bit at the top. She just jabbed it quickly, got the closeout turn as well. Will definitely improve on the 217. That is her second highest score at this point. Very confident of that. Judges considering that ride. The 387 for Daniela Boldini. I felt like it was going to come in a little higher, but now I think about it, there was a first turn. It was critical, but it wasn't very stylish. It was kind of a catch of a rail, and so the judges making her pay a little bit for a couple of small mistakes on that ride. USA into the lead, Chris.
Yeah, 493 paired with the 450. If I'm thinking of the speed power flow equation, I'm giving that wave to Reed Van Wagener, the power wave of the heat so far. You see how she leaned into that second turn, displacing a ton of water. Enough for the lead for now. Daniela Boldini drops to second. Vera Jariz from Argentina in third. Havana Cabrera quietly sitting in fourth place, but in that top priority spot. Havana Cabrera, she's a superstar. I mean, she's been around the world and back, competing in many levels. Saw her at the ISA World Surfing Games representing Puerto Rico just a few years back. That was one of the best events I've ever been a part of.
Yeah, that was great.
Puerto Rico, an incredible host for that Olympic qualifier year, where we saw Gabriel Medina do magic Medina things. Always fun to just look back and see some of these past years of ISA competition. ISA's been doing it for 60 years. And in this current landscape, this is a path for these surfers to achieve what would you have to consider many of their ultimate goals, to compete at the Olympics. This is where the journey starts. 2025, this is a seeding year. So in 2026, you'll start to see Olympic implications with teams basically having the potential to win an extra spot for their team. And then after that, it's just all about getting that golden ticket from Fernando Aguirre. We've seen dreams come true here in Surf City, El Salvador, so can't wait to see what happens next.
And just having surfing in the Olympics, talk about dreams coming true, that was something that many of us never thought would happen, never even imagined really, as an outlier sport that surfing was. Now on the international sporting stage, and you know, with Gabriel Medina's famous photograph coming out of that wave with the finger up, being the most, applauded and talked about, popular famous photo coming out of those Olympic Games of any sport really put surfing on the map.
We were there together. We were in Paris, and we experienced it. And I would tell you, for at least 2 or 3 days, surfing was the most popular sport on planet Earth.
How was the reactions to all the other commentators, all the other people around us at the time?
Oh, yeah.
It was the sport on everybody's lips, especially after that round 3 in incredible waves. Vera Hariz there for Argentina. Kind of disappointing wave.
We were the
Didn't give 'em much
vampires.
chance.
We were the Olympic vampires.
That was so nuts.
Overnight.
I only got through it because of you, my fine feathered friend. Thank you for being there for me. That was a tough gig.
8 minutes to go, and Havana Cabrero starting to push, but goes down in her finishing maneuver. Baldini now, quick snap there, trying to get rid of a 387. Got Reed Van Wagener in the top spot, but not safe yet because she's still sitting on 2 mid-range scores. So while these surfers reset themselves in the lineup, let's go down to the ISA Lounge with True.
Thank you, Tiara. Congratulations on that heat win. You were saying it was pretty hard out there.
Yeah, it was hard. At first, I was struggling to find the correct waves, and at the end, I made up for it, which I'm happy about.
Team Netherlands has a really good group around you. Who's here supporting you personally throughout this event?
Well, my mom and my little sister came over from Curacao, to film me, to help me, to support, and I haven't seen them in a few months, so it's nice to have them in my back.
Good to have that, good team morale, and also having your family here as well. That board was looking really smooth. I mean, let's take a look at this 8. It was really, really top-notch surfing.
Oh, I was just trying not to fall because the last few heats I've been pretty nervous and making a few mistakes. So I was just trying to surf and see where my surfing could get me. So,
is that kind of what changed in the mentality going into this heat? You said that you kind of felt like there was a few mistakes, maybe feeling a little bit nervous. What changed around you or in your headspace going into this heat?
Well, at the beginning I was just falling, so I just took a deep breath and I was like, just catch 2 waves and have fun, and we'll see where you get, and if it's enough, it's enough, and if not, you did what you could. So I'm happy.
I'm sure there's people watching you at home. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Dankjewel Max en papa voor het kijken. Ik zie je snel. Dankjewel Emma voor de support, en awo,
We'll send it back to you guys.
That's the spirit. Tiara Vanderhols, 19 years old, representing Team Netherlands by way of a island, Dutch Caribbean island, Curaçao. And I don't know much about that place, but by the looks of how good Tiara surfs and how much joy she brings out into the water, that tells me that is a really fun place to live. In her bio, she says she's happy for the opportunity to represent the Netherlands, and she's privileged to be able to enjoy the ocean almost every day, without a wetsuit.
Yeah. Warm where they grew up. Not a lot of waves. Father and mother both surf and got the kids in. Her younger sister, as she said, was here, and her younger sister is also a great surfer. So some potential there for the Netherlands, and that was a confidence-boosting win. As she said, she's not had the best heats. She nearly had a comeback wave the other day, but it just fell short. That sent her to the repechage round. In that heat, looked nervous at the start, but finished with that 8. And you take an 8 any day, even if it is late in the heat.
8s are late, right?
8s are late,
here in the repechage. We just saw a look at Ella McCaffrey, an incredible surfer out of Encinitas, California. Part of that Encinitas board riders team that dominated West Coast board riders.
That's your hometown, right, too?
That's my hometown. I am a bench player for the team.
Encinitas.
I'm down, down the pecking order. I'm the best announcer on Team Encinitas.
Yeah.
What about the 50th best surfer? So.
Yeah.
4 minutes, 25 seconds to go. Daniela Baldini in the lead now. Reed Van Wagener drops to second. So Daniela, her last wave was a 4.47. That's enough. So I like how tight this is, though. You got 2 surfers in the first and second places with 9-point totals. And then in third, Vera Hariz needs a 4.74. Havana Cabrero, it's just not like Havana. She's usually so consistent. She still has time to drop a 6.50, but that requirement could be a little bit bigger after this wave from Reed, who's trying to fight her way around a big section. She hammers it, throws the tail. Stay up, stay up.
Get down.
Safe to say she rode that out of that last tail sliding snap. Harris now. Kind of treacherous here on this inside section.
Wow. Oh!
See the water boiling up? I mean, if she rode out of that turn, she was going to hit dry rocks. Boldini now. All surfers have redirected their attention to the lefts. And a messy one right there for Daniela.
Yep, that ain't going to improve on things. A very similar approach from Reed and Vera. When you switch those jerseys, you may not even recognize the difference because they're both goofy footers, both strong and powerful. Important right here as we see it on the replay.
There we go. That was a sick turn.
Gets the closeout turn as well. That's going to get her back in this one. What a tight heat. Reed for the USA. Pumping and driving, and you're thinking, oh, it almost looked like at a moment here she thought it was going to close out. It did not. She flared that turn. That was a beautiful finishing turn.
That was one of the best finishers we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, beautiful. Surfing from both of these goofies. They look similar in stature. They look similar in style. If you switch those jerseys, they could pretend they were each other most probably. This is super unfortunate right there because that was going to be the sort of wave she needed and falls right at the end. And again, incomplete there, and that's not going to affect or have any influence on the scores whatsoever. Judges still considering 6-5 as the score needed for Havana Cabrera from Puerto Rico. Don't see it going that high, but it's going to take some pressure off. She's out the back again, 2 minutes to go, so she needs another wave. She wants to know this score, know her scenario, know what she needs, so she knows the next moves to make.
Well, she's pretty far away from the other three surfers. She's way down on the right, and now the rest of the competitors are paddling furiously over to get back into position. It looks like they're hanging over on the left side of the peak. So you see Havana now stroking into a right-hander. Good section in front of her. Nice snap to start. Good placekeeper, roundhouse cut back there. And here's the finishing move. Some added flair to the final section. Makes a look up to the judges, say, you saw that. 5.27 for her previous wave.
Oh, this one's so tight right now. 1 minute on the clock.
Well, before scores for green drop, or for white, at the moment, Havana needs a 4.20. It's a pretty good last wave. Compare that to the 5.27 that she dropped. I think it's right there.
Let's see it on the replay. Drives off the bottom, snaps, throws some nice spray. The lip was a bit bumpy, but she still looks so confident. Searing on the rail in that second snap, comes through the closeout, flares that as well. Kind of stand tall, no claim as we call it.
I like that. I like to see that. It shows us some confidence and self-belief. Now it's in the hands of the judges. This could change everything.
4.2 the last of White. It was going to be a score with the completion at the end too. What does White need? A 4.78. Fair to say she gets that score if she made that last turn. So a critical error not completing that last turn on a last ride. She's in third priority now. First and second priority with the winners, the advancing surfers. 5 seconds on the clock. We don't see this one changing from how it sits on your screen right now.
Well, we could see a switch up, and there it is. Needing a 4.20, going above and beyond. Havana Cabrera comes through with a 5.8. What? Literally just jumped from fourth to first in the dying seconds of that heat. That drops Wiedberg Wagner in a second. Unfortunately for Team Italy, Daniela Boldini, after being safe for 19 and a half minutes, drops into third, eliminated. Vera Harris, same thing for Team Argentina. Great surfing from both Daniela and Vera, but at the end of that one, it was Havana Cabrera with the come-from-behind victory. Weed van Ragnar, Team USA, moves through in second place as well. And that right there is pure surf entertainment. Bittersweet as we do lose 2 competitors, but the sweet part of it is our first and second place surfers are still in this contest. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. Our women's repêchage rounds will roll on here at La Bocana. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the ISA World Surfing Games opening ceremony.
Welcome everybody to Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games. It's my happiness to welcome all the 61 teams, 297 athletes, 450 participants. I wish all of you guys the best in the competition. A few of you are going home with medals, most not. But all of you are champions because you are here representing your country for the love of surfing, for the love of this competition. You're representing your countries, take that with you for the rest of your life. It's the highest honor in these World Surfing Games because we together are the United Nations of Surfing. Lovely moment in my life. Open officially the Surf City El Salvador ISA 2025 World Surfing Games! Yeah!
There is a man who loves his job and he's real good at it. President of the ISA, Fernando Aguirre, leading the opening ceremony there, and you saw 61 flags flying on that stage. Record participation here, 297 surfers. Here's 4 of them. This is Repêchage, round 4, heat 5. Ella McCaffrey, Noah Clapp, Hana Nakashio, and Camilla Kemp. 2 surfers representing Germany in this Repêchage heat. That is scary for that team who has done so well in the past few years here at the ISA level. They got their hands full because Ella McCaffrey has been on a winning streak. She's had some big victories on the east coast of the USA. She's been traveling all over Indonesia. And anytime you get to see her surfing at Seaside Reef, get ready. You're in for a show. She's an absolute local standout at one of the heaviest breaks, I would say, in California, just in terms of talent.
Yeah. Well, at 3:17 at a .20, so a couple of small rides to start for the USA. Look at this set. Surfers looking at it.
This is Noah Clapp, Team Germany. High speed snap to start this one off, setting things up towards this inside section. Takes the high road, just that little lump kind of right in front of her. So that was a good decision. You saw the water churning and boiling right on the pull out there. So the inside of this left is treacherous. Right where we just saw the flash of that blue jersey. It's about 2 inches deep.
And on the right.
Slippery, dry rocks. Yeah, there's no easy path at the end of these waves. We're waiting for a score now for Noah Clapp. Just nicely done. Ella McCaffrey starting strong with a 3.37.
Ella having a look here.
Ella, just powerful, solid fundamentals. See good placement there for that first turn. And oh, just a little bit hung up behind the section there, but gets the finish regardless. I hear the team going wild on the rocks beneath me. That's got to feel good, just to know that you have that support on the beach, and it's an audio thing, right? Because she's not looking in and kind of like waiting to see what they say. She's just hearing the cheers. That's going to get her fired up. And she's going to need it because the first wave has just come through for Noah Clapp. It's a 4.83. We got a heat on our hands, folks.
Yeah, and Ella just took her time on that one, which I liked. The middle section, she kind of missed a turn, but at the same time, she didn't force anything and fall. Japan.
Yeah, not to be left out on this opening series of waves. Nakashio up and into it, but gets eaten.
Yeah, that lip just like punched her, really. As she tried to punch it, it punched back. And unfortunately, completion there. 5.33 for Ella McCaffrey in that controlled performance. If she'd gone for that second turn of fall, it's a throwaway, a 3 or whatever, but that control she showed, she went, okay, it's all right to miss a section. Let's just finish it. Early days in the heat. Let's get our second score. So very professional approach from Ella to that wave and has her in the lead so far.
Yeah, speaking of professional, that team that Japan has fielded this year looking strong. And one of our new favorite surfers, Suzuki, right now flying that flag.
Best female team for Japan we've ever seen. Here's the 4. 8.3, cuts it back, waits for it to stand up, but she never stops moving. She's consistently moving, consistently pumping the board, creating speed. creating opportunity. And here is the 5 from Ella. This is the section where she just kind of, see there, she was going to hit it. She went, no, you know what? Let's just pull it back and finish it. And that's hard to do in the heat of a moment. Takes an experienced mind and control of that mind to be able to do that.
Yeah, great decision making here. You know, just not wanting to show too much that she maybe it's a slight mistake, but making up for it quick. That end snap was sharp, tight. She had plenty of speed going up into it. So well-deserved score there for McCaffrey. Now she is back in the lead, 850 total, with some room to move.
Look how far out that particular wave just broke.
Oh, cloud break. Australia call those bommies.
Yeah, bommies, mate. Yeah, which are
it broke?
outside submerged reef. Yeah,
it broke and then it just.
Oh, look at this right-hander. Look at the angle on this. Too late. That looked like it was going to be a good runner.
So we're looking at our podium 1, La Bocana. This is a super rippable wave, rights and lefts. A place that can actually handle a crowd of 50 on any given day. Like, you can paddle out there on a super crowded day and still get a lot of waves. There's just so, look at this. I mean, it's just opportunity knocking right, left, and center. Just up the road, El Sunzal. So this is at the south end of Surf City. Sunzal, the north end. Super long right-hand point break. Great for all types of surfers. You can rip your shortboard over there. You can win titles on your longboard like our co-commentator Rachel Tilley has done a few times. You can be a total beginner and get some of the longest waves. Kind of everything in between. That wave has a lot to offer. You see Ella McCaffrey now flying down the line on this right-hander. Couple good top turns. Going for the big closer. Nicely done to maintain her composure. That section, both on the inside of the right and on the inside of the left, gets pretty gnarly when the two waves come together like that. So well done from Ella McCaffrey. We'll see it. That'll most likely improve on that 317.
100%, Chris.
She kind of had a
317's Gonskis.
Yeah, the first two turns you could tell like slid them out. They looked really nice, but she had to wait. So again, we're seeing really good timing and patience from McCaffrey.
And it's a bigger wave than the previous ones. First little snap out of the top, nice and clean. Second one, quite short and flicky, but still good. This is where the money was. Big closeout re-entry. Whitewater converging from all directions. She shows control and style. Banks that one. They're going to have a great two-wave total to challenge all the other three who'll be trying to catch up. 617. Good score.
Yeah, she earned it. I feel like the meat of that score probably came from the finishing maneuver. It was definitely the riskiest turn she did on that wave. Almost disappeared in the whitewater. Judges like to see a little drama like that. So at that 617, highest single wave score for now. As we see Noah clap now on her backhand.
Wow, that was a good wave too from the drone angle. Wow. No.
Build the excitement and burst our bubble.
Yeah. Exactly.
She's going to get some credit, though, for the first couple of turns we saw in the distance there. It's just, you know, there's no science behind it, but a wave like that could go from a, you know, what could have been a 7, probably down to a 4-ish.
Good news is she's already got a 483. Let's see the front on angle. Big section, big turn. It's going to be maybe better than 4.
Yeah, I take it back.
Yeah, we saw the drone angle and it didn't quite do it justice in how big the wave was, how steep the face was, how good the turns were.
So I'm going to go, could have been an 8. It's probably going to be a 6-ish.
Yeah, got to be a 5, something for sure. Look at this angle of it. I mean, we talked about El Sunzal being a right point. Things looking very much like a right point out here right now, as well as these beautiful lines continue to deliver.
That first turn that Noah did was one of the best turns we've seen of the day. That was an incredible, perfectly executed backside snap, straight up into the lip, tons of spray.
I'm thinking back to Morgan Siblick falling after 2 big turns, but still getting the good score. That felt very similar. Great first turns.
She's already sitting on a solid backup to the 483, as we see now. Her teammate, Camille Kemp, comes around this section on a frothy one. Yeah, that was going to be a tough section to hit for any surfer, even an elite level surfer like Camilla Kemp. She went down. Kana Nakashio, 230.50. She needs to get things rolling if she wants to keep up with the pace being set.
Oh, look how steep this one's getting down the inside.
Oh, yeah. Get out of there. Hot wave started to look pretty menacing. Just came through that inside section. It's shallow too in there.
I was getting scared for her, you know, like what do you do? Because if the section stands up, you're kind of obliged to hit it. You can't, that one just kind of ran off a bit quick, so she kind of got out of jail almost and didn't have to hit it. But she might need to very soon with 8:20 on the clock, because she really hasn't had a score of consequence yet in this heat. And Ella and Noah are starting to get some solid distance. Noah's gone into the lead.
Yeah, so as expected, comes through somewhere between a 6 and a 7, a 6.83. That's great judging. I mean, you saw what she did at the beginning of that wave, and even though it was a messy finish with the fall, still got full credit for everything she did leading up to that point. She's now in the lead, and we got a tight top two here, 11.66 versus 11.50, and they're running away from Nakashio and Kemp. We are still waiting for a score from Kana. It was just one turn and a violent eject off of her board. Still a lot of time though, 7.5 minutes left.
But you'd much rather have your scores, and look at the surfers in first and second with the two scores are in first and second priority. So they've got a stranglehold on the situation. And sometimes you just let waves go and you wait for them to get back out to the lineup, because it burns time off the clock. You don't really need to surf anymore. You just need that clock to count down.
7:13 to go. Havana Cabrero came from fourth all the way to first in the dying seconds of that last heat. Let's join the celebration with Havana and True.
Thank you so much, Chris. Havana, yeah, wow. That was a pretty stressful last few moments of that heat.
Yeah, it definitely was. It was like gave me PTSD from earlier in the event that I didn't catch a wave. So I was just like, I can't do this again. So I just tried my hardest to just get away from the pack and try and get something.
Especially, you know, feeling those emotions and feeling like you're reliving that is stressful. Let's take a look at the waves. You got a 5.8 and a 5.27. Talk me through these ones.
Yeah, I tried to find the rights because I went on a left and it really didn't work out. So I was just like, okay, let me try and find something so I can just get it going. So I'm just really happy I completed the last two waves because I fell on my second wave. So yeah, I think this was my last wave actually. So yeah, I'm really happy that I completed that because I was needing that score.
You had a little bit of extra power in that last turn as well, a bit of extra push. Going into that turn where you think, I just have to make this and it's going to count?
Yeah, for sure. I was seeing all the competitors paddling towards me, so I was like, oh, I hope I can sneak one in it. And then I was like, okay, I think this has a score, but I didn't really know what I needed. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to surf this wave to what it can give me, and I did, and I'm super happy.
It's really tough, you know, navigating, having a heat out there, potentially an extra two more, plus also the heat out here too. What are you going to do to kind of rest and recover in between this heat and your next?
Definitely AC. That's key in El Salvador, and a lot of water, and just reset. It's another heat. Obviously, the repos is a challenge, so I'm just excited to make it heat by heat and be here with my team. They're amazing, so yeah, I'm really happy.
Is there anything you'd like to say to some friends, family, or anyone that's at home supporting you?
Yeah, gracias a todos por estar viéndonos. Ahora viene Mía, así que vamos a darle mucha buena energía. Perdón a mi papá, que creo que le dio un poco de estrés esos últimos 8 minutos, así que nada, espero que esté contento ahora.
Team Puerto Rico on fire. We'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, True. Yeah, the one good thing, well, there's a lot of good things about it, but the good thing about this Repêchage round is we get to see more surfing by the likes of Havana Cabrero and whoever makes it through these heats. Havana Cabrero, I mean, such a great style. You saw when she's on that last wave, she was talking through it, and you could tell she was really studying what was happening, and that was just clutch surfing.
It was.
And she made it actually look really easy.
That was, well, in the last few minutes,
Yeah.
she made it look easy. Up until that point, it was a struggle to find them, wasn't it? Yeah. But it just, you know, best two rides, it proves the point. You're never out. 5 minutes ago, you're not out.
And no one's ever safe.
No,
in
that's
these
right.
heats.
That's what makes it so exciting, I suppose. Here we go. Look at this one.
Oh, that's a cool angle. Shows you the lions pulsing through from the deep. And here we go. Noah Clapp. Her backhand now. Quick snap there to start. Here's the finishing move.
Oh.
Beyond vert. Straight through. It's where things get a little bit treacherous. Water starts to boil up. She has no fear. She doesn't care about rocks. She wants to make it through this heat. She's got a 6.83 and a 4.83. Meanwhile, Ella McCaffrey, during that interview, has improved in her scoreline, a 6.17 and a 6.03. So that means Ella's in the lead. Noah's in second. Was that last wave a 5.37? Will it be enough to put her back in the top spot? We got 3 minutes, 20 seconds left. One bit of bright news for Camilla Kemp right now, whose heat's not going her way. She has a 1.87 and a 0.9, but she does have priority.
Well, she needs 2 rides. When you look at the single scores of third and fourth, their double scores don't match one wave of first and seconds. So they're in a predicament. Amazing that this thing stayed open and gave her, I thought it was a 2-turn thing and it was done. I think she did it at 0.2, but then it just kept delivering, kept walling. And that was great surfing, consolidating Germany and the USA's advancing position. And maybe that's the bright spot with 2 minutes 40 for Camilla Kemp, is that her teammate has gone into the lead.
Just flipped it. Now Noah Claps in first place. Here we go. Nakashio trying to mount a comeback. She needs an 8.87. Good start there. This wave kind of condensing, flattening out a little bit. No real impactful sections for her to get up and involved with. Surfs it all the way through. It was well done. Just the wave kind of let her down a little bit with 2 minutes, 12 seconds left.
Well, she's got time to get back out there and get another one. That's the good news, because she needed 2 waves. Does that improve on the 3? I was going to say 3.33. Well, the judges tell you, yes, it does. It's a 3.93. Still remaining, needing an 8.27 combination situation for Camilla Kemp, where she needs more than what is possible on one ride of a perfect 10. So you would say that Noah Clapp and Ella McCaffrey feel very solid. Look at their scores. Very solid, very happy, very content at this point in time with their performances. Japan and Camilla Kemp for Germany. It's a difficult road from here with a minute and a half.
And if I know anything about Noah Clapp and Ella McCaffrey, they have a lot of experience in these heats. So we consider the 2-minute drill, where you can identify your competitional lineup, figure out who has the best chance of unseating you. But Ella McCaffrey, she's just going to surf this one out. Big snap to start. This wave building down the line. There's a huge closeout snap. Just venomous.
Yeah,
up and into that lip. Why not just go for it? She's already got a solid couple of scores. Lay it on the line. That was cool.
Yeah, she didn't need it. And at some point in an event, you may. And practicing those type of maneuvers and really going for it, it's the opportunity to prepare for those moments later on when you do need them. Some people might choose to not even go the wave or straighten off and not risk it. But thinking long term, I think it's good to have a go. 30 seconds on, 35 on the clock. This one feels like it's stitched up for the USA and Germany.
Yeah, I like the consistency that we're seeing from Noah and Ella. Anytime you're throwing away 5s, you're adding, a couple proper 6s to your scoreline. Super respectful double-digit totals for Clapp and McCaffrey. 13.43, enough for the win, unless something wild happens in the next 5 seconds, which I don't think it's going to. So congratulations to Noah Clapp from Team Germany. It was a seesaw battle between Noah Clapp and Ella McCaffrey. They both shared the lead for a lot of that heat, but in the end, those 2 surfers advanced through, staying in contention for a possible ISA medal at the end of the week. But unfortunately, we lose Nakashio from Team Japan and Camilla Kemp from Team Germany. And the hits are going to keep on coming, for better and or for worse. This is the Repêchage round. High stakes surfing on the line here. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back with more. We're going to Paul and Rachel in on the call right around this corner.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
The action continues at Surf City, El Salvador, up to Heat 6 of the women's Repêchage round 4. Bright sunshine on a late morning, close to midday here. It's warm out there. It's also pretty wavy as well. Plenty of energy from the ocean as we'll watch Laura Haupt of Brazil. Bit of a surprise to see her in the Repêchage round, because of how well she surfed early on. Nevertheless, she's here now and she's found a good opportunity. Just as we say that, the opportunity withdraws itself. Meanwhile, out the back, China. Impressive team, big wave. Much more magnitude to it, and that's a huge hit. She'll get crunched. I love the way Jin Shuhan took it on. Also in the water, Canada, Osea Green, Mia Calderon of Puerto Rico. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Rachel Tilley. Great to see Team China once again coming to grips with the power of the waves and take it on sections.
Yeah, absolutely. As we take a look at what Mia's wave opened up with, wrapping it around, almost gets caught up there, really soft wave. She sticks with it, and this is where it starts to stand up to give her a little bit more opportunity. We'll see how she's able to take advantage of it. She does good. She does good to stick with that one. You know, a couple mistakes early on. Taking another look at our surfer from China's opening wave. Really loved that attempt at that power finish, but unfortunately just kind of getting bucked off as she was halfway down and causes her to become unstuck from her board. So really, Mia kind of the only surfer to have any real score of consequence to start out, which usually feels good.
Finding connections with this swell will prove key to building yourself a platform. Strong position. We've seen a few heroic come from behind. A couple of heats ago we saw one, didn't we? But it's generally the way things are gone. Whoever establishes and builds that platform, it's always going to be hard to try and find something in these short heats. But it's entertaining when it does happen. Love a come from behind.
Yeah, I think that's it. Like a lot of the surfers, especially here in the World Surfing Games, you know, having a lot of professional experience on the world stage. Used to maybe surfing up to 30-minute heats, which completely changes your strategy. Laura being one of them, knowing that she needs to get an early start here with the 20 minutes, because if you, let's say, have a 30, 35-minute heat, gives you so much more time to be patient. 20 minutes, not really much time. You kind of need one good score in the first 10 minutes. If you're lucky, 2 good scores in the first 10 minutes that then give you that power and control, but kind of how it plays out, usually 1 score first 10, 2nd score next 10, you win the heat, bang, bang. That's the goal.
Repetition will be the key for Repêchage here today, because we're going to run through 3 rounds, so 2 more after this one, and it is that longer route to the final. Totally doable to get in the medals from Repêchage, but you're going to have to surf more heats, and we're seeing that illustrated today. 3 rounds to surf if you keep winning, which is obviously what you want to try and do. So basically, everyone that made it through half of this draw, they'll be back out there again soon. A couple more heats time. 8 heats will finish off this round. It's going to take all of that endurance and stamina, the heat management. We talked about the facilities that we got there. We do have the ice baths. A lot of people opt in to stay close and just get in the AC.
Yep.
Chill out in there.
Yeah, I know the French team have their pool that they can hang out in while watching all the action here at La Bocana. So that's a huge advantage when the team houses are close, but not everyone's staying close. You know, there's a lot of great towns near El Tunco as well. You have Alzonte, just, you know, about 10 minutes down the way, that has another great wave there on offer, but a bit of a ways down. So, you know, if you're staying down there in that town, you're about a 10-minute drive away. Not really that opportunity to run back and forth as much as if your pool is overlooking La Bocana, you know?
Yes, this is true. We're very well positioned right in front of the wave here. We're watching a little bit of wind kicking up. Just nothing untoward, just a slight bit of texture. And you can see that lower tide causing waves to cap on the outside. Oshia Green doesn't mind it. She'll take a slopey section here. Doing pretty decent work for Team Canada. All quite side to side Z though, wasn't it? Some nice little cut down to her, but nothing that's going to get loads of excitement out of our panel in terms of coughing up points.
There's that beautiful leaf on display.
What's your syrup stance, Rachel? Maple syrup? Into it?
Yeah, I love a maple syrup.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I also love, like, you know, some of the fruity, like a boysenberry syrup.
Yeah.
Like a blueberry syrup. Love those.
My one issue with the maple syrup, just in those little glass sort of things that it comes in, get a bit of precipitation around the top, don't you? It's a bit, kind of grinds a bit when you put in the cap back on.
But is there any syrup lid that is free from that? I don't think so. I feel like it's kind of with the syrup.
I feel the screw top is just, it's just a strange, I'm not sure that it really fits the condiment.
Kind of.
I'm thinking a squirty, more of a squirty.
Yeah, we
type.
have the Aunt Jemima ones at home. I think they've rebranded the name, but I don't know what the new name is. But it's like the pole top, you know.
Yeah.
You squeeze it and then you can. So that's a classic one.
Great chat.
Great chat. I'm sure they're loving it at home. Hello, Team Canada. There's Team South Africa sitting right next, and there's a little dog. Perro pequeño. That's my attempt at Spanish. I think I said little dog.
Yeah, sounds good. It's cute. It's fluffy.
He matches the coconut. A little scruffy.
Scruffy little guy down there enjoying the action. Meanwhile, some sets. What do we got? Laura Halp's 5-1-7. Puts in the lead early stages of this. Should be happy with that. She'll get the backup in sooner rather than later as well. Second priority for Blue and Brazil. First priority at the moment with China. As yet to lock anything major in, but I love her audacious approach to a big section. She came off second best on that occasion, but I'm backing her to find herself some more juice out here and tee off on it. If she does do that, she'll get a good reward from the panel. Oshia Green makes a think about it on the shoulder, but Jin says, no, that's me. Zah, first turn. Wave is a little soft and she's kind of committed to it, so she just wobbles off. Dear.
I think wobble was a good descriptive for that. You saw her kind of wobble one way, wobble the other, and lose her energy on that one.
Mia Calderon pushing pretty hard. Arrives at a section. Gives it a little extra zhuzh off the top. And she'll go complete as well. So traveling a ways. And a nice rhythm to the surf and making sure she gets the completion of tagging the section. Already got the 4-5 in. Be a useful backup for her as well. And at that midway stage of the heat, you got your 2 scores already locked in. Sticking to the plan.
That was the plan that I told her from the broadcast. I don't think she's listening. Must be instinct. Or great coaching. You know, that is an awesome aspect of here is being able to work with the teams and the coaches. Not only do you have awesome people in your corner that are competing and spending time out in the water, but you also have awesome coaches, you know, working to create a complete and congruous team. Congruous? Yeah.
Here goes Laura up. Bang! Great turn. incomplete, though. It was exciting. What makes a good coach? What makes a bad coach?
I think a good coach knows your strengths and knows how to talk to them. You know, every surfer paddles out there with what works for them, and not trying to, you know, make you be any other surfer or, you know, lend to your competitor's strengths or anything. They look at what you have on offer and really try and help uplift you into that, as well as just creating a strong strategy. I mean, so much about advancing out of a heat, I say this all the time, is just having good strategy and playing a smart heat. It's not always the best surfer.
Have you ever fired a coach on the beach after a heat, or do you normally just do the 1 a.m. text?
Yeah, no, fortunately I've had to do neither. It would be a little bit difficult. My coach is my dad, so, you know, that would be a little awkward if I chose any of those approaches.
It's not impossible. I mean...
Yeah. Fortunately, I haven't had to, so...
Let's get down and hear from winner of the last heat with True Starling.
Thank you so much. A big congratulations. You're the last female of the team in Germany left standing in the event. Bit bittersweet.
Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely happy to make it through. I wish I didn't have to compete against my teammate, but that's the way it is. And when you're out there, it's just every man for themselves. So.
And Noah, you got a 6.83 and a 6.62, really big scores as well. Hopefully we'll get to take a look at those waves. I mean, the conditions today, it's really fun. It's cleaning up as well. So how was it out there for that heat, and how did you approach it?
Yeah, it was actually super fun. I've been kind of I struggled on my last heat, so I kind of went into this heat like just no pressure, just free surf, and just I gotta get out of my head a little bit to surf my best. So that's what I did, and I just had fun. And Ella got really good waves as well, so it was kind of back-to-back, switching for the lead, so it was really fun.
Let's have a look as well. I mean, it's always tough when you go back-to-back, you know, up and down, and you're moving through the leaderboard, but your surfing was really doing the talking.
Yeah, I mean, these waves are amazing. I was super happy to get such clean rights. And I think this is the wave where I fell on my last turn, and I feel like could have even gone higher if I had landed it, but... Yeah, this one over here. But it's okay.
Those completions in, you know, these repechage rounds are so important as well. I mean, you guys are surfing pretty much double the amount of heats if you would be in the main round. How are you going to tidy that up for the next one?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just taking one heat at a time. So now I got this one out of the way, and now I think I have a little over an hour. So I'll just drink a lot of water, try to cool down, and get ready for the next one.
It's a big day of surfing for you. We'll let you rest and recover. We'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, True. Great insights there. Noah clap. Brilliant surfing from her. Really enjoyable to see the goofies go at these rights and be precise. Don't mind the regulars doing it either. People like Laura Haupt of Brazil. Good looking runner here. Section just sets up sweetly. Doesn't hammer that section. She wants more down the line. She finds it. Nice clean finish. And she'll ride out as well. She'll go back to first real soon. And she'll be in control of the heat there. She's already got the high score. And you'd feel that'll be another very useful number for Team Brazil.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is crunch time at this point. So, and right as we say that, it looks like we just had a complete ride from our surfer in red from China. We'll see what that comes through as. Looks like it's only a 2.57, so nothing of major consequence. Let's take another look at this last from Blue. A nice opening ride. Not seeing a whole lot of speed from this wave, but she did well to finish that one out and ride that out. I mean, that's super important, like True and Noah were just saying, to finish those turns. And that was a complete turn ride from our surfer in red, but nothing of major consequence. As you see, she started with that rail engaged, but unfortunately lost that engagement of the rail about halfway through the turn.
Yeah, mistimed, wasn't it? Just thinking Laura up, Team Brazil. She's back to first now with a 4.97. Meanwhile, OCU Green, Canada, needs to get involved here. She'll do so with this kind of surfing. Bit of a fluffy section, but she's good enough to swing up there. Iago Dora, Team Brazil, he sacked his dad. Or at least they parted ways.
Yeah, but...
Won him a world title.
Yeah, but as you said, was was it with a 1 a.m. text or on the beach? Those things. They
Maybe
have
a
to be done
note
really...
with a fridge magnet. Just on the fridge. Oh, yeah, there's some lasagna
like a
on
coffee
the
and
top
a donut.
shelf. And by the way, you're fired.
Good morning. Yeah.
Dad,
Yeah.
love you.
Love
Bye.
you, Dad.
Oh, and can you lend me some money?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, fortunately, it's been going well. Going well for us. My dad doesn't travel with me so much anymore these days. I do actually just a lot of coaching for myself. But I always call him before heats and get a nice little pep talk. Always just reminds me of the basics. And I think, talking about what does a good coach do.
What are those basics?
I think just reminding you what the judges are looking for. I think what you want to hear right before your heat, it's not, oh, and don't forget to, your fundamentals and this. It's have a quick, strong start, no falling. That's something that he always says to me. Do not fall, minimize your mistakes.
Classic.
And complete 2 rides. I mean, when you break it down, those really are just the basics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't fall off. Get to start
Strong.
early.
Yeah. No, but I think having that reminder of at the beginning, if you're having a coach that's trying to fill your mind with too much right before you're paddling out, it can be overwhelming. And so it's about how do we make it through this heat? How do we win this heat? And no falling is the big one. That's what he always tells me. So I try not to. If he didn't tell me that before a heat,
You'd
I
be
don't
all
know.
over the place.
Maybe, yeah. Oh, and look at that dog. Oh my gosh. He has some friends on the beach swimming in that river. He's swimming upstream.
But the loving look as well. Look. Oh, cuteness.
He swam upstream for so long on that one.
Sticky. It's a little sticky.
Scruffy with a little sticky. I'm so sorry to everyone at home.
2 on the clock here. Team Brazil leading it. Doing all right, Laura Hope. So far, so good for her. If things remain as they are, we'll be seeing her at least once more today. Mia Calderon backs up the 4-5 with the 4. That was okay. That's good enough for a second at the moment. However, Osea Green, she's heading in the right direction with her numbers. She's pushing scores up. But with just 2 rides, or hang on, is Jin Shuhan. This is nice. Good left.
Yes.
And again for a finish. Oof. Does well to avoid the rock. 5.83 the requirement. If she improves on the high score of 2.67, she'll bring that requirement down. There is only 90 seconds, though.
Yeah, so we've got to think that that's potentially her last attempt there.
Ooh. Osea. Big climb. Oh, she's got a section here if she can get back up.
Come on, come on. Stick with it.
Still going. What you got for a finish? Tired legs down there on the inside.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, here's your heat leader, Laura Hupp. Good looking pocket for her. There's a wrap. And there's some control with the speed and the power. There's another nice slashing pocket turn. Victory lap kind of stuff you'd feel for Laura Hupp. That was a good wave for Osea Green. I'm not quite sure she got a hold of it as she would have wanted to as she was paddling in.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was a nice start, but those finishes, I mean, this is what we're talking about, no falling. You can't fall in those final moments like that. That was her final attempt. And unfortunately, coming unstuck at the end, but judges still to drop the score, so we'll leave it to them. But she's looking for a 5.33, so a pretty healthy score there. That's required by her.
Yep, we're out of time here. We'll get a number for Osea, but it does feel a bit of a stretch to get up there to that 5.33. It comes in just as a 3, and she'll bow out of competition here. She rallied well, but she couldn't quite get it done. Similar story as well for Jin Shuhan, who actually found some pretty good ways. Her timing was a touch off, and you can't afford to be at this level. It's Laura Rapp in blue, Team Brazil. And she'll get the win here. Just showing her class and her quality, really. Also showing her work ethic. Much busier, taking more opportunities. She rode a lot more waves, over double the wave count of both green and of white. And that's why she's going to get the win. That's why she's going to be back again to fight in the next round of repechage, because that's coming up today. 2 more rounds of that yet to go. And the fun will continue here. We'll keep making the most of conditions. As you see surfers taking their time on the way in here. This little part where you're coming out. Got to tread carefully. Meanwhile, we'll start to think about some of the next matchups coming down the line. What have we got coming up, Rachel?
Well, we have a heat with New Zealand, France, Chile, and Portugal. So it's getting increasingly more and more competitive. Alani Morse from New Zealand, Eileen Vast from France, Isidora Bulto from Chile, and Teresa Bonvila from Portugal. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Good looking matchup here. I've liked Alani Morse's style. She's surfing with a lot of flow as well. She couldn't pair that with good wave selection and aggression. Expect her to go right up the scale. Eileen Vast out of France, over here with her brother. This is Alani. So Team New Zealand into it straight away. Really nice. That was great. Well timed. Won't get that second or that finishing maneuver done, but I thought prior to that, I love the acceleration off the bottom. And that lightweight equipment working really well for her on the backhand.
Yeah, looking very sprightly, I'd say. I've been seeing Team New Zealand often at El Sunzal at the end of the day, just wrapping up their day, getting a few waves, which has been great to see. So we see a beautiful coastline here. That's just past here. So as we just move south, Paul, I know that's been
east.
A little bit, well, yeah, I suppose so. South is straight out, isn't it? Well said, well said. Just so beautiful, so neat. Looking further down,
Something else we can't agree on.
Something we can agree on, sure. What do you think, Paul? Is that you building your house right there?
Yeah, I mean, we broke ground a couple of weeks ago. I'm pretty happy with the progress so far. I was thinking eternity pool right on the cliffs there. And it's just, yeah, it's just one of the things you get for getting consistently awarded best commentator at these events. You actually get a parcel of land from the government awarded. So
I don't know. I see Drew shaking her head.
Unlucky you guys, and well done me.
She already got awarded to her. Drew's trying to tell you sorry.
No, she, on the other hand, if it doesn't go so well, you actually get escorted straight to the airport. Last heat of the day, there's the transport just waiting here. They've got your passport and your bags
You're
already
either
packed.
going to your new house or straight to the airport.
Yeah, you're out.
Rough, rough.
But fair at the same time.
I don't know. I think it's a good thing you're not our boss. Please do not. This is Paul's official application to be making the decisions, and I think everyone's in unanimous decision to say you're not promoted, because that's scary.
Yeah, when I put the plans in for my build, a few people were surprised to see the sauna that I'd included there. And I said, because wellness is so important to me, that, yeah, sometimes I just don't feel like it's hot enough outside here.
Yeah. Yep.
I like sweating, so I'm going to go the sauna.
Any ice bath? No.
Nah.
No. Just sweating.
Yeah, I mean, some people go sauna, ice bath. I'm just going to go sauna and then just go outside in the midday sun. Just oil up.
Sauna to tan.
Lay out.
Yeah, yeah.
Coconut oil. Yeah, we actually saw, not sure we're going to out them as who they were, but we did see someone taking a Gatorade bath earlier.
Sounds pretty good.
Was it the watermelon flavour?
Would you?
Which I think it must be good for your skin.
Would you lay on that and then also just drink it as you're sitting in it? Or is that just you're trying to, get the electrolytes through your pores? Or is it just so you don't have to use your hands to be drinking a bottle while you're trying to rest your arms in the ice bath?
My dog does that in the river. she'll get in, she'll cool down, and then she'll just take a few refreshing sips as well of the river water.
Well, could you give that? Why don't you give that a try with the little scruffy dog we saw in the river over there? Do that with some of the river water. Delicious.
Must be warm being a dog around here.
It's got to be. I saw a husky the other day. I thought, oh, I'm glad I'm not you.
Yeah, wrong place at the wrong time, husky. Meanwhile, right place at the right time. Melanie Morse getting a 3 early on, and then just a small backup. So she's heading in the right direction. Oh, hang on. Here we go. Good energy here, Bonville low. Wow, big hit for Portugal. And then some slopier stuff for her, but the first turn was crisp from Teresa Bonville of Team Portugal. And she'll stay busy, swinging around on the board. An intense competitor. Having a little look around.
Yeah, I think a smart idea for her to make the most of that all the way down. Obviously, the wave did start to peter out, but she fit in about 2 or 3 more turns in that section. See Eileen Vast looking to improve upon her situation.
Yeah, good looking wave here for Frost. That was a great turn. And then she'll snap and wrap and tag the lip throw and buckets, dousing anyone who had the imprudence to be paddling on the shoulder of that wave. Really nice exchange. Portugal and France. You do feel like maybe Eileen Vast had the better of it with the multiple critical maneuvers. First time was really nice from Bonville of Portugal though, but Eileen managed to find a little extra down the inside, didn't she?
Yeah, she did. I think that will probably be the better of the 2 exchange. Let's see what Isidora opens up with.
Yeah, Bulto. The Goofy fanning a really good section.
Wow.
And picked a good selection of maneuver they feel just to get that tidied up and done. Not trying to go too crazy and fall off. I like it.
I'm glad she stuck with that for as long as she did too, because she was just, you could tell she had control over it, but she was a little high in the whitewash. Had she chosen to jump off or anything like that, I think she could have risked an incomplete. And so I'm glad that she stuck with that and stuck her claim, because she left it to no question that she completed that maneuver, and it was a really healthy, zesty one.
Yeah. Fairly low scoring heat for the opening stages. That's going to improve when we get scores in for Teresa, for Eileen, and now for Isidora. And once again, as we swoop over the lineup from on high, you can see the sort of scale of what we're looking at here. So that line of white water in the kind of middle of your shot shows you that right hand and where that's going. You can even see that end section. And then as we'll just scope back around, that's the main part of the peak there. So you see surfers quite often start the heat right in the middle of that particular bit of white water with the option to go left as well, which is exactly what we saw Alani Morse do at the start of this heat from New Zealand. She's got a decent backup in, or a high score actually now, 4.17 for Morse. Teresa Bonville 5.33 drops in. Let's have another look at Teresa.
Yeah, I mean, this opening turn, she stayed beautifully on top of the water that whole time, not sticking any edge, and was able to maintain her speed through the entire maneuver. And I think that just really opened up her wave with a bang, with a wow. The rest of it, she knew she got the main part of the job done at the beginning, and it was just more of, okay, let me just rack up a few more to complete it. As we see Eileen, Red going left. She's sitting at a completely different peak than the others on her backhand. Really liked that wave from her. Maintained a lot of speed throughout that. Super important, especially on those smaller waves. These bigger waves giving the surfers more of their own speed on offer, if that makes sense. you know, it's a lot harder on those smaller ones to generate it for yourselves.
You're looking at Aileen Vast right now of France on the replay. Good number coming for that. Here's another look at Bulto.
Choosing to go a bit of a mid-face car for both of those. I think maybe a missed opportunity for that first section, but here is where she really stuck it out. So love that final maneuver. I think just by not going really top to bottom on that very first maneuver, maybe a little bit missed opportunity in going even higher with what the wave offered. But I think it's still going to come in healthy in terms of what is in the scope of this heat at the moment.
Good number in for France, for Aileen Vast, 7 points. Big score, well deserved for big surfing. And we've seen a little bit of momentum and a bit of a theme in that we're seeing a big opening turn and things kind of fizzling away a bit, and it's all a bit anticlimactic. That, on the other hand, had a cracker of a first turn, a reasonable second one, but then the third maneuver down the line, she just flared up, which is cool.
Super cool. The judges thought it was cool too. I mean, a 2-point difference really from the other high scores of this heat give you a really great place of control over this heat.
Melanie Morse again in full flow. She loves these lefts. Goes for the little boost into the channel. You can see how she just loves to get progressive. Not much on offer there in terms of the end section of the wave.
I'd love to see her do that on a wave where it invites a little bit more of that consequence. Obviously, I think at that point she knew not much was on offer on the wave. A bit of a fun finish for her. You could tell she had full control throughout that entire maneuver, but, you know, not going to add much to a score line. As fun as it was to see her go to the air, it's just more of like a throwaway maneuver at the end of a small wave. Comes in as a 2.23.
Lines out the back, stacking up here. And opportunities for surfers like Aileen Vast, as well as Teresa Bombolo, putting themselves in position deeper. Deep on the right, potential to go left. It will be Vast on a left-hander. First turn is a nice snap. Then she's got a good section here, gathers herself and goes up. Nice and vert again. Pushing hard, doing it with speed. It's gonna be another good number. Back it to improve the backup for sure. She's got 3.67. That's gone.
She has great wave selection out here. I mean, she has great teammates to watch being so dominant out there.
Bombolo's first turn's nice. In action again on this right. Got a cupped out end section. Swings at it a couple of times. Still going. Whoa, Bulto will flick back to Bombolo. Wow, there's all sorts going on. Morse. Wow, an absolute frenzy of surfing going on there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Morse and Bulto just not being able to take advantage of their waves there. Teresa Bonvalot smashing that last one. And Aileen, I'm looking forward to seeing how that score comes in for her last one. Excellent wave selection, offering just a lot of opportunity for progressive critical surfing at every single point of the wave. And Teresa's just offering a lot of time. It seems like she just kept going and going and going. We actually switched away and we switched back and she was still going. So I think it's our surfer from France and Portugal really running away with this heat in terms of performance across two solid scores. But still time for Alani and Isidora to get a healthy score in here, but they have to start doing it now.
Just over 6 on the clock. Time to hear from winner of the last heat with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you, team. All right, before we talk about the brilliant surfing you just showed us, how did you wind up here in the Repêchage rounds? What happened?
Yeah, yesterday I was knitting a 3.6 and it was super painful about that, but yeah, just like reside and go to the heats on the Repêchage today because it's going to be 3 heats on a day. It's going to be a long day, but yeah, hopefully survive for tomorrow.
Well, now that we got that part out of the way, let's talk about the good part. You went out there, you did your job, put together 2 great scoring waves. It looks like it's extreme low tide right now. So what type of situations do you find yourself out here at the end of those waves? It looks really shallow on that inside section, but you looked fearless on the finished parts of those waves.
Yeah, yesterday I ended up on the rock, so I don't have fear anymore to like go for it. And it is super shallow out there. It's kind of tricky because it's much smaller than the last days. And yeah, I was just trying to do what my team said and made it through the heat.
All right, well, I know Team Brazil is always well coached, and you're performing, surviving a tough repechage round with a lot more serving to come. We're going to let you go, let you prepare for what could be a very long day of serving. Good luck out there.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks, Laura. Thanks, Stickman Cote. Laura up from strength to strength in the repechage round. You would not want to be drawing her at any stage. She get ready to go again here. 3 rounds to surf if you stay alive in the repechage. 4 minutes 20 on the clock. Your heat leader, Vast of France, 12 points, decent. Very close behind her. Terezinha Bonvalot of Portugal, 11.83.
Yeah, those 2 surfers really starting to run away with it. Full control. They're sitting in 3rd and 4th priority. I don't think they're stressed about it at all. Looks like by themselves they're over on that right. If I was the other 2 surfers, I'd start thinking like, oh shoot, should I be going over to that right too? Is that where all the best waves are coming through? I don't know.
Alani Morse with the first priority. She's got the lineup is hers in terms of whatever wave she wants to pick. That's the one thing going for her. Flip of that is the wave will need to provide 7.66 or better if she wants to stay in competition. Here's Teresa Bonvalot from last prio, finding a bit of a nug. Good surfing, really sharp. Vertical on the backhand again, really nice. Great combos for Teresa. And working on potentially the 5.33 as a backup, 6.5 her high score. She's in rhythm now. You can see everything's kind of clicked in for her. And she's finding these waves kind of effortlessly. She's in the right spot, not only to get the takeoff and find the wave, but then just where she is during the ride. This was decent.
If you just watch the nose of the board, watch how much redirection it has to this entire wave and how much action it has. So that's just demonstrating how much she put it on rail and really wrapped that board around in maneuver after maneuver. Taking a slow-mo look at this one again as we wait for this score to come through. Just setting up, really getting that weight on that front foot so she can start getting her speed going. She takes her time and starts launching it up. Already starts transitioning here. Gets that board up to the lip. Wraps it around. Stalls there at the top so that way she can start to come back down with speed. And love the way that she read this one. Going a little bit wider. Bringing that nose all the way back to the pocket of the wave. So you see, look, the entire time she has finished her maneuver in the pocket of the wave, which has just allowed her to come back out with speed and go into each next maneuver flawlessly. So I'd say that was a really great demonstration of maximizing a small wave, just choosing the right maneuver for each part of the wave on offer.
Team France slashing Vast with speed. Trying to come from way, way behind a section. Won't quite do it. Meanwhile, hello, Bulto. Late entry with the white water. Now she's got a section. She's going to need to hit this pretty hard. At the moment, it's soft. And that's because the wave's not offering anything. She knows it. Final minute. She could be in trouble here.
Yeah, going to try and race back out.
Not like legally, just in terms of staying in competition in trouble.
Oh,
like,
okay.
she's fine.
Right.
But she might be getting eliminated.
Thanks for clarifying. I was worried that maybe she was going to be in legal trouble.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, thank you so much for clarifying. But her position in this event is in trouble. That one's not going to be of consequence. Still looking for that 6.73, times winding down. Yolanda serving as support now. She had a heat win, first heat of the day, 2 days in a row. Really strong competitor that one is. And then a really awesome teammate as well throughout the day.
Yep, here is her teammate, Teresa Bonvolo. Yo was watching on with Cande Rosano. And they'll be enjoying this stuff. That's really nice. Look how much it means to her. She's just really passionate about her surfing, and I think a lot of that she's kind of signaling to the team, but also to herself, really. And she's done a lot of splashing of water this event, so both happy and not so happy splashing. I think this is of the former kind.
Yeah, well, we've got to assume, you know. But maybe she's upset she didn't win, you know, second place. She has a high standard to herself. Well, sorry, yeah, hang on.
Ooh. It went. It's the sort of surfing from Teresa Bonvolo that can make you fall out of your chair.
Yeah, sorry, I almost just fell out of my chair. Woo. And it does. I fell out of my chair deservingly. She gets the score.
First place for Portugal. They'll be absolutely delighted with that. They won't mind getting one over the French as well, who will go to second place with Eileen Vast. Those two will be surfing again today. Can't wait to see it. Teresa Bonvolo will want these heats to keep coming when she's in this kind of form. She's lethal. Time for a quick break. We'll be back for more real soon.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
The action continues at the ISA World Surfing Games. Heat 8 of the 4th repechage rounds. Oh, when you say it like that. Estela Lopez of Chile taking on Charlotte Mully of Great Britain. Leilani McGonagal, who was amazing last night out of Costa Rica. Louise Lepron from South Africa. What do we reckon?
I mean, man, after the performance we saw from Leilani yesterday with that club sandwich,
wow.
2 excellent scores.
Huge.
2 8s in her scoreline yesterday. Just for the last heat of the day, she'd be feeling really good, but she's looking at potentially 3 heats ahead of her today, as are all of these women working to stay in the draw.
It's Charlotte Mully. Slashing with speed. Boom, that was big. Great finish for Great Britain.
I liked that. I know that wasn't on purpose, I know, but I liked that. Great finish for Great Britain. It is great.
Score's going to be decent. Really nice way to kick things off with loads of energy. But hang on. Can I draw your attention to the scoreboard, Rachel? And notably the number up top there.
You're kidding.
It's a big one. It's another 8 for Leilani McGonagal.
You're kidding.
Wow.
Well, I hope we get to see that one again because holy smokes. Well, let's take a look at this. Had the inside of red. Great opening turn. Brings it all the way around. Love the variety. Speed coming through all through this one. And finishes it out cleanly. Cuts out. And I think it really was from this second turn from her, utilizing that upper body, wrapping it all the way around. I think it's a combination of great surfing here and judges really liking her wave selection too. All of her maneuvers were able to be done in critical parts of the wave with speed, with power. Wow, that spray of that first turn, just so beautiful. Second turn too. You can tell she just has so much fire. I mean, after her heat yesterday, she came in last heat of the day. Maybe we're all a bit tired. Not Leilani. She came in with something to prove. She did it, and she's bringing that same energy straight into this heat.
Yeah, I don't even know how you go about doing that. You come back the next day, you have to wait up all of the morning, and then, wow, first wave. She had someone in front of her as well. Estela Lopez didn't bother her. She kicked out, she got out of the way, and she just tore in. So going excellent with the very first wave. I mean...
You hate to hear that when you're her competitors. Like 17 minutes still to go, and you're thinking, all right, everyone kind of, you know, oh, well, sorry, Charlotte Mully getting a 6.5 on that opening one. So them two running away, but Leilani up again.
There goes Costa Rica. The steep section, she does well to hang on and get back up there. She's on fire at the moment.
Wow, I mean, a really frothy wave on that one. Really easy to make mistakes that we've been seeing throughout this morning, but she navigated it, didn't fall. Those are the basics, Paul. Don't fall, Paul.
Estela Lopez on a nice looking left. It's a little bit slopey, to be fair. So she'll do some cutback stuff. And then it'll get steeper on the inside, a little boil section. She'll get up there. Will she get back down? Perhaps not quite. Number in for Leilani, 383 for the right-hander. Already got 12 points. That'll improve, I guarantee you that. By the end of this heat, could she go another excellent heat? Over 16-point total, well, she could.
We'd love to see it.
Yeah. Also, impressed with Charlotte Mully, the 6'5" from the get-go. So it's going to be hard for the likes of Lopez and Lepron. Haven't seen much of Louise.
Look, if you're a little bit nervous for your heat today, that did not help your nerves. You know, sometimes you can see, you know, when you're getting ready for your heat, maybe you see a low-scoring heat, someone advance with a couple of fours, and you go, okay, well, look at that. That kept the door open the entire heat. That person made it through. And you're trying to calm yourself down with that type of self-talk, and then you get out there and your two competitors start off with amazing scores. And you go, okay, the heat started, let's go.
Hang on, Louise Lepron, good wave here for her, the South African. That was a good turn. Really nice flow on this right-hander for Louise. Tags a finish, does well to hang on. We're game on for the heat here now because she's going to get a good score as well. And that is at least 3 of our surfers with good numbers locked in, keeper-type scores.
I'm thinking our women actually aren't nervous here. I think Louise heard that score, and it instead of shying away from the challenge and going, oh no, okay, a lot of work to be done here, she went, yeah, all right, game on. Give me my wave of opportunity and let me rip into it. So waiting to see what the judges award that wave.
Charlotte Mully, great looking wave for her. Wow, hammers it. Using loads of power. Team GB are loving this. Another big crack for her. What a heat this is. Interesting to see where this goes score-wise. She's already gone 6-5. So a lot of speed, a lot of intent in those turns, critical sections. Whew.
Thinking back to where it compares to her 6'5", I'm going to say around, but maybe just under. I really liked that opening turn. The rest of the wave offering a little bit smaller, but we'll see where the judges land with that one. I might eat my words. We'll see. kind of fun to put yourself out there. You know, what are you thinking, Paul, before we find out?
I think it could go higher.
Higher, okay. Well, let's see. Let's just sit in silence until it drops. Anxiously watching.
That's what I call great television.
Let's rewatch this opening wave from Louise, though. I really liked this one. Nice second turn, wrapping it all the way back around as she gets ready to end it out here strong. 5.33. I think that sits right around in that scale as we were watching, but let's rewatch this opening turn for Charlotte.
Come
you can
on.
see those arms just spread wide open. Beautiful opening turn, so much power. Yeah, I mean, a lot could come just from that first turn on rewatch. I think it's just here that the wave doesn't really allow her another opportunity to finish it off as strong as that opening turn. But she makes the most of it. No mistakes by Charlotte here. I mean, gosh, okay, a lot of power unleashed on even to a small section. I don't know, we'll see.
Great to see opportunities being spread amongst the field here. Everyone tapping into this energy, getting in flow, bringing their best surf. And if they are feeling those nerves that we talked about, we're not seeing it. We're seeing big maneuvers go down, holding the bottom turn. That lets the wave get really steep, and then you can really just tee off. I thought Charlotte Mully held her bottom turn there for about 6 months. It was just so long and drawn out, which just looked amazing when she unleashed. And the numbers in, it is an improvement. It's 7.87, close to excellent. She goes to the lead.
I owe you a pupusa. Yeah. How about a chicken
Luckily,
pupusa?
they're only like $1.25, aren't they? So you can afford it.
Leilani, a quick up and down. So that one takes Charlotte to the lead. Leilani's looking to throw away that 3.83. I don't think that last one will do that. Still a healthy score Leilani's looking for in order to improve, or to go into the lead, a 6.2. So that just demonstrates the lead that Charlotte has on this one and really putting that pressure on the rest of the surfers.
Yeah, you'd feel that's particularly bad news, that for Louise Lepront, because she's got herself in the heat with the 5.33. But now, with Charlotte Mully getting 2 quality scores and a big total in, and McGonagal on 12 points without really a proper second wave, it's going to be really hard for chasing surfers. Let's read Van Wagener. Team USA getting ready to take on Tiara van der Hoel, as we just saw, getting a Rashi. Yulissa Garcia, Clemence Schorsch as well in that heat. So surfers we've already seen in action, obviously. Coming up in the next repechage round. It'll be round 5, and that'll be the first heat of it. They've already had a taste of it today, and they've tasted success. Can they keep it going? And if they do, they'll do it once more. There'll be a 3rd appearance for the women's repechage round this afternoon. Right up above, we can see these lines filling in.
It becomes an uphill battle for the surfers in 3rd and 4th when their scores aren't in that, you know, top conversation. We have the highest, 2nd highest, and 3rd highest single wave scores held by our surfers in 1st and 2nd at the moment. So that just really puts that pressure on. You know, if I was one of these surfers, I'm looking to try and replace both of my scores at the moment, you know, before I switch that mindset of just looking for that 6.68 with 8 minutes to go. Still time for 2 waves easily. So I'm trying to, if I'm Louise, trying to replace that 5.33 with a 6 or a 7, and then just work on a smaller backup before, instead of putting all that high pressure on at the very end.
Seven and a half to go here. As you can see, interesting sort of pattern from these lines coming through. It's not often you see. Look what we've got going on here. So there's a couple of kind of close together waves, and then was kind of broken up those lines. Something a little bit new that we're seeing today. It's making for some good peaks. And they do come in different shapes and sizes here, but one thing you can guarantee is they're going to come. The waves are going to be here. Like, we've seen something slightly different every day, but the one consistency has just been the height of the surf, the frequency of it, the quality of it, and how fun it's been to watch. Rachel Tilley. Do you agree or disagree?
I mean, he kind of put me in a tough spot on that one. Of course I agree. Of course I agree. Interesting points that you've made there.
Different waves, different days. Yeah.
That's some insight. But I do like the angle of this, the view of this drone angle. You could see all the way out the back and just how consistent all of these waves are. Looking at that, like, look at all the way to the horizon. Just, it's line after line. So the thing that we don't have to worry about is waves not coming for the heat, you know, especially with 6 minutes remaining. Guaranteed another wave's going to be surfed in this heat. Oh, there we go. Thanks, Leilani. Oh. Never mind.
Gotta go on the prowl, looking to improve on the 383. It's just the one slight fly in her ointment at the moment. She does have that excellent number once again. Unbelievable, really, after the performance last night to come back. First wave, she swats one for another 8. And they're looking to try and do that again. Looking to go big, keep that form going. But it's looking pretty good for Costa Rica and Great Britain at the moment. Charlotte Mully, just to 2 waves ridden. 14.37 points, 2 right-handers for Team GB. And the lead at the moment, 5 on the clock. So time draining away for the likes of South Africa and Chile. Estela Lopez at the moment, as you said, the 1 wave requirement and 9. Still got time for the 2. You're going to need to get pretty busy though, aren't you?
At this point, yeah. At this point, your mindset's changing a little bit to, hey, okay, I have what's required now is the wave, the score that I need to get. Unless Leilani even improves upon that, Estela's really hoping she doesn't, because that could, you know, potentially put her into a combination situation, already needing that 9. See lines coming. They look really beautiful from this drone angle. And all the surfers really healthily spread out as well. Not one person really sitting on another person.
Yeah, first priority with South Africa, Louise Lepront. She's going to need to use it. She'll have a look and quickly realize there's something coming out the back. She's trying to get towards this. She's trying to line up for a right-hander here. Meanwhile, live action. Wow, what a turn from Lopez. That was so good. Unfortunately, from her point of view and for Chile's, nothing down the line, but that could have been something quite special if that carried on, providing sections. Will be another pretty modest number, certainly not the 9 she's after. Doesn't look like Louise Lepront got herself in position. She'll hang on to that priority. She's going to need to go something. 6.68 to put a bit of pressure on Leilani. Here goes Leilani on her left. All right. The lefts have been pretty good to her. Last few heats out here. Another decent first turn. And then grips the face with the rail. Drives back to the white water. Stays pretty close to it because there's not really a lot in terms of wave face in front of her. There is a rock in front of her. Does pretty well to avoid that. 3.83, her low number. If she betters that score, then that requirement will go up for South Africa and Louise Lepront, who's still with Pryor in that lineup. So didn't see anything that she fancied in terms of a wave. Here's Leilani again.
A roll in for her on this one. I mean, wow. 2 excellent turns. Making the most of this, a really frothy face of the wave because of that set that just rolled through. But I think a really strong decision for her to take off on this one with a few minutes remaining, just to try and improve that 3.83. And Estella getting a really nice opening turn, one and done for her. Judges taking their time with that one. She's looking to build upon a 3 in order to lower that requirement. We can expect that requirement to go up after Leilani's wave, but Estella gets a 5.27. So she's starting to chip away at that, maybe a little bit too late, but who knows? I'm sure there's enough time for her to maybe make it back out. Maybe one more opportunity. I want to see a buzzer exchange.
Scoring for Leilani, gets an improvement, pushes that requirement up now. And it's in the 7s for surface chasing. Louise Lepront in the white. Has had that priority for a while. She didn't manage to get hold of anything on that set that came through. Meanwhile, scores being dropped, making a predicament slightly trickier. Leilani paddling back out with some intent. It is still Great Britain's Charlotte Mully in the lead in this one. Costa Rica in second. Final minute now. And it'll all come down to what goes down in the next 60-odd seconds. Here's more action from a fired-up Leilani McGonagal. Again, on the forehand, on the lefts. Similar sort of stuff from her. She's looking out for that rock.
Yeah.
She knows it's in there somewhere.
Sometimes it seems like it just pops out at the last second.
All right, final 30 seconds. Louise Lepront will have to go something. There's a couple of waves coming her way. She's having a look at this, but just really the one behind it might be... Well, she's definitely not going to get on the first one. Can she get towards this wave? It's sort of capped so out the back and it's a bit slopey. I'm not sure.
She's kicking hard.
Going to be able to get there. Don't think she will be able to. The wave will just back off and it'll be frustrating for her. She's not going to ride a wave here. We're going to count down and run out of time. So just one proper wave really ridden by her. It was a decent score. Gave her half a chance. Ultimately, it's a big ask to try and get up in the 7s in the last minute or so. And once again, another great performance from Costa Rica's Leilani McGonagal. This is Charlotte Mully. Another goofy with plenty of power. And she used it well. A 7.87 and a 6.5. Those are very healthy numbers.
And only 2 waves ridden as well. She had full command, full confidence throughout that entire heat. Really, really well surfed.
An enjoyable heat. Time to go for a quick break here. When we come back, True Starling, Barton Lynch coming in for the call. Stay tuned.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
To the ISA World Surfing Games Women's Repêchage Round 5 Heat 1 is out there here at La Bocana. You can see beautiful scenes in Surf City, El Salvador, and up and running straight away. Tiara van der Hulst from the Netherlands. She had a great heat a little bit earlier in the day. Was chatting to her and she was saying that she just wanted to feel a little bit freer in these heats, and looks like she's really starting to open up. Oh, unfortunately, gets that incomplete right on the inside. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth to call me through the action is Barton Lynch.
Good to be here, True. And you know what you see? What by the time you get to repechage round 5, it's the same as the main round.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's some, I suppose, differences in levels in the earlier repechage rounds that make some of those heats a little more obvious and, a little more clear cut. But by the time you're at, the 5th round of those repechages, this is exactly the same as the main round. Look at the energy here.
Yeah, wow. Reed Van Wagner opting not to hit that section.
Felt like the energy was great at
It was
first.
there.
One last closeout turn, you've got a score of some sort.
Yeah, it was there for a moment, especially starting off strong in these rounds is so important. That was Julissa Garcia from El Salvador.
You see the paddle there, see the feet kicking and the urgency.
She's fired up and ready to go. There's a lot of energy down there around all the teams, down on the boardwalk. There's a lot going on in the sense that, 3rd and 4th, they're out of the event in these rounds. And we saw for Team Germany, they lost all their females but one. They only have Noah Clapp left in the event. And that's really heartbreaking.
That's a tough day at the office, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And there was back-to-back heats. It was, obviously a bit bittersweet for them. Clemence from France, she had a really great heat a little bit earlier as well, getting 2nd in the ISA World Juniors here last year in that under-16 division. So feeling comfortable at La Bocana. Hoping to progress through this one into another round. We've got the women that have started in that repechage round 4. They will have to surf 3 heats today. That's a lot of surfing.
Yeah, it's a lot of surfing given the heat of the environment, the stress of the moment, the expectation of teammates and countrymen and women. The whole thing's it is a pressure cooker. So far, Clemence has not had a wave, but all other 3 ladies have.
Bit of a paddle there. We've got Tiara van der Hulst out there for the Netherlands, Julissa Garcia for El Salvador, of course Reed Van Wagner for Team USA, and Clemence Schorsch from France. Big heats today, they've all surfed. That's pretty crazy. 4.83 for that first wave of Tiara, 4.43 for Julissa's first wave. Just a small 2.33 for Reed with 15.5 minutes to go. It's really clean out there, BL. There's maybe a little bit of lull moments during the heats that the women really have to navigate and prepare for. Yeah,
but at the same time, you expect that in any heat almost, right? Where do you surf that's so consistent that you don't have to worry about getting one, particularly in a 20-minute heat with 4 people in it. So that's a pretty standard situation. Clemence paddling for this one.
Here we go. Up on the backhand. She's got a beautiful style, opening up the wingspan. Big attack for that first turn. Wow, just a stumble. Everyone's kind of had a similar sort of moment. Here we go. Tiara, she's got that second priority. Reed has first, and oof. The women right now, the ladies, there's just a little bit of a, weird energy in this heat to start.
Well, you could call it nerves, pressure, expectation, desire. All of those elements come to affect your emotion, and without awareness around yourself and those emotions and those impacts and what it's doing to you, you can just get caught up and just be rolling along, and before you know it, you turn around and the heat's over.
Yeah.
And you never found yourself in that heat. You're never able to get control of the pressure of the moment. So I think that's where, meditation comes into play, the opportunity to sit quietly with yourself and hear and understand yourself. You can translate that into heats and have that same approach, and when you're out the back, find a moment of serenity and peace and feel how you're feeling and bring awareness to that moment. You can take control of it and not be affected and impacted by it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my experience.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I feel like a lot of the surfers, that are competing at that high stage now, at least 90% of them are implementing that into their routine, whether it's heat preparation or just daily centering, whatever you want to call it, So important to do that for these women in this heat.
And we've heard Jack Robinson. We know that he's spends a lot of time with himself, listening to what's going on up there and getting to know the crazy man inside you or woman. But Jack, I remember seeing him asked about it, and he said, it's for my life. It's not for winning and losing heats.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This is for my life. This is a real sincere effort to be a better human through understanding and awareness. It's not necessarily I just do this meditation so I win.
Yeah. And surfing is a really intuitive sport as well. You've got to be really connected, and I feel like that definitely gives like just a little bit of an extra edge to the competitors. Well, not even a little bit, maybe a lot, depending on how often you do it and how connected you are to your own intuition. And today we've seen a lot of competitors, they have to battle with the heat, they have to battle with not with the ocean, but the ocean is there. They've got to battle with their other competitors and with themselves. There's a lot to take on.
And it can be a battle with the ocean, can't it? And you're trying to turn it into some flowing, wonderful dance moment where the two of you come together and you put on the performance, because you can't do it without, you know, the dance partner of the ocean. It's a fascinating thing. That's when you get to that depth and level of understanding about competition. We all have an instinctive intelligence inside of us. It's intuitive, it's natural, but you know, it's my belief that we are essentially educated out of that. And we're taught what we are taught to disconnect us largely from our instinctive intelligence, that stuff that we've got through our DNA from the eternity of mankind being on the face of the planet. I mean, it's an interesting subject. Look at this one. Tiara Vanderhols snaps there. Beautiful wall in front of her. Another snap. Calling this the 483. Nicely surfed. There was an element of control in that, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was for sure. This is the 443 for Julissa.
Drives around the corner, snaps in the pocket. You know, really, when you think about pressure and you're, nobody has more pressure on them than the El Salvadorians themselves. Boo! And then this fall, so unfortunate. You can just see the legs crumbled underneath her, because the first term was great. But yeah, when you're in your home country, and your home country has invested to the degree that they have here in El Salvador into surfing, it definitely comes with some pressure. So great performance this week from Julissa Garcia. Been incredible surfing, and she's still alive, still in an advancing position.
Yeah, it's tough. I feel like that's, you know, when you talk about people that have events or that, you know, go into events, and sometimes the local knowledge, it can either really work in their favour or it stresses them out.
Yeah, 100%.
Here we go. Let's see if that local knowledge will pay off for Garcia. Gets a nice opening snap. It's a smaller wave, unfortunately, just not really playing out in her favour with just about 10 minutes to go. She needs to get a pretty decent score. She's already locked in that 4.43. It's a 1.73 for her second wave. Not big scores, but hopefully she'll find herself on a good second one.
Yeah, it takes her into the lead though. So, you know, it seems innocuous, nothing, why did you even bother, whatever, but it still has an impact. It takes you into the lead and gives you a foundation of, you know, success and confidence. Look at this section.
Whoa. Big first turn there for Tiara. Oof.
Wow.
Really strong performance. It's bowling up for her as well. She gets a 2-for-1 combo.
You'd have to call that complete, yes, given where she was and the rocks there. You don't keep riding in that wide water. We're going to call it incomplete would be a little unfair given the circumstance and the dangers that were ahead.
Yeah, look, she's stuck there as well, trying to navigate those rocks. They're just popping up here, there, and everywhere. Let's take another look. This was awesome.
Awesome. Drives off the bottom. Perfectly timed. This one's tight and critical, and you go, uh-oh, beautifully timed. Great spray flying out the back. She builds speed and momentum. Third turn was nice, and she had no time and almost no right in making that fourth one. That's going to be a great score. And you see it here down below in the bottom of the screen.
Oh.
Beautiful spray, beautiful rhythm, backhand. This one squeezed it in ever so tight, that little section, got the completion. Oh, see how close she was to those rocks.
So close. That drone angle gives a really good vision on, you know, what's going on the inside.
And this angle from behind shows how critical she was.
Oh, she is just on fire fire right now. That was a great second wave. It's definitely going to be the best of the heat so far for sure. It was such a good bowly inside one. Let's see what Reed can do on the answer back. She's also on her backhand, but feels like her wave selections let her down a bit. Maybe she could have hit that. I feel like she's ejecting when she could be milking it for a score.
Because it's just going to take one more closeout turn on both the left she had earlier and that one to get a 4-point ride or something that puts you into contention or advancement. 8 points dropped for Tiara van der Hulst. I was going to say, but waves kept happening, so I didn't get the chance that's what I felt was going to drop. I was like, that's an 8 every day of the week, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I think she's picked up where she left off in that last heat, and she looks really confident. What she's riding seems to be it's just got this really smooth line that it just is drawing for her. And her surfing's doing the talking right now. Team Netherlands would be stoked with that.
Sponsored by Town & Country for surfboards.
Let's take a look. Garcia from El Salvador. Wow, really trying to get around this one. She does. Oh. Bit out of time on that wave.
I like the patience that was shown for a while there, but almost like the patience detracted from the energy that she needed to get up and out of that lip again. So that was unfortunate. She needs to focus on that second score. When you look at the surfing of Reed and Clements, they are both fantastic surfers.
Oh, yeah, definitely. You know, it's tough because these heats, these repechage rounds, they're, as you said earlier, they're just as stacked as a main round now.
Yes.
And there's just as many heats to go. We've got 4 heats in this repechage round, 5 big bottom turn to top turn combination for Clements. We just saw Island Vast get through. Oh, gets a strong second snap there. Wow, that had a little bit of extra spice and push to it. Really loved how she got the fins out the back of the wave. While we're waiting on that score to lock through, let's go down to Chris Cote, the stickman. He's with the winner of the last heat.
Oh, thanks, team. Well, things are really heating up down here in the ISA Lounge. Congratulations, Charlotte. What a heat right there. I mean, it was first, second, all the way through. You guys were shuffling around. What was it like for that 20 minutes? It seemed like it was a pretty intense match.
Yeah, it was pretty hectic. I knew all the girls could surf really well, so I was like, I just need to focus on myself and just trust myself and just go these right-handers and try to get some good scores because, yeah, they all rip. Everyone rips in this round, so yeah.
And this is going to be a wild afternoon. I think you only have about 30 minutes to your next go around here in the repos. Are you kind of leaning, what inspiration are you leaning into to get out of these tough heats and stay alive in this competition?
I'm just trying to I just want to show my surfing. I feel like I haven't really showed much of my surfing in the first couple rounds. And I just really want to just show my surfing. That's just what I'm trying to do, so yeah.
Well, I know you've got a global fan base, Australia, Bali, Great Britain, of course, cheering for you. What do you have to say to all the fans out there that are willing your way through these heats?
I like to say thanks so much. I really love all the support. Thanks, Mum and Dad, for waking up in middle of the night and watching me. So, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, thanks, Mom and Dad. It's working. Whatever you're doing, it's working. Congratulations, Charlotte. Get ready. You got another one coming right up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris and Charlotte. This was an incredibly well-surfed wave for Charlotte. Mully originates from Burleigh Head, so her backhand attack is second to none.
The way she held that first bottom turn, see how long she held it? She was going up the face and she was still on the rail driving it, and that's what made that turn so spectacular.
Yeah, wow, a 7.87 and a 6.5. Meant Charlotte Mully found herself winning that heat. It was a tough heat as well. Some pretty big names in it. But she's doing Great Britain proud. Also all of her family back in Oz and anyone in Indo watching. But in this heat, this is the first heat of the women's repechage round 5. Tiara van der Hulst from the Netherlands out in front with an 8 and a 4.83. We've got Clements in second from France, a 5.07 and a 3.17. Garcia from El Salvador, she's got that 4.43. Doesn't need much, only a 3.82. And for Reed, she hasn't really put a good score on the board just yet Is she chasing that single score of a 5.91 BL, or is she looking to find 2 with 3 minutes to go?
I think you're chasing 1 at this point. A 6 is very achievable. In this, it's an all goofy surf off in this one. So we've seen a lot of the backhand attack on these right-handers. Here we go. El Salvador, the local, up into the lip. Beautiful first turn. Second turn. Oh, the energy's better on this one. You can feel the desperation, the urgency. Will she get another turn? Yep, nice snap on the inside. Still going. What was the ask? 3.82, done deal in my mind.
For sure. 3.82, not a big score. She'll get that move to second. No doubt about it. Let's see. Clemence, she needs to do something. Needs to better. 3.17 here. Big bottom turn to top turn. Bit of a carve. Maybe feeling the nerves a little bit. This one's going to start to wall up though. Wow. Tags it there for Clemence from France. Gets another nice carve down in.
Now that's super interesting because for me there was never a moment that felt comfortable. That felt right. Through the middle, the momentum started. You go, okay, now she's going to get the score.
Yeah.
It's a 3.17 she's looking to improve on. Interesting, you know, long way to the lead. She needs a 9.6 to go into the lead. So Tiara Vanderholz backs it up with a 6.67. So she's solid as a rock in the advancement here in round 5.
She can come in and spend the next minute and a half in the ice bath before her post-heat. It's pretty warm out there today, but we've got 2 very, very important scores to lock in. 1 for Garcia. She needs a 3.82, and 1 for Clemence. She's looking to better a 3.17. This is a really important time with 1 minute to go. As a surfer out there, you want the scores to come in quick. You want it to happen.
Yeah.
But the judges really need to sit and assess. It's a 4.37 for last of Julissa Garcia from El Salvador. Clemence only needs a 3.73.
Called a flat 4. It was nowhere near as good as Julissa's, really, was it? Julissa's looked like more aggressive. And when she did her turns, they were sort of more vertical and more rail to rail, where Clemence's looked a little flat all the time and never too critical. Felt nervous, really. It's tight. Who knows where this one goes? Glad I'm not a judge.
Yeah, it's not a big number as well. I feel like, it's going to be real touch and go here for Team France. They're all on the beach supporting her. They just had Island progress through.
20 seconds, and fair to say that the wave was definitely good enough. That if she doesn't get the score, she kind of surfed it down with her performance. There was definitely a 4-point ride in that.
Yeah, for sure. It's a pretty important number. Reed Van Wagner, she didn't really have the best heat. Got that 4.2, needed a 4.6 in the end. Unfortunately for Reed, doesn't get the opportunity, but here, right now, it's this score for Clemence.
She got the score.
Wow, 4.13 for Clemence. For Team France, she goes up into second. Unfortunately, we'll be saying goodbye to Julissa Garcia from El Salvador and Reed Van Wagner from Team USA, but Team France gets another win. And for the Netherlands, Tiara, an 8 and a 6.67. What an incredible heat she had.
Yeah, small differences there. Judges seeing about 0.2.
Wow, let's appreciate this. We'll come back for another stacked heat for Repêchage Round 5, heat number 2.
Welcome to the ISA World Surfing Games opening ceremony. Woo!
Welcome everybody to Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games. It's my happiness to welcome all the 61 teams, 297 athletes, 450 participants. I wish all of you guys the best in the competition. A few of you are going home with medals, most not. But all of you are champions because you are here representing your country for the love of surfing, for the love of this competition. You're representing your countries. Take that with you for the rest of your life. It's the highest honor. in these World Surfing Games because we together are the United Nations of Surfing. Lovely moment in my life. Open officially the Surf City El Salvador ISA 2025 World Surfing Games! Yeah!
It's a big day here for the women at the ISA World Surfing Games. Many heats to be surfed. This is repechage round heat number 2. Zoe Zeets from the Netherlands, Natasha van Grunen from South Africa, Havana Cabrero from Puerto Rico, Kailani Johnson representing Indonesia. And a big heat. I mean, every single one of these heats just seems to be getting more and more stacked. I'm True Starling with Barton Lynch in the booth. And that last heat was full of action, buzzer beater moments.
Yeah, 4 goofy footers.
Yeah.
Reed von Wagner for the United States. Expected more from her. She had a really tough heat. Look at Zoe Zeets.
Yeah, she's flying down the line. Approaches this section with a lot of energy. Ooh. Just a little late.
Yeah, unfortunate incompletion. Some good work before that. A 0.5 on the very first wave. So you're figuring a couple of falls to start this heat out. But some good turns on that wave, and she is a phenom, great surfing talent, growing up in the island of Kauai. Great waves, great people, great vibes.
She's got a great energy about her as well. It feels like she's really leaning into the experience here at the ISA World Surfing Games, and you can see on screen there Mia Calderon, I believe, from Puerto Rico, coming up in this next heat. This is the other Puerto Rican competitor, Havana Cabrero. She had a good heat in that last one, getting a couple of 6s. Just not starting off as strong as she would have liked.
Yeah, and she didn't start off strong in that last one either. She pulled that out right at the end of the heat, got scores at the end. So, inside you, that would give you confidence, for the start when things haven't gone exactly how you would like them to, where you go, okay, I know I can pull this out even if I've got a few minutes left at the end.
This is Natasha van Grunen, South Africa, in and out. It seems like it's getting a little bit trickier to read the waves or kind of be in position for the best ones to come through.
Yeah, it's something you're looking for, a wall and a taper in that wall that's not too tapered, so it's got nothing in it, but it stands tall enough. So that becomes quite difficult when you're trying to identify an exact type of wave. But if you can just find a big wall and tee off on it once or twice in the closeout, you can get a big score. And that awareness or understanding takes a lot of pressure off, because really you just need a big one that's got enough time to drop to the bottom of it and get back to the top before it closes out. You can do one massive turn from low in the priority roster, because the surfers above you aren't going to go those type of waves.
Yep.
And you can turn those waves into scores while they're sitting with that priority.
Oof. Kailani drawing a great line, making the most of those sections. But wow, she was on her way to such a good score, and coming unstuck, that was really, really unlucky.
That was a pretty good example, wasn't it? It was a shorter wave. It only had the 2 turns in it, but it was going to be massive if she pulled off that second one.
Teresa Bonvala on screen there for Team Portugal. It's a pretty big heat for that next one as well. There's lots going on, but yeah, that's 2-turner. Opportunity, points gone begging for Kailani Johnson.
Yeah, she got a 3-5 as it was, and the first turn wasn't the money turn. The second turn was that she felt on, so she wouldn't have got full points for that because it was incomplete. So that indicates how high that would have went if she'd made that second beautiful vertical backhand re-entry. Committed.
Wow. You kind of, in these repechage heats or these repechage rounds, I feel like there's a possibility for one mistake like that, but when that turn is so good and has such a great foundation to get a very, potentially excellent score, I think that could really make or break this heat for Kailani.
Absolutely. It's you're kind of suggesting you don't get too many chances, do you? You only get a few. Call it 3 or 4 at the very most probably one every 5 minutes if you're on a good pace. So you don't get that many opportunities, and every fall, every incompletion really hurts. Puts you back against the wall into a corner, and you're trying to find your way out.
Yeah, it hurts the heart for sure. So for Team Indonesia, supporting Kailani Johnson at 3.5. Let's take a look at Natasha van Grunen from South Africa. Bit of a slopey wave. She comes back to the power source, trying to find herself on one of those steeper parts of the wave where she can really open up like this. Good completion there for her. We've got Kailani out behind as well. She needs to tidy up that end section hit. Oh, that one also just catching her off guard. Really unlucky for her then.
Yeah, so unfortunate, because we see the base performance is so radical. And as a coach, you wouldn't suggest she pulls it back and plays it safe, because that's not going to be enough at this point in time. So
someone who did do enough in that last heat, though, they're going to be down there to have a chat with Chris Cote.
Yeah, that's right. We're in the ISA lounge. Great job out there. A couple right-handers. We're seeing those rights play right into the strengths of your surfing, looking extra sharp. How is it feeling when you're out there hunting down those right-handers?
Well, they keep on coming. It's like non-stop waves, so you just have to get on the one with a little bit of a wall, and I'm just trying to surf.
And I haven't actually had the chance to talk to you this year, but every time I see you, all I can think about is the turn. Probably one of the best turns done in ISA history right here at La Bocana. Different day. It was about 6 to 8 foot out there. Do you remember the turn that you did that basically changed the whole trajectory of your path through that ISA World Surfing Games?
Yeah, it all just happened so fast. I was in a heat against Caroline and Erin and Anat Leilur, so really good surfers and girls I look up to. So I just had to go big, and I tried, and then everything played my way, and I just keep that moment with me forever.
Well, that turn put you on the list of one of my personal favorite surfers. We're watching a replay of your heats right here. So obviously your backhand fits perfectly into these tight right-hand pockets. When you're going down the line, do you start to build momentum on each and every wave after that first turn when it's a good one? Are you thinking, okay, we're onto something here?
Well, yeah, if I place my reel right, and then the board just goes well, and I just keep on trying to fit another turn. So the board's feeling really good right now, and every wave just gives me more confidence in my surfing, so I'm happy.
More confidence equals more success. Congratulations. This is one of the most hectic repêchage rounds I've ever seen in ISA competition. So I know you got some preparation to do. Good luck to you moving forward. We'll see you back out there shortly.
Thank you, Chris and Tiara. Yeah, that 8-point ride was pretty crazy, wasn't it?
Yeah, she's great. Last winter, North Shore, Hawaii winter, Tiara came and spent a month with us, stayed at the house with us, lived with us, and we surfed and coached every day, so I do enjoy her performances.
Let's take a look at this replay of Havana Cabrero.
Looks like a great wave that keeps standing up. Will there be a big turn here to finish? She does a turn, she avoids the lip to play it safe. Most probably a great idea at this point in the heat. Another fall there, and you really put yourself in a tough position. So it was surfed a little more conservatively, but I think that's exactly what had to happen at that point in time. 4.37.
Yeah, liked that approach, liked the commitment there for Havana. She also locks in a 2.87, so finds herself up in second place right now. Really, really close between all four surfers at the moment. If you're looking at their best wave, 4.83 for Zoe Zeitz, 4.37 for Havana, 3.5 for Kailani. That has a massive question mark on it for me. And for Natasha, 4-point ride. And yeah, that 3.5, the reason for the question mark, that fall. Honestly, that could have gone really high.
When she approached the lip on the backhand, her whole board came out at the back of the wave, didn't it? It was so aggressive. You know, and you might reflect and go, maybe a little too aggressive. But again, you know, she's a developing surfer. She's getting better and better all the time. And the habit of going for it is never a bad thing. You know, you can always learn maturity and control and, you know, be a little more deliberate with things in time. But it's harder to just go for it than be safe.
For sure. And I really love how, you know, in these repechage rounds, obviously it's a lot. There's a lot at stake. I love how she brought that go for it attitude into this heat, because if she had have made that, it would have been the best wave of the heat so far.
Yes, 100%.
Setting herself up for a, you know, different trajectory in it. Unfortunately, it didn't play out that way. That is what it is. She only needs a 3.75. She's a smart competitor. She's been on the Challenger Series a couple of years ago as well. So she's, you know, surfed at this stage. She's obviously represented Indonesia at these ISA level plenty of times as well. And I just think for her, we keep coming back to that control.
Yes.
I feel like it's important for her to just take back control of her surfing throughout the next 8 minutes.
It's funny, you know, in the 15 years of being on the world tour and all the years leading up to that, and then coaching for the last 20 years, and I've coached Australia, I've surfed for Australia, I've been in these ISAs, but this is more important.
Yeah, Zoe, she's loading up for a big connection there, and you can hear Team Netherlands going crazy down on the rocks.
And why wouldn't you? You had Tiara just get qualified through. Zoe looks like she's heading the same way right now. Snaps back to the pocket. Small little turn. This is where the money is. Big section.
Oof.
We've talked about, like, that's quite simple, but perfect for the moment, isn't it? You know, it's going to be better than the 293. It was an aggressive closeout turn. She waited with the priority for quite some time, so that'll be a relief to get a second score.
Yeah, she didn't need to do much more. Executed it perfectly. You know, for her, with 6 and a bit minutes to go, their goal was to better the 2.93, and she'll do that for sure. But as you were saying before, coaching for Australia, representing the country
being
as well.
in all of those positions throughout my 50 years around surfing, as you get better, the recognition is that you have to do less. Because you're trying so hard, and you're trying to do everything and cover all the bases and trying to be perfect at everything. And the thing that you start to learn is that, you know, we talked about that inner intelligence that we all have, and at a point in time, you start to trust yourself more and have to do less to succeed.
Yeah. Hopefully Kailani can channel that.
Oh, that's unfortunate after that long wait.
Yeah, really long wait into for that wave to just kind of fatten out in front of her. That's a real loss. Whoa, good looking wall for Havana Cabrero. Just a one turn. Needs to better a 2.87, a 5.6. Locks in for Zoe Zeitz. She extends her lead. This up and riding right now. We have Natasha Van Grunen. Fortunately, that wave just stretching out in front of her and unable to really get into that 3 range. She's already got that 4, which is a really good setup. Feels like a battle for second right now.
And really, that wave, it appeared on the screen like it was always going to be a closeout. Happened so fast that you would have to consider that was a wave selection mistake for Natasha. But like you said, that 4 sets her up well too. It's only a 3.25. She needs to go into an advancing position. 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, not much time left. I mean, enough for maybe one more wave.
Oh, look at this set.
Ooh, wow. Big paddles here for the current heat leader, Zoe Zeitz. Low off the bottom, straight up into the lip, but just that ridge in the wave at the top, just digging her board in.
Had to do it. She's in the lead. She was looking to improve on the 4.83, so unfortunate. And I felt like as much, she took off on that so no one else got it, as much as anything, you know what I mean? Because it was a good-looking wave. She didn't go, someone was going to go.
Yep. Oh, here we go. A bit of a paddle. Kailani Johnson. Nice. Opening carve. Gets a little bit foamy on the face of the wave. She's chasing a 5.07 right now. Gets that good section snap. I mean, she finds that completion. That's the first completion that we've seen her get this whole heat. I don't know if the wave had enough face or enough height to it to be that 5.07.
But what it does, because really she's in I need two wave situation, not a one wave situation, although it's doable with the 507. In my mind, I'm thinking I need two. And if that's a 4, a 4-5 or whatever, I'm in the game and I can, I've got enough time to find the second one. So I feel like that was surfed in a way that was pretty purposeful. What's she get? 3.43. So really the judges agree with you. Really, because there was a little bit soft, a little bit left, and not enough opportunity maybe in the wave itself right from the start.
Yeah.
In the first turn, that bottom turn, top turn, you see how good she is.
Yeah. I really liked the surfing and what she brought to the table on that wave, but I just feel like it was the wave quality and the wave height and the lack of critical sections that allowed her to get into that 5.
Yes.
And we've seen that happen. With 3 minutes to go, she will get another opportunity, but it's that priority rotation. She's going to go into the 4th priority, and I feel like that's not going to be a good position for her to be in towards the back end of this heat.
And the danger is for Havana Cabrera right now.
Yeah.
When you look at Natasha Van Groenen, she's got the 4. She only needs a 4.57. She's got first priority. That's what you want right now. That's the most important thing in the water right now is first priority.
4.57 is not a big ask. With 2 and a bit minutes to go. Hopefully she finds a wave that allows that opportunity. It's Team South Africa on the beach. They'd be sending out some sort of prayer to the ocean gods. 2
minutes still and a lot of time. For one wave, let's say, there's no two wave situations you wouldn't imagine without some kind of miracle. Is this a double up? What's this doing? Surfers moving in towards the reef to see if it was a potential opportunity, but it's not.
It's so tough when you see those ones, especially when you've got that first priority with a minute and a half to go and you need a score. It would be really easy for Natasha to see a wave, scratch onto it, and it either be the score or it not. The wave selection right now is incredibly important for Natasha to progress through this round.
Yeah, always. It's always the most important element, besides yourself and what you bringing the best you to the 20 minutes. You can take the best you to the 20 minutes. You don't get the best waves, you're not getting through.
Yeah.
So it's it really is a wave selection competition as much as it is a surfing competition and a performance competition.
Celebrating beautiful El Tunco, showing some incredible waves, food, allowing the surfers that we have here for the ISA World Surfing Games to perform to the best of their ability. I mean, every day we've been down here at La Bocana and also El Sunzal as well, where we have podium 2, and it's just been plenty of opportunity. All right, 34 seconds to go, and it is Natasha. She needs a 4.57. Trying to find it. She needs to go big. Strong turn there. For Team South Africa, they would be cheering on the beach. Team Puerto Rico may not have any nails left. This is a nail biter finish. 15 seconds to go. Wow, this is going to be really, really tight.
She's getting the score for sure in my mind. I feel like that was beautifully surfed. One of the better waves we've seen her surf was getting vertical and getting the board on a rail and throwing spray a little more than some past heats. She waits patiently, hits that, nice timing. This turn's beautiful right here, round the section, snap in the pocket. Another snap to finish up. 4.57. I could see that wave being a flat 5 for sure. Doesn't look like Puerto Rico got another chance. Here's a different angle. This is interesting to see. Great wave selection. That wave just kept building and kept delivering.
Oh, I think it locks in. It's a 3.83 for Natasha Van Groenen. So she does not get the score she was looking for. She needed a 4.57, got a 3.83. So unfortunately, bowing out of the event. But a really close finish there for Team Puerto Rico, Havana Cabrera, but it was the Netherlands. Zoe Zeitz starting off strong, finishing really strong as well. It's a steamy day here in beautiful El Tunco Surf City, El Salvador. We've got some great waves at La Bocana. Big heats as well. we'll see Repêchage 5. Round 5, sorry, Heat 3 coming up next. There's plenty of action to come. Don't go anywhere.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
Waves are firing here at La Bocana. I mean, look at the beauty that we have that the ocean is bringing. I mean, there's some fun waves, and what a fun heat. Noah Clapp from Germany, Mia Calderon from Puerto Rico, Teresa Bonvalot from Portugal, Leilani McGonagal from Costa Rica. This is a huge heat. Honestly, I feel like every single heat that we see, it just keeps getting more and more stacked. We've already got a wave at 3-5 for Leilani.
Little loss of control out of the top there. She has been in incredible form this event so far. Decides that she wasn't really happy how this loss of control felt. There might have been another manoeuvre that was worth doing. You can see right there she kind of cuts out, but it was a little disjointed, and by the time she got to that white water, she was most probably going so slow that that final turn might have been inconsequential. Anyway, she figured better to start paddling and get it back out the back and use the time.
Yeah, just getting that ball rolling early in the heat for Leilani. Feeling like, you know, she's been getting her best scores on those lefts. She's been finding the ones with that really steep critical section, obviously coming from Pavones. Surfs the left all the time. She has an incredibly strong backhand as well, which we got a glimpse of today and yesterday afternoon. And for the women's in these repêchage round, we've said it, most heats, they'll be surfing 3 times today if they keep progressing through. That is a lot of heats. There's a lot that they need to take into consideration, making sure that they're staying hydrated and cool, you know, keeping their protein up.
But you know, when you're in the repêchage round, the thing that you haven't created is a rhythm or a momentum. Because you've had your main round heat, 1 or 2 of them, and then you're down into the repêchages, and that's a blow to the confidence. And so 2 or 3 heats in a day is an opportunity to build momentum and get a few wins. Oh, we're on now.
Yeah.
And it can be turned into a good thing. You know, the heat is most probably the main factor. Having 3 heats ordinarily is quite a lot, but it isn't. Most of these people surf all day anyway.
Yeah, exactly. All right, this is Noah Clapp for Germany. Good first turn. She's the last German female surfer left in the draw. Finding some good rhythm. Wow, some good flow for Noah. And she has a little look back. She's like, yep. You guys saw that. Cheer louder, please. I'm not feeling the fire from you guys on the beach. Be loud.
That was fantastic wave selection. That was a beautiful wave. As good a wave as you could find out there. And surfed beautifully. That's going to be a scary score to hear for the other 3. First turn. Wasn't the highlight. This turn. Snap. Back into the pocket. This is the highlight turn right here. Boom, out of the lip. Looked for a sec like she might have got stuck up, but she immediately accelerated back down. And I love the way she stood there and looked back to the beach. Made a statement. of happiness and satisfaction on the performance. A couple of wraps. Perhaps you could have been more vertical, more aggressive on the first two, but you might not have got to the third and fourth if you were. So smart competing there.
Here we go, live action. A 6.83 for that last wave of Noah Clapp. Leilani looking to get into that range as well. Another nice connection on these good-looking lefts. Ends strong. Opting to go for these lefts for the last few heats, so we've seen that those rights have maybe offered better quality sections.
Not many people going left, really. It'd be interesting to see where this score comes in, because it was really well served. You can see all the bump and the lump that she's having to negotiate. Cleans out a little bit here, gets the snap tight to the pocket, which is really nice. Climbs that foam over a rib in it and accelerated out of the white water. So she made everything she possibly could of that. She left nothing on that wave. That was well done. Hold the phone.
No, that is not how you want to start a heat, and Teresa goes down.
No priority, I suppose, between those. Oh, hold on.
No priority. I believe that was their first waves. So
Teresa would have been in the right because she was on the inside for the right-hander.
Yeah. She's well known as a fierce competitor. Really lets her emotions show. So for Teresa, a 0.73, not how she would have wanted to start a heat, particularly with a bit of an altercation like that.
Here we go. She's on the inside. It's a definite right-hander. Mia Calderone, does she not look? So Mia's not looking or isn't aware that she's right there? Or was that just a brain snap in a moment?
She's
That's
asking,
a tough one.
Yeah, she's got her arms out prior to it as well. She's asking the question like, hey, you know, what's going on? So interested to see how this one plays out. 4.67 locks in for Leilani McGonagal, has her in an early lead. So that's 6.83 for Noah Clapp. That is of importance. Island Vast on screen there for Team France. Getting ready. She's coming up in that next heat, along with Charlotte Mully, Ella McCaffrey, and Laura Raup.
That's a stacked one.
My goodness, this is just getting more and more intense for these repechage heats.
How's the waves that young lady has ridden? And her little brother. Yeah. And her older brother.
Yeah.
Crazy kids, them lot. Incredible surfers. Such commitment at that home break of Te Ahopo'o in Tahiti. One of the most dangerous waves in the world. They don't even look like they know that yet.
Wow, here we go. Teresa Bonvalot from Portugal. Strong second turn to complete it. Still waiting on an update of that situation, if, you know, what's going to happen there with 11.5 on the clock. But she's got that energy kicking back out.
Yeah, it feels strange to have not seen an indication on our scoreboard of a triangle, which is how the interferences are referred to. Feels like the judges had quite a lot of time to consider that situation.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Live action. Lethal first turn. How is this wave? It is just bowling up in front of Noah. Wow. She is on fire right now. She's surfing with the energy.
Oh, she liked it. We loved it.
Ooh, for Team Germany, that is a huge win, and it's feeling like she's starting to run away with it on 2 waves. She's only surfed 2 waves, a 6.83 to start. She's, I think, maybe even got a better score to come through for that last one.
I'd say she did too. I think she did too, True. I think that was beautiful surfing. And, you know, 10 out of 10 for wave selection so far in this heat. She's just ridden 2 waves, and they've both been absolute crackers. And then when you're on a perfect wave, there's an expectation to meet the quality of the wave with the quality of your surfing. If you don't do that, you can be on a good wave and surf it down. She's surfing them up at the same time. She found perfect waves and absolutely ripped on them. Sol Aguirre there for Peru. And next to her...
Yeah, that's Yolanda Hopkins. She is...
What's that one?
Team Portugal. She's showing her song that she's listening to. Preheat warm-up. Oh, she's loving it. Getting into the zone, feeling the vibes. Loving the energy that we've seen from Sol Aguirre. in all of her heats.
Yeah. And I'm thinking back to that potential interference that hasn't reared its ugly head on the scoreboard yet, or I would expect it to be. Are they suggesting that when Mia Calderon got up and just kind of faded off the back of the wave, that she did not interfere with Teresa Bombolar's scoring potential? That's the only
That
thing
is a
I can.
possibility.
It's the only thing I can read into that situation when
Yeah.
you think about it, because it looked like a blatant interference.
Yeah.
And Teresa falling almost enhanced that feeling. But maybe they're going, well, you've got to be responsible for yourself. She stood up, faded out the back. You had the wave, you fell. Your fault.
Yeah.
But Mia's presence in that situation certainly would have put anyone off, you would imagine. If you're getting up to ride your wave, you're on the inside, and then someone's standing there next to you.
Yeah, it's a pretty intense moment, isn't it, to navigate, but intense scores.
Yes.
An 8.5. Noah Clapp on that last wave of 2 waves. She's in a very, very commanding lead. It's a battle for second. Leilani McGonagal holds that first priority. 5.5 for that last wave of Teresa, with basically off the back of that one turn, really strong second turn connection. Got half a board out the back of the wave. We've got a bit of a paddle on here. Kick out. So, yeah, that's an interesting situation between Mia and Teresa. I mean, you never really know how it's going to play out, but here we go. Mia Calderon from Puerto Rico. This is her first real wave of substance. Good looking wall. Oh, wow. She just went up and over that. You could see some sort of boil there as well. Hopefully she's all good. There's definitely a few rocks left that are poking their heads out.
And that's the difficult thing when you have a slow start, is you're chasing. And in the chase, there tends to be a speeding up of things, a speeding up of the mind, a speeding up of everything that's going on inside of you, and everything just becomes more difficult.
Yeah. Especially with a situation like that, pretty much at the start of the heat, it's rattling.
Totally.
You think, oh, do I have that interference coming? What's going on? It's just not how you're not starting off strong.
No, you're expecting to hear something.
Yeah.
And then you hear nothing, and you're even more confused.
You're thinking, what?
I
What's
mean,
going on?
If you're Mia, you're like, yes,
yeah.
I got away with it. How did I get away with that? And you think that, okay, there's one I've slipped through. Let me try and find some good scores. Unfortunately, still enough time for 2 waves, though, for Mia Calderon, Puerto Rico, and Teresa waiting with the priority. Here's this 8.5. Let's watch it. First turn, straight up into the lip. That happened really quick, which was fantastic. Wave stands up in front of her, absolutely beautiful. Nice round snap, waiting for it to get even steeper. And here's this section right up into the pocket. Pulls it back, drops down in the perfect place to make this turn positioned beautifully. The momentum, the energy was building as the wave went along. She gets the finish, gives herself a clap. No, a clap, gives herself a clap. And so she should, because she really, with round 6 coming up this afternoon, I honestly, given the heat and the strenuous nature of competing here, I would seriously be considering coming in right now and going, oh, I've done enough, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
It's a risky thing to do.
It is, isn't it?
But I feel like she's so solid in this heat, she can pull it off.
Yeah, look at that lead. It's very commanding. Nice connection for Mia. Oof, wow, really just, she needs to pull herself back into this heat, get out of whatever headspace she's in right now, because nothing's happened. Breathe. Yeah.
Breathe, just breathe.
Nothing's happened from that, altercation at the start of 2.83. Locks in for her last wave.
Well, that was a, get out of jail card?
Yeah.
More or less. It felt like that to me. Like, I was waiting for the interference to drop, so that was a get out of jail card, and she hasn't been able to capitalise on that, but there's still 5 minutes, so anything can happen still. One thing that I don't think is going to happen is anyone's going to overtake Noah Clapp.
Yeah, she's on fire in this heat. Leilani has been on fire in this repechage round. She's looking to try and find that same momentum. Kicks the fins out the back. I feel like that was unnecessary risk.
Uh-oh.
Teresa finding that control. Good flow on this wave. Not much really going on right now. A little bit safety surfing. The wave not offering a whole lot. A 267 is what she needs to go up into second. She'll get that for sure, but maybe lacking a little bit of oomph to that wave. She liked it though. It was really good surfing, but the wave quality, not that great.
Look at the paddle. 4 minutes on the clock. Well, oomph is one thing that this young lady never lacks in personality, in the competitiveness, the fire in her belly for success. She's got the 5.5. She's going to get the 2.67. Leilani needs to think about going the right-handers and you know, matching apples to apples with the other surfers who are all choosing to go that way. She's got the left to herself, essentially, but still hasn't been able to find them. And in there is a message.
Yeah.
Do what the other ladies are doing, and because we know her backhand's lethal, and mix it up with them because you're about to slip into third place.
Nerve-wracking moments for Team Costa Rica, Pura Vida Nation. And there's actually quite a lot of separation between Leilani and the rest of the competitors.
Here she goes.
She's choosing to have a look at this one, finding another left. That's a better first turn there for Leilani. Oh, bit of a stumble. She needs to recover strong, which she does. A 5.04 is what she's looking for, because that last of Teresa was a 4.2. She's got 3 minutes to go. This is getting intense for second place.
It really is. And the first turn was beautiful, and you go, oh, she's on her way. And that second turn, missing that might be enough to not give you the score, 4.88. So you kind of call that a 5. You know, you need the judges to go 5, a few of them. I don't know that it goes there, missing that second turn.
Yeah, it's a 4.83. Just not the requirement.
Oh, missing that second turn was it. She would have got the score if the second turn was clean and gone into an advancing position. She still has time, but that was a missed opportunity for sure.
Look how close it is between her and Teresa at the moment. A 9.7 and 9.5 totals. 0.2 off for Leilani. She needs a 4.88 right now with 2 minutes. She definitely doesn't give up until the moment. She is so far away from everyone else right now that she's kind of in a really good position in the sense that bulldog energy that Teresa brings to the heats might not reach Leilani in the next 2 minutes to go. So she's in a really good position.
She's on her way down there though.
She honestly, BL, she is so far away from Leilani. I really don't think that she's going to make it
in time.
No. So Lei will hopefully, from where she is sitting in the lineup, hopefully get another opportunity to challenge for that 4.88. Challenge for second place. She needs to go big. She has to complete.
Oh, yeah, she's nowhere near. There's no chance
look
of
how
getting
far
there.
away. She's like right by that ski.
Now it's in the lap of the gods. Does she get an opportunity? Looks like it.
Oh, my goodness. 1 minute to go. Leilani McGonagal, strong first turn. Needs a 4.88. Finds a good second one. Has to finish it off for Leilani, which she does. This is crazy moments with literally there's 50 seconds to go. A score for Leilani to come through. Okay, I'm going to put something on the table. Teresa didn't see that.
Yeah, right.
She's so far away, she wouldn't have seen what Lei did.
Snaps out of the top. You can see the urgency right now. She knows she needs a score. No, it was nice. This was good. I can see that going to a flat 5.
She gets a 5.67.
Whoa!
Goes to second place. Teresa down in third.
20 seconds.
Oh, wow. She needs a 5.01. She's got third priority. Noah's going to take this one with first prio. Bit of a victory lap here for the German. 10 seconds to go. She has just been really dominating this heat. An incredible performance from Noah Clapp.
Yeah.
8.5 and a 6.83. Team Germany should be super proud.
Teresa. Well, I don't know if there was anything before that, but that move on its own is not enough.
Yeah, that was just the one turn. So
what a heat.
A 5.001 Teresa needs. feels like first kind of thought is it's not going to be the score. This could be a huge upset.
And 6 rides for Leilani McGonagal, and the last 2 were her 2 scores. So she's pulling it out at the last minute. That young lady was on fire.
Yes, big, huge congratulations to Noah Clapp at 8.5 and a 6.83. She still has a score to come through as well, and she surfed it as if she needed a score. Let's see where it locks in for Team Germany.
And Team Portugal, the important score we're waiting on, you know, the 5.67 for the surfer in second before it. Leilani, that wave didn't feel like enough. There was a one closeout re-entry, and it was a critical big section, but it's hard to imagine that one turn would go there. But the fact the judges haven't dropped a score and are still thinking about it does make you wonder.
It really does. A 5.1 for that last wave of Noah Clapp. We are going to take a quick break and come back with the results of that last heat. We're going to bring in Paul Evans and Rachel Tilley for the call.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
And breathe. Wow. Tense moments here. We're just having a second to compose ourselves after major drama in a high-stakes heat. Let's take in that beauty of Surf City, El Salvador. Picturesque scenes on a surf-fringed coastline. And from up here, it all looks serene and pretty. Down there, there's a lot of drama, Rachel.
My heart is still beating so fast after that. I mean, just watching Leilani take off on that wave, needing a score, getting it, knocking Teresa Bonvilla out. 2 huge names fighting for that second place position. These heats are stacked, just like this one in front of you. France, Brazil, USA, and Great Britain.
Big and the big names. Having a look at Aileen Vast, Laura Hupp, Ella McCaffrey, Charlotte Mully. So fresh from the fight of the previous round. Well, maybe not that fresh, given that it's absolutely sweltering out there.
And they've already all surfed heats today.
Already been out there finding numbers. They've got to do it again here. Good news is still good frequency to our sets. Lots of opportunity. Love it when they come at the end of the heat as well. For a neutral, you get big drama. Charlotte Mully, good section for her. Really big turn again. Her turn's are huge. Here's another great section. Wow. Sweet timing. And she's going to get a good score to kick off here.
A couple of good scores already dropped while we were at break as well. A 4.17 for red, a 5.17 for blue. I have to think that that one of Charlotte is going to be the best of the exchange. However, we haven't had a chance to watch the others yet, but lots of power in those 2 turns from Charlotte.
Yeah, her backhand seems ideally suited to this wave, doesn't it? Let's have a look at Ella first of all.
So this was her 5.17, nice opening turn. Yeah, that's just a one and done. Thank you very much. And a 417 from our surfer in red, Laura Rapp. Just a bit of a smaller, frothier one. Opens up her account. She got a lot of work done, but staying down at that 417 purely, I think, because of the wave itself. And here was a 2.33 from Vast. Trying to make the most of this one. A lot of work done for not a very high score. You know, I think those are the ones that you kind of have to cut out early on to not waste time. And this one comes through as a 6, Paul. Cutting it a little bit under the lip on that first turn and flying through that second turn. I mean, after being able to see all of those, the scale is set. And I think it was clear what the judges are communicating. They like Charlotte surfing.
Yeah. Well-timed turns. When you're going that fast, got all of that power. The wave's got plenty of push as well. It always looks spectacular. And then a quick backup for it. Just one maneuver, but it's complete. So that'll log. That'll go into her top 2. She'll be out in front by a little more. And the fast start was exactly what Mully's getting in this. Interesting to see the spread of those numbers. Felt pretty fair. About a point between all of them. A fair reflection on the sort of surfing that we saw. And then a decent decision, just take something else, don't hang around. Get another backup in there.
I like that. I like that. So we see a paddle down the beach. Laura, she's in 3rd priority, so that's not going to affect her position. Anyways, she's way down the beach, so she kind of has all the pick of the lot down there. Our next surfer's checking in.
Chiara van der Hulst getting a singlet, so Sol Aguirre.
What do you think she's listening to? You can see her bopping her head a little bit.
She's grooving a bit, isn't she?
Any guesses? Sabrina Carpenter's new album, maybe. Would you listen? Have you been listening to that?
I think she might have Chris Cote's band, Sunbender. I think she might be listening to some Sunbender.
Oh, that's the classic preheat warm-up song.
She makes her own music, Sol Aguirre. Talented musician. Barton Lynch was saying he put a reel up on Insta and he put her music on it without knowing.
Oh, no way. I love that.
And she said, oh, you use my
It's
music.
my
And he's like, oh, what? That was you?
That's awesome.
How cool.
Maybe she's listening to a few of her own beats then. What
Oh,
a
I would.
better way to say, yeah, I've got this one, than to listen to your own music and be like, yeah, I'm awesome. Let's go be awesome.
Be the soundtrack to your own life.
That's beautiful.
I'd have that up maybe in the
Let's
lounge.
put that in a hat or something.
Yeah, no, on the wall.
A hat. Oh, on the wall.
Like live, laugh, love. Be the soundtrack to
You know
your
what?
own-
Maybe just a forearm tattoo.
Forehead, I think I'll get. Here we go. Wow, that was nice. Laura Hulp, Brazil. Deep bottom turn. And you can see the extra glide that she gets on the forehand compared to the backhand maneuvers on a wave that doesn't quite have the flow down the line as much. It's a little more broken up in terms of the bowls. That one is nice and joined up, and she's surfing a really nice cadence and pace and rhythm. Be a reasonable number. I don't think it's going to be anything particularly cray-cray.
Yeah, I tend to agree. That last maneuver getting a little bit hung up as well. So expect that to land kind of right where we've seen everything else.
A Caffrey. Patient entry to this wave. Snaps in the lip.
Oh! Ouch. What happened there?
Maybe forcing that one a little bit.
I think combination forced that, like, hear me out on this one. Forced it, waxed a little slippery. She's surfed already a bunch of heats, you know, maybe only waxed up once over. Instead, maybe she needed like a few more layers. Front foot, as she's jamming that one with all her power, just slips out from underneath her. She goes down. Just one person's theory, you know? Just one girl's theory here.
Seems legit to me. All right. Let's have a look at some of this energy coming through. Straight back at it. Brazil, Laura. Good first hit Great flow to her surfing. Looking for this section. It's a little skiddy flow to that top turn, which always looks good. And rather than repeating the same maneuver, two distinctly different ones. She's busy, she's buzzing around, she's hunting scores. Good call. She's staying in motion.
Yep, I like that strategy to build a house. I think at this point, though, I'd love to see her maybe she has a couple scores now. She could probably afford to be a little bit more patient. Now start trying to look for waves that will compete with the likes of Charlotte 6. You know, that's what will really start getting her feeling a bit more in the mix there towards that top-end conversation.
Just past the 11-minute mark here. We'll stand up. And just spinning in the slot and going will be Ella. So Team USA in action here. Nice angry snap off the top. And then a steep section again for her to tee off on. Wrap it in a softer pocket, and that'll feel much better after slipping off the previous effort.
I love that wave.
And while we wait for that number to come in, well, we'll have a look right now. Advanced with a really late drop bomb of a wave for France. And a nice rail turn in the first pocket. And then slams the lid shut. And she'll get pinged off. Let's get down to hear from the winner of the last heat with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you so much, team. Congratulations. That was not easy to do out there, especially in this afternoon heat, knowing full well that if you keep advancing through, you're going to have a very busy afternoon down here.
Yeah, I came down with the hopes of doing 3 heats today, and so far it's working out, but sorry, Mia. But yeah, just taking it 1 heat at a time, so hopefully I make it to tomorrow.
Now, I know at this level, at this stage of competition, you're basically competing against a lot of friends that you surf with all over the world. We were just watching Ella's last wave, and I know that you've got some friendly rivals in this draw still. But tell me about the field that you've been surfing against today and the previous days here at the ISA. This is a tough level of competition.
Yeah, it's honestly, every year I come here, it's more stacked. Like, the level is higher, and it seems like the teams are bringing on the young guns, and they're scarier than ever. So it's super exciting, it's really fun, and yeah, I have a lot of friends in the contest, and I wish them the best, but if I have a heat with them, I wish myself better.
Yeah, no friends in the jersey. Well, I know you got one more heat to go today. Got to prepare for that before we let you go. I know you got some friends and family watching. Give them some energy and they'll give you some in return.
Yeah, I just want to say hi to my boyfriend and my family watching and everyone who supports me, anyone who believes in me. I love you guys.
All right.
Great job, Noah Clapp. Well done, Chris Cote. He's doing some fine work down there, isn't he, in that heat?
Yeah, absolutely.
He loves it.
Yeah. It's always fun to feed off the energy of the athletes as well, especially in days like this. They're on 1, 2, 3 heats surf today. The winners will have the winners of this round right now. Round 5 will surf 3 heats in total today.
Ooh, big wave here for Brazil. Beautiful looking opening section. Committed paddle, got her onto it. And now she's doing good work here, Laura. What's this runner section got? Doesn't quite get into the lip early on. By the time she does, it's a little bit after the fact. So she went a long way. She went really fast. Points-wise, we'll see. We'll find out. Still Charlotte Mully with the lead, though. 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go. You can see Charlotte down on the inside. Scores to come in for everybody. Entertaining heat, this one. Everyone able to find waves, get involved. Is a look at what just happened for Charlotte.
Yeah, still waiting for this score to drop. She's being patient with this one. Not much to start out with. Let's see what she does with the end here. And just gets a bit deleted off that last maneuver. So I don't think that will be going into her score line, but this drone angle of this one from red really allows you to see her. I love the drone angle being a demonstration of the surfers painting the canvas of a wave. And I think the more brush strokes, the more lines that you draw, the more interesting it is to watch, and the more interesting the judges, more interested the judges stay. So wrapping this one around for a couple Did well to make it around this section. Gets a little snap. Don't know if that will be going into her top 2. A lot of work done, but nothing overly critical. 6.5 minutes to go.
Just waiting for that last score to come in for Laura. Other than that, we're all caught up. Good number, a useful one for USA. McCaffrey, 5-1-3, very similar to her opening wave, and sort of consolidates that second spot pending a reply from Brazil in red, who's still buzzing around priorities with Aileen Vast. France, she's not got going in this at all, and she's going to need to do something about that with under 6. Here's Laura, so busy, so industrious.
Oh,
nice swooping snap with loads of spray. She's really enjoying these right-handers. And just cutting water once again. Puts a little flourish for the finish, gives herself a little clap as well.
So she's fighting for that 4.97. You can tell that she wants it. She's trying to look back at the judges and say, that's it. I just gave you what you're looking for.
I suppose the sort of danger at this stage is surfing too much for that score as well, and then leaving competitors and then a new situation arising when other improvements come. It was around about that sort of score. It's not going to be like a crazy huge number. She might need more than that come the end of the heat, because we've still got 5 minutes and we've still got surfers in form like Charlotte Mully, who's making major connections with powerful sections. Also Ella McCaffrey. It is a good number in though, and it's a 5.97, so it is her best. And she goes to first place.
Wow. I mean, you knew she was feeling that at that first turn. Really was able to engage that rail and wrap it all the way around. I think that's what the judges are really responding to on that one.
Yeah, it's probably about as high up the scale you could go for kind of cutbacks. Without actually hitting the lip. Getting a 6 is pretty good for kind of face turns.
Yeah, absolutely. Putting the pressure on Ella McCaffrey to get that 5.17. You know what? Fortunately for her, she knows exactly what she needs to do to get a 5.17, because she already has one in her scoreline. Yeah, look how tight that is there. So tight. That means her last wave, that 5.13, was just 0.04 not enough. So
I'm interested to see what Aileen Vast does next. Team France, not got going in this at all, but she does have first priority. Heat's gone on around her a little bit. She needs to get involved here. She is making a move.
She's making it a little bit more difficult on herself by, at this point in the heat, she'll be keeping that 3.7 in her scoreline, you have to think, unless she gets going right this second.
6.33 is what she needs. We know that she's got a good read on this ocean already today. She'll need to find a bit of a bomb to go up there through the scale. It will need to be the highest score of the heat.
She's just been a little bit out of sync. You know, I mean, obviously we know exactly that we know she knows how to read this ocean out there. She's already advanced through a few heats today.
Yeah, I thought she looked like she was going
a bit lost.
Like she was going that wave. I was like, this isn't the wave. It's not got a 7 on it, but she was just putting herself in a position to look. She'll continue to be patient. She'll back herself. Out the back, some energy, 240 to go. Tense moments. Surfers in third and fourth will be out of competition here. Surfers staying in the draw. They'll come again today, this afternoon, out here, back at it on the tools. It's a busy day in the repechage, and that is part of your punishment for going to repechage. So you have to do a little bit more surfing, quite a lot more surfing, really.
You know what I think makes you a better surfer is watching all of these heats right now and watching so many different situations play out and how the surfers respond to them, maybe what they do right, maybe how you would play it differently. You know, getting to watch Leilani pull it off in the last 2 exchanges there, really in the dying minutes, learning from that situation. Here, maybe looking at Aileen Vast's heat and going, okay, if I was in that position, how would I play this differently? What would I be looking for?
Yeah, she's going to need to find some of that buzzer beater energy because it's quite a significant number. She will need the biggest score of the heat. For Team France, potentially facing an elimination here. To be big news, really.
And for Ella as well. I mean, first and second priority for our fourth and third positions right now. I would love to see an opportunity come to both of them and just really make things interesting here going into the final minute of this heat.
Yeah, let's not count out Ella McCaffrey's second priority and needing a much more gettable score, 5-1-7. So much more doable than being a peak. You get opportunities either side of it. Laura has a look, decides not to go. No takers on that left. Seems like a reasonable way from where we are. No one enticed into going it.
It just seemed like maybe they were out of position. I wonder if that's going to be their only opportunity.
Yeah, that doesn't, at the moment, doesn't look like being a great decision, but hang on.
Maybe one more here. Maybe a split peak.
All right, so first priority, Aylin Vast, chasing 663. Second prio, Ella McCaffrey looking for 5-1-7. Here's France, Vast, backhand from her. First turn is decent. Steep section, up there again. Extended float re-entry to dismount to incomplete. And to almost certain elimination here.
Yeah, I'd say no question about that one. She obviously needed to complete that one in order to have a chance. 2.77 already locked in. So unfortunately, USA and France bowing out of this heat.
Laura up of Brazil. Great performance for her. Real busy, just rallied herself and pushed her numbers up. Good surfing, her and Mully of GB. We'll stay alive. We'll see them again. Time for a quick break. Back with more from Surf City really soon.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
The journey continues via the Repêchage round.
Round six.
Yeah, and we'll see yet more high quality competing, not just the surfing, but the competing, the intensity, the decision making, all of those things key. Loads of talent hitting the water, having a look. Nadia Aristabe of Spain, Sol Aguirre, Peru, Tiara van der Hulst of the Netherlands, Habana Cabrero from Puerto Rico.
This is their third time being out in the lineup today. You know, they are dealing with exhaustion. You know, I think at least when I've had multiple heats in a day, is particularly here in El Salvador, finding ways to refuel yourself in between two can be really difficult. I think I'm not unique when I'm saying I don't get that hungry before heat, maybe because I'm a bit nervous
Banana?
or whatever. Yeah.
Bit of dried mango?
Yes, something like that. But when you're dealing with these temperatures.
Fresh mango.
Yeah, fresh mango, that would be delicious. But when you're dealing with these temperatures, it's your third heat, you know, stakes are high, it's really difficult to, even with just a bit of mango or banana, to keep those energy levels high.
Nadia Aristide, she's cut herself adrift here. She's headed way down onto this, further down to what we presume would be a right, possibly even a chance of a sort of secondary left coming back in towards the main peak. That's exactly what she's paddling for here. That's a paddle. Quickly realizes that's not the wave she's after, but a real change in tactics here. Now, is this something that's been determined in the strategy? Is it something that she's seen while she's out there? Probably the former of those two.
I'd say her and Team Spain made this decision prior to her paddling out. Maybe after what they saw a bit of last heat.
Well, let's see if that decision's vindicated. If she gets a score and smashes a 6 or a 7 from the get-go, then it'll be genius. Meanwhile, if you're one of the other surfers, do you think, what's going on down there? All right, here we go. Tiara van der Hulst of Netherlands, big section. And perhaps part of the reason why Nadia's is so wide is because it's quite hard to get around from that deep. Tiara unable to do so. She gets straight back into the lineup. Looks like Nadia's heading back to more.
No.
No? Okay.
Right as he said that, she said, Paul, you're wrong.
No. She'll put herself in the spot here. Here we go, Aristide. Nice looking opening section. Good glide to that turn. Really nice combo. Textbook rail work off the bottom. Wow. Third hit's great. And that's what we call sticking to the master plan.
Yeah, I liked that start from her. Really, really cleanly surfed wave. I mean, her and her team make a strategy of where to find that wave, and then it's up to her to execute everything she needs to once the wave actually comes to her. And I think that's exactly what she did here. Nice opening turn, really drawing that out. I love the arc of that, smacking that second turn and finishing it off nice and clean with a third smack.
When you have gone a little rogue on left field, you've gone down the beach, completely different positioning, and then it gets vindicated, it pays off. How good does this feel on the paddle back?
Gosh, feels so good. Feels good, too, because you know your competitors maybe don't even know that you just got a score and they're about to find out from the beach announcer telling them all. You go, haha.
And they're looking around going, where is she?
Surprise. Yeah, exactly. Wow. Maybe they didn't even know she paddled out. You go, surprise, I'm winning this heat.
You can see from above that crystal clear water, and you can see the line of the rocks here before that sandier section. And if you can get a wave to break along there, get nice even pace to it that you can just tag. It's exactly what just happened for Nadia Aristide. Identified kind of a secondary right, which does come into play here. Certain stages of the tide. From there, she's got a bit of a range because she can dart back in and get involved on the main peak, but she can also just scramble wide as well. So a couple options available to her from there. Tactically, thus far, it looks like great positioning, and the scoreboard would certainly agree with that because a huge number has come in. 717, I mean, it had to be a big number. It's really critical surfing. So she snuck away, she's got a big number, and now it looks like she's heading over to go and say hi to everyone else with a big lead. Here goes Netherlands. Decent. Nicely done.
I liked that. Nice and critical, very powerful. She held her composure the whole time.
Salvador. Not a great wave. Waited a while to get it. Meanwhile, hang on. Aristide putting herself in a position.
I'd be a little bit freaked out as one of Nadia's competitors right now, just going like, oh man, she's a shark in the lineup right now. She has full control over it. She went farther down the beach, a wave came to her, she maximized it. Now she's coming over here. She's already in second priority with a 717 in her scoreline. I mean, this heat is going her way so far. Still lots of time. Still a score to drop for that last of Tiara.
Here goes Cabrera, Puerto Rico. Good looking wave. Stretched out, really nice hit. Using that rail with a ton of spray. It's just the one maneuver. But it looked good. It's committed, powerful. I'm going to come in for that. Also, the last work of Tiara from the Netherlands. That's a 4.83 for her. It's reasonably good.
Yep, a nice start to her campaign. A 3.93 for the last of Havana's as well. So, you know, this is where it gets a little bit tricky. I mean, I know Nadia's already come back over. I'd almost have stayed over there and got another wave and then come over. That can really confuse your competitors. So we'll see how she plays out. It looks like they're all kind of staying on that one peak.
Yeah, I wonder if that was part of the show. I mean, we're speculating here, but we assume that was a strategy that was formulated before she paddled out. And then I wonder if that was also score dependent. Perhaps the plan is, if you get 6 or better, come back
over.
Be dominant. If it's a 4, 5, you know, you're down there, remain down there. Interesting.
Or, you know, you get your score, wait for everyone to catch a wave, and then dart over. And so you come back over with that first priority, you know, at the top.
That's what she's got right now.
Yeah.
So a scattering of scores to come in. Well, no, sorry, already in around her. And it is Netherlands in second place. A good mid-ranger. Barrows is good for the one turn.
A slower heat than I think we've seen throughout the earlier heats today. You know, to see Seoul and Havana not really with anything that keepable in their scoreline with only 10 minutes remaining. They're surfing a 10-minute heat now. They're resetting. Horn just blew, 10 minutes. All right, go get 2 waves. Sounds like a, that sounds like a coaching thing that Barton would run. Paddle out there, catch 2 great waves in 10 minutes. I love running drills like that when I'm free surfing in my mind. And this is where those types of drills come in handy.
There goes Peru. Halfway point in the heat. We've gone beyond that. That's a good turn for Seoul. There's another. Good control. Almost used the ankles and the feet there just to kind of control that one. She was fully extended. Just managed to finesse it into the flats. Crucial that she got the completion there. That would have been a real setback had she fallen there. Now she could start to go, right, I've got a platform.
Yeah.
Wherever this number is, you know, okay number, but from there she could start to build. She's going to have to. 9 on the clock.
Well, in her mind, her 10-minute heat just started in the first minute. So she just got a quick start for her 10-minute heat. Now she has 9 minutes still to go. She'll make it back out with still plenty of time now to be a little bit patient. I think that will catch her up to the likes of Tiara as well. Only having that 4.83 single wave score in her score line. Obviously the 0.87, expecting that to be a throwaway. So that one just as quickly puts Seoul, I think, right back in the mix of this conversation of a heat.
Still to come in this round, Eden Wallace, Sophia Medina, Zoe Zietz, Clements, Schorsch next heat. Great looking matchup, that one. About 8 minutes time after that. Lucia Indurain, Annette Echebarri, Noah Clapp, Charlotte Mully. Then finishing off the round on the day, Kika Vaselko, Kiara Gould, Laura Hopp, Leilani McGonagal.
Wow. This round is so stacked, my goodness. These are such great heats.
Okay, Nadia scratching to get in position here. And she's almost back to sort of similar position where she started her campaign so well in this heat with the 717. Now out towards the face, but not quite there. And she just could never really catch up with that wave. It looked like Seoul was actually in a slightly better position, being wider. But obviously Nadia had the priority.
that was a little interesting. She's been super patient with first priority. She's not in a rush for a second wave. Maybe in her own mind she's feeling like she wants one, but from the heat standings wise, not in a rush for that. Little bit of a mistake, I would say, to go on something where she was so behind the section clearly from the takeoff.
More energy filling in. Priority with Netherlands, Van der Hulst. Here she'll go. The Goofy generates speed from the takeoff with a pump mid-face as soon as she gets to her feet. And the reason for that was the wave was running away and Ashley ran too much. Here goes Havana Cabrero, Puerto Rico. Nice controlled entry into a pocket. First turn is just a speculative setup. Second turn is a kick out. Not a lot of points in that. She's still going to have all of her work ahead of her. It is still a low number required. And she gets that. So she goes to second. 6.5 on the clock. Let's go and check in. Laura Up is with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. Laura's been very busy today. That was her second heat surfed and one more to go. But it looks like it's been fun all day long out there. Beyond all the competition and just how radical and stacked these repechage rounds are, how fun are these waves?
Yeah, just trying to have fun out there because it's looking like really good. And this last heat starts like gnarly. Both of the girls got a 6 on the opening round, on the opening wave. And I was just like, okay, I just need to get a fun one and have fun out here. And when I got there, it was like 3 minutes left, and I didn't know like the heat situation. And then he said that I was first, and I just prayed for there was no sets anymore because I was with the 4th priority. And yeah, let's go. Last heat of the day. It's gonna be fun.
Last heat of the day. What has the coaching team been telling you before these heats? I'm sure there's a lot of information happening with points and all that stuff, but what's the messaging that you're getting to help you through these heats?
I mean, the rides are looking really sick, so they just said to me, go out there and find those ones. I didn't find the best one yet, but I'm trying to do my best, and it's working. I made it through this one. That was a gnarly heat. All the girls ripped, and yeah. Let's go to the next one.
All right, one more to go. After, we'll see if you can make this next one. The way you've been surfing, you're looking like a lock to finish this day off in a big way. Good luck moving through. 3rd heat of the day. Expecting big things from you, Laura.
Yeah,
Team
I just
Brazil.
Want to say one more
go
thing.
for it.
Oi, a todo mundo que está me assistindo no Brasil. Queria mandar um beijo para minha mãe, para o meu pai que está me assistindo de casa. E é isso. Obrigada pela torcida. Vamos com tudo. Tem mais uma.
Thanks, Cote. Well done, Laura Haupt. Ooh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Drama.
Our jaws were dropped just there.
So, as we were watching split screen, a bomb of a wave, possibly even the best looking wave we've seen all heat, really, just in terms of the shape of it. Havana Cabrero, great first turn, steaming across a section. Nadia Aristabe in the way, mid-face. And Cabrero didn't mind pointing that out.
She redirected her line.
Her remonstrations to the judging and saying, hey, she was in my way.
Yeah. We'll see if the judges agree with that. I mean, her line was disrupted, so that could be seen as an interference.
Well, what are you supposed to do if you're Nadia Aristabe in that situation? You're paddling back out and someone's riding a wave. What are you actually supposed to do according to the rule book?
Just not be in the way.
Okay, but you have to exist. You can't stop the atoms.
Just do not.
The atoms that you're made of to not spin anymore, and for the matter not to be there, can you? So.
Yeah, you know, maybe trying to preemptively expect it a little bit more. Maybe paddle towards the whitewash. Try and not be. And I know that's hard to say. Sometimes there's those situations we all have in free surfing as well, where it's like, no matter what you do, you guys are just on a crash collision course.
Oh, good scoring for Aristabe and Team Spain, the 5-5. Good backhand work. She went incomplete on that wave, but she'd already done good maneuvers prior to that. And we're waiting for a score to come through. Well, let's have another look, Rachel. Talk us through this.
Yeah, beautiful opening ride, like you said, Paul. I mean, one of the best looking waves of the heat. You know, I think something the judges will be looking at too is like, was that her line off her first turn, or was that an intentional redirection? You know, let's take a slower look at this. So she was bottom turning. I don't know. I think there is a world where she was bottom turning. She was wanting to go higher. Her intention was to go higher, and she kind of redirected. I'm not saying that Nadia didn't get in the way there. Maybe mentally she knows she's right there and she's trying to, I don't know, but see what the judges have to say if we end up seeing a triangle.
Nothing at the moment.
This.
Yeah, when you look at that again, it almost looked like she sort of started a bottom turn and then changed it.
Yeah.
To actually
go over
be on
Nadia's
more of
back.
a collision course a little bit, but hey, we're just sort of interpreting what we're seeing.
I think if the best way to handle those types of situations is, if you're Havana, just surf your wave exactly like you're supposed to. Exactly like you're supposed to. Keep your line. And if you end up actually, you know, colliding, well, it's clear there. But if you kind of redirect like that, it can give judges a little bit of pause to be like, well, you know, was that forced? Was that an unforced?
All right. Van der Hul's bit to do here. 441 is the number. She's swinging. Nice tidy surfing on the backhand. She's feeling it. The number in for Cabrero, 3.8 prior to that. Definitely that wave did have a lot of scoring potential for Puerto Rico. It wasn't really realized for whatever reason. We are waiting for now for a number for Tiara, and well, last 35 seconds of the heat. It all looks calm out there in terms of sets coming through. Not sure we'll see any more surfing in this opening heat of the 6th round of the women's repechage.
I am maybe a little bit surprised to still see that come through as a 3.8. I thought that opening turn on a hefty wave was maybe worth a little bit more than that. Maybe not quite the 5.3 that she needed, but you know, I was thinking it was a beautiful opening turn.
Last few seconds here.
Oh man.
And as we see Ivana Cabrero making her way in, I think all this was after the horn, so unable to find another scoring opportunity. It looks like it's Nadia Aristabe with that really strong start. Getting it done. She'll advance alongside Peru, Sal Aguirre. A really entertaining afternoon will continue here at La Bocana, El Salvador, right after the break.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
Welcome back to Surf City, El Salvador. We'll keep rolling with the action here. The surf stealing the show. The performances, they are right up there as well. So much talent out in the water from the women's repechage, and as well as highly skilled surfing repertoires, stamina, endurance, physical preparation. That's going to come into play, Rachel. These women surfing for the 3rd time in intense heat here at Surf City.
Yeah, it sure has been. I mean, wow. It is difficult to surf 3 heats in a day in any types of conditions. Definitely out here in these temperatures. They have their work cut out for them.
Having a look at Eden Waller, Team USA, Sofia Medina, Team Brazil, Zoe Dietz of the Netherlands, and live action, Clémence Schoch of Team France, and another good-looking right. She favours the backhand. It's worked well for her. First turn is decent. She just can't quite get there.
I think all of the people supporting Clémence probably just had a quick little heart attack like I did when it didn't look like the timer on the heat had started and she was standing up, but of course the hooter had already blown, so she was well within getting the first ride of the heat, and it looks like red and blue just really having it out for each other here.
Explain this to me, Rachel. Whose turn is it? Whose wave is it if a wave comes through now? Start of a heat.
Well, it depends if it's a right or a left.
Okay.
And Sophia would have the inside of a left. Eden would have the inside of a right. No one has priority, so it really is about them figuring out who, or battling for that better positioning, which makes it really interesting. It's fun to watch non-priority battles being had at the beginning of heats. You see Sophia now making her way back over, trying to get the inside of Eden.
And would you say some surfers are more keen for this kind of jockeying position at the start of the heat, and others are just more like, okay, let's just, you know, see where we go and see what happens? Or?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Eden getting the better of this one.
All right, here we go, Team USA. Nice steep opening section. Draws a line from a long way out and then tags the oncoming lip, which looks good. This is great. Really nice combo. It's rapid fire. It was quick. Had a lot of content. She covered a lot of ground. Had the variety. It's going to be a number.
That's going to be a great number, I think. And Sophia was rightfully so battling her till the very last second for that ride, because that'll be a nice way to open up your account here in Repêchage round 6.
The judges will deliberate on Team USA's entry into this heat, Eden Waller. And after scrapping for positioning, jockeying rather, in the end, that right-hander that came through, Eden right in the spot for it. And the positioning also meant that she had quite a bit of wall in front of her, which meant she could go fast and just be on edge the whole time, which made it look good and intense. So Dietz goes, punches through the top of a wider one. All right, we've got more energy. Pulsing through, good number in. Team USA 633 for Waller. She's on the way back out. Here's Zoe. Powerful looking left-hander for her and the Netherlands, but it's a bit foamy. Nice snap. There's another. She'll go down on that one. Hard to surf with white water on the face. Can be. Doesn't always look as nice, does it?
No, it doesn't look as nice, but it also maybe doesn't even feel as nice too. The water really churny under your board. It doesn't really give you that opportunity to dig the rail into that really clean, nice, green, pretty face of a wave. I think that's where we normally see our best power surfing, best carves, best rail engagement, is when you have those clean waves. Let's take another look. I mean, this was a frothy one, and Eden made the most of it. Love that she wrapped that all the way back around. I mean, so much power. Quick turn there so that she had time to make it back up to the lip on that. Really well timed, well read. A great way to open up her account, absolutely. I love that she incorporated a roundhouse. A lot of times we're seeing a snap as that first maneuver, just going up and down from the lip. I love that she brought it all the way around. Really critical for her to bank it off the whitewash in that pocket.
Yeah, super impressive. Not only just for what it looks like. It's a standalone maneuver. Also, there's a positioning hat sets you up for the very next turn. You can accelerate off that. That's exactly what she did. Drove up into the lip. Got the 6.33. So a strong score, definitely for a first wave. 5 minutes gone in this one. Sofia Medina hasn't ridden a wave as yet. And otherwise, it's a reasonable number, a 4 for Netherlands. Just a 2.5 for France, the 1 turn on the backhand. And now, Eden with third priority, sitting wider. Maybe trying to think, I can open up this next section as well, potentially. A little peek, the secondary right-hander. Or I can get involved. There's an exchange. If these two take waves, well, then it's me again. Meanwhile, far up, I think is where we're seeing Medina way up there.
Even past that Sunzal, where our other podium is. The men's repechage rounds are being held up over there, long right-hand point.
Is that available to watch? Because there's some way you can watch that?
Paul, I'm so glad you asked. I would suggest you click over to podium 2 if you or anyone listening are interested in that. So go do... No, stay with us.
Here's Eden Waller. And again, in the big roundy, it's a less critical wave on that occasion, though. So it's kind of a swoop to a kick out. So this is the previous heat. Looks like they're bringing in some video footage, showing exactly what happened.
Yeah, as a competitor and a team, your team manager has the opportunity 15 minutes after your heat finishes to file a formal complaint. So it just looks like this team, Havana's just with her team there, kind of replaying it. Looked like she's having a look for the first time of what it looked like from the beach. Obviously, she only has that angle of what it felt like. And we know that it felt like for her that Nadia got in the way because we saw that expression from her.
Oh, look at this wave. Medina, Team Brazil. Really nice entry into this. Here's a lip line. Tags that. Yeah. That's going to feel great. She had nothing going first 7 minutes or so of the heat. Oh, hello. Here's France.
Hello.
Josh drops down, stays down. Eventually back up. Whoa, but does it in style and then gets consumed by the avalanche of white water all around her. That was dramatic.
Yeah, wow. I really liked that one from Sofia Medina. That end turn just being completed so well. And
this wave.
Beautiful wave.
Beautiful carve down for Eden Waller. Doing good work. Going really fast and just carving up the wave face. That's a little look over the shoulder and see Sophie Medina just getting dragged back a bit in the white water. After a wave, you come up sometimes from a duck dive and then the wave still has a little something to say and just kind of pulls you back a bit. Medina will be back in the lineup soon enough and she'll be back in the heat as well when the score comes through because she's going to get a decent number. This was Eden.
Yeah, I love that opening carve. Doesn't really get away from the pocket enough. I really would have loved to see that S turn, maybe drawn a little bit more S-like. It was pretty straight up and down, but she had so much speed through that. I love the lines that she draws in general. Really creative and really different. We're seeing multiple things from her that are being read differently. Kind of reminds me of Katie Simmers as well, I think, on tour. Katie is a really great example of a surfer that just is consistently choosing different lines and ways to read waves and keeps things really exciting. And that's what I'm feeling from Eden Waller in this heat as well.
She's doing well. She's showing us not only the ability to pick quality waves, but also keep things fresh and different, full repertoire. That's important, particularly when you're surfing this many heats. Team Spain will be in action real soon. The younger of the Echebarri sisters, Annette, taking on Noah Clapp, Charlotte Mully, Chia Indurain,
She's talking to Manny there, our beach marshal, who works day in and day out at every single contest that comes here to El Salvador. He's the man. Manny the man. Just brightens all the competitors' days when they're getting their jerseys, giving them back. Hard worker. Thank you very much, Manny.
Medina's number is a 5.33. Gets her right in this heat. Just the one score from her. Also one wave ridden by Zoe Zeitz. And expect to see some interest from Sophie Medina pretty soon. She won't want to hang around with just one wave locked in for very long. So from third priority, she's going to try and find something here. Yeah, more sets coming through down to the second half of this heat. And by now, you'd have to say you'd be feeling pretty tired. People might think, well, 3 20-minute heats, that's an hour. That doesn't sound like that much sport for a professional athlete. But it's also the emotional side of it too. Apart from whatever cardio is going into your actual paddling, it's having to pick yourself up 3 times and get prepared and get focused, then get out there. Draining.
Really, we're talking, you know, at least a 40-minute prep mentally for a heat, for every 20-minute heat that they surf.
It's Clemence Schorsch on her left, a rare left for her. Not a great one either. Izine Waller, she's picked good waves. She'll do so again here. High line, she lets her surf in, just breathe a bit, and then deep bottom turn, committed flick off the top. Again, there's that signature wrap. And a nice finish and turn. Manages to get the board up, point the nose back down.
6.33 for her first wave, Paul, which was, I think, 3 maneuvers off the top of my head, you know, remembering. That was more, I've got to think that might go higher.
While we wait for that number to get in, let's go down here from the winner of the last heat with Chris Cote.
If you want to make one mistake.
Thank you, team. Nadia, first of all, I just want to say thank you. All the women in these repêchage rounds have put on such a great show. So thank you so much for the entertainment. Now let's talk about the stressful stuff. It looks like every heat is just getting harder and harder throughout the day.
Yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, every heat is hard right here. Everyone in the repêchage are ripping in the main round too. I had a really close heat in this morning in the main round. I'm glad Janire made it, at least one of my teammates. And yeah, I was happy. Oh, look, this is the 7, I think. Yeah, I came here to watch the previous round of the repêchage, and they were all getting right, so I was like, okay, I'll go right then. And the waves were pretty fun. I couldn't get a good backup, but yeah, I was happy with how it went.
You made it work, and you just mentioned before this, you're really stoked that we're running the women's repêchage round here at La Volcana. For people that have never surfed this wave, what's this place like? What can you do out there? Why do you love it so much?
It's kind of like lowers, but more powerful, I feel like. And I think at Sunthali it's a way harder wave to compete in. And here you can, if you make one mistake, you still can make it through. And in a Sunthali, it's way harder. If you make one mistake, you're almost out. But yeah, I don't know. I love this wave. It's kind of friends and lowers, a mix of both of them. And yeah.
So a lot just happened in the past couple hours. I'm looking up here. This is repêchage round 6, heat 2. So does that mean you're done for the day?
Yeah, I'm done for the day, finally.
Nice job. All right.
I'm going to have lunch now and rest for the day.
You earned yourself a nap. You earned yourself an afternoon of relaxation. Yeah. Congratulations. But guess what? We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Great job, Nadia Aristabe. Pleased with the work. 3 heats. Just on that, we're talking about that physical strain. How tiring is surfing 3 heats, Rachel?
Yeah.
Compare that to playing, say, 5 sets of tennis in a competition.
Yeah,
Or
I mean,
90 minutes of soccer.
I've never played 90 minutes of soccer. I've played tennis, though, so I can compare it. It's really brutally exhausting. Just, I think, especially here, depending on, you know, it can look different depending on the breaks that you're at. Maybe a beach break, you know, a sand bottom that doesn't have so much energy. Maybe not so much, but here the waves are powerful. When you're going under them, you're physically fighting them. A lot going on here. And then we talk about the mental side. As we were saying right before that, you know, probably a 40-minute mental lead-up, warm-up to get ready for this. then you have the 20-minute heat. So every 20-minute heat you surf, you know, that's actually an entire 1 hour of all the work that you're doing to physically warm up, prepare, jumping back and forth between hot and ice bath to keep yourself balanced. A lot of things that the athletes are juggling to try and keep in flow to surf that many heats today.
Just the other thing as well, which can be pretty draining and fatiguing, is the fact that you're not necessarily in control of when you're in action. You're kind of having the pace dictated to you by the rhythm of the ocean, and that in itself can be really, really tough on mind and body. Here's a nice prod from Zoe Zeitz, who needs to get involved. Under 5 minutes to go. This is just the second time she stood up on a surfboard, which isn't really enough times. You do need to get 2 scores locked in. She'll have to paddle back with a bit of impetus. Numbers in for her already is a 3, so it's good enough for her to jump up to seconds. But Medina doesn't have a second score yet. She's still got 4 minutes to get one. She's got a much better top score with that 5.3, so you'd be feeling pretty confident about her getting the number required to threaten Zoe Zeitz's current total. Zoe already on her way out to the lineup. Quite surprised that Clemence George hasn't been competitive in this one so far. She's been way off the pace.
Yeah, which is surprising. She's been looking really good throughout the past few heats, just getting into that pace earlier on.
Is Medina first wrap to snap to almost get stuck, does well to stick with it. Whoa, and then loses the bottom turn. Well, 1.67 is the requirement. Good chance of getting that just for the one turn, but still, you're thinking, expecting something a lot more emphatic as she paddled into that wave. You're thinking there's at least an opportunity for another mid-ranger here on this wave. Wasn't to be.
You know, I think too it could be a little bit of a intentional. I mean, I know she lost on that bottom turn a bit, but once you kind of already know that you haven't nailed that outside section, I can be a bit of that same mind of like, let's just get out of it. While we're still out in the lineup, let's just start over. Especially with only 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. She knows it's gonna need to be a little bit more than that to replace that 2.7, really lock that down. I mean, she is in advancing position right now, but trying to just lock it down. 4.04 for Zoe required. 5.53 for Clemence, a little bit higher of an ask, especially since she only has that 2.5 in her scoreline.
Yeah, it's been all Eden Waller, really. The 6.8 for her last wave, the 6.33 that she got for her first wave. First priority with Clemence. That is not a huge ask. One of those big backhand hits for her. Can she get in a position to go this wave? Oh, it just sort of doubles up a bit under her. She'll stick with it. She'll eventually get there. Oof. Driving now off the bottom. First turn's good. Another section. Tag it. Hang on. One more. Oh. All right, here we go. Onto the inside. Team France. She'll click again. There's a fifth turn. 5.33 is the requirement for her. She did well, first of all, just to get that wave. It didn't want to let her in. She's asked a question of the panel. She has warmed the hearts of the French team supporting her on the beach. Meanwhile, Zoe Zeitz, good energy into this wave. Look how steep the opening section is. First slash is great. Second one is huge.
Oh,
and she's down 4.04. She'll only be scored on the first turn. The second one, she won't be given points for because it was incomplete. It was a hammer of a turn. Such a powerful section. I mean, that was looking like being something really quite special.
The way that that section was coming at her, though, there was no other way she could have really handled that without dodging it completely, so she had to go for it. She played it right. It comes through as a 3.93, so literally just shy, even with that first turn. 35 seconds remaining.
If we don't get any more surfing, we may well not. It's all about this last score of France. And Sophia Medina could well be in a spot of bother here. 5.53 is that number. Gut reactions, I know that's not what the judges go off, They got replays, but your gut when he saw multiple backhand hits from France, from Clemence for that 5-5.
I think it's going to be really, really close. Splitting hairs, I think it's going to be it, though. That's my gut reaction. I think it's going to be right around that requirement ask. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just shy or just above. That's kind of my feel. I don't feel like it blitzed at either side of it.
We're out of time here, so no more surfing in this heat. We'll have another look, Rachel.
This time we get to see this a little bit more front on. It is a smaller wave.
And she'll keep tagging away here. Much softer, this wave, isn't it? She's having to really do a lot of work to sort of manufacture speed. It's not totally convincing, is it?
Maybe take it back. On that second look, maybe that more front-on angle.
Rare. Generally speaking, the more replays you see of a wave,
the more convinced you get,
give it half
right?
a point every time. Particularly if you go to slow-mo, you kind of like another point on top. It just gets better and better. On a second look there,
I'm thinking, well, we saw it from a different angle as well. Before we were kind of behind it. This time we got to see a little bit more straight on. A bit of a smaller wave, actually. And, yeah, I don't know. But the judges, that wheel's still spinning.
numbers in.
Numbers in.
Not enough. 5-0-7 Brazil and Sofia Medina stay alive here in Repêchage. Wow. Zoe Zietz and Clemence Short will bow out. It was close. It wasn't good enough. And I think a fair reflection, really. It was a little underpowered, that wave. Great drama, great performance for Eden Waller. 2 more banging heats to close out the day. We'll bring in True and Barton for the call. Stay tuned.
The last 2 heats of the day for day 6 of the ISA World Surfing Games. Repêchage round 6. Heat number 3 is out there. Once again, it's a big one. We saw pretty crazy last few moments of that heat. Zoe Zietz unfortunately getting knocked out. It was Sofia Medina staying alive, and right now Annette, for Team Spain, coming unstuck. That was a really uncharacteristic for her. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with Barton Lynch to call me through the last 2 heats of the day, and the waves still plenty on offer.
It's really surprising, you know, when you consider how many nations, how many people, and how 9 days of competition. I'm not sure where else you can go and get 9 days of surf that's been overhead high every day for 6. And looking like only getting bigger from here on in. So blessed here in El Salvador as we see these beautiful lines coming through the ocean.
Yeah, there's some good swell. Tomorrow we're hoping for the forecast for tomorrow. There's a mix of older and easing south-southwest swell, as well as a new swell that's going to fill in through the afternoon to hopefully give us a bit of a boost in the surf. especially when paired with the tide push as well. We've got a bit of a week offshore in the morning with clean, glassy conditions, and it's going to go a little bit light onshore mid-morning, but still fairly clean as well. So 4 to 6 foot plus faces in the morning, fingers crossed, building throughout the day for tomorrow, which is going to be another huge day of surfing. We'll probably see some more of the men's repechage rounds as well. That's to be determined soon, I'm sure, but this is a stacked heat. Annette Estabari from Spain, Lucia Induran from Argentina, Noah Clapp from Germany, a standout about 3 heats ago, and Charlotte Mully representing Great Britain from Australia though, Burleigh Heads on the beautiful Gold Coast in Queensland. 16 minutes to go in this heat, and just that 0.43 for Annette. Bit of a stumble to start. I actually saw her after she got knocked out of that main round, and you could really tell that she wasn't happy.
Yeah. Well, and rightly so. But at the same time, there's this opportunity to just maintain the faith, maintain the belief. It comes down to that old "everything happens for a reason" quote. Here we go. Charlotte having a look at this one. Looks like good size wave.
Yeah, let's see what she can do. She dropped an 8 in her last heat. Beautiful bottom to top turn combination. Really intent through each turn that she's got. It's kind of fading out this wave, but surfing with plenty of speed still as she kicks out. Charlotte starting off a really strong campaign in this heat. Once again, this is the repechage. 3rd and 4th get knocked out. That's less points for your team. You want to keep progressing through. Charlotte, this is the 3rd heat that she surfed today on screen. Leilani McGonagal getting prepared. That's a pretty big next heat as well.
Oh, it's a massive one. Oof. Look, there's the names.
Wow, Francisca Facelco for Portugal, Chiara Gold for France, and Laura Raup for Brazil. My goodness, that's a stacked heat. And this is the repechage round.
Well, the repechage round at this point is exactly the same, essentially, as the main round. In my opinion, it's you're at that point where the heats are so full that people going up and down. They're all talented. It doesn't matter whether you're up or down because it's going to be, it's going to be tough either way. So, good thing about being up in that round is that you got one more chance. You end up in this repechage round. But for these ladies, do or die, as they say right now.
Yeah, it sure is. A 5.33 locked in for Charlotte Mully. She goes straight off to an early lead. She'd have to be happy with that. Is there an advantage to... Oh, I don't really know. It's a tough question. Is there an advantage to getting knocked out of the main round early and surfing through these repechage rounds?
Yeah, if you can maintain the faith and believe that everything happens for a reason and find the positives in the experience, there really is, because you can build momentum through surfing more heats.
Annette trying to surf into a good rhythm in this one. Really smooth surfing. She's got a couple of good turns. Let's see what Lucia can do for Argentina. She's been on a roll as well. Nice opening carve. Gets a second snap in there. This wave starting to fatten out just a little bit. Let's head down to the stick man, Chris Cote. He's down in the post-heat lounge.
Yeah, thank you so much. The ISA WSG post-heat lounge, and it's getting chilly in here. If you're eating walla, I see you've got some advanced equipment here to keep you cool after a long day surfing.
Yeah, it's a hot one today. I feel like it's one of the hottest days, but I think I say that every day. I'm stoked. USA Surfing's great. They have a lot of good stuff for us, so I'm just happy to be here.
Well, you started off the day, unfortunately, bowing out of the main round, but a unique element to competition here at the ISA World Surfing Games is these repechage heats, which, in my estimation, I think they're actually kind of gnarlier than the main round because every surfer knows 3rd and 4th place, you're out. So you tell me the differences and the similarities between the main rounds and the repo rounds.
Yeah, it's crazy being in the main round. It's almost like, well, even if I lose, I still go to the repo, so there's like another chance. And then it kind of switches when you get to the repo, and you're like, okay, it's go time now. Like, this is the real deal. You got to really lock in.
Now, I know you compete on the Challenger Series, on the Key West. You've done everything there is to do in the junior divisions as well. But let's take a look at this right-hander. I just can't help but think this looks just like lower trestles, and you're ripping it like you rip lower trestles as well.
Yeah, I was stoked out there. I got a few really fun waves. I kind of didn't realize how far over everyone was surfing until I got out there, and I was like, wow, we're really far over there. But it was super fun. It's almost like, yeah, it's almost exactly like lowers.
Well, we got a couple more days of competition here, so let's talk about goals. You have unfortunately lost a team member or two here in the shuffle, but the team is still running strong. So what are your personal goals, and what do you feel like the goals are for Team USA?
Yeah, we're just out here trying to have fun, trying to learn. Obviously, we all want to win, and we want to win gold as a team, and I also want to win a gold as an individual, but we're just trying to support each other and have fun and learn.
Well, you're doing way more than just hanging in there. You are thriving here, so you've survived to surf another day. Good luck tomorrow. Bring that ice vest with you, and will you please bring an extra one for me down here in the lounge. Eden, good job.
Thank you.
Huge heat for Eden Waller, progressing on through that round. She lives to fight another day. She's a pocket rocket.
She really is. So young, so vibrant, so incredibly powerful on a wave for her size, physical stature on land. And yeah, the whole family just loves surfing.
She's a really good communicator as well. It's cool to see her chat to Chris. We have had a 5.83 lock-in for Annette. That's a better looking score for her. I'm sure she'd be happy with that. With 10 minutes to go in this heat. 4.5 for Lucia, her first wave. So Noah, who was a standout in that round 5 for the women's, yet to take off in a wave. Let's take a look at this last one.
Snaps out the top. Quick little snap. No, not much arc in it. Same with that one. They're just little jabs, you know. Put the surfing into boxing terms. They were just little jabs, little soften-ups rather than the full knockout punch, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Wraps that one beautiful. Love the little tweak at the end of that first turn. Out of the lip there. Exciting surfing. Unfortunately, that wave goes flat quick, but the early signs, first 2 turns, she looked great.
Yeah, she was looking strong. She has had some really good heats throughout this event. I mean, we're on day 6 of 9, which we're on the home stretch. I feel like Sunday we're going to have a half day for finals day to just capitalize on the best of the conditions, which is super awesome. And with 9 minutes to go in this one, these 4 women are trying to get themselves into that final spot. See if they can make a podium finish. Let's have a look down the beach. Annette up and riding on her backhand for Team Spain. Whoa, that was spicy. That had a little bit of venom in it.
It's interesting because it was more or less a closeout. She saw 1 turn in it. Well, 1 turn's enough. I'm down the priority roster. I might as well just get 1 turn in and see where the scores come in. Obviously, it's going to be a second scoring ride, beat the 0.43 and, you know, consolidate her leading position. So I like that idea. Simple, but effective.
Yes, definitely. We're still waiting on that to lock in. Had that real solid moment. Really just progressive. Pushing a little extra on it. I mean, you could tell from her getting knocked out in that previous main round, she was not a happy camper at all, and she's kind of using that rage to her advantage. A 4.0 locks in for that last one for Annette, so she's starting to creep out a little bit further ahead. 5.33 for Charlotte Mully has her in second for Team Great Britain. She holds first priority with just under 8 minutes to go. It's been a bit of a slow heat for Noah Clapp. She was definitely on my radar for this round.
Previous round she was on fire and she kept bumping into perfect ones. The backhand was just flowing and getting super radical when the sections provided the lip, and you would think that her momentum was really in a strong place. But then you go out and it's a completely different heat, a completely different moment. You're completely different. And so far it's been a tough one. She needs a wave. Here it is.
The importance of washing off each heat. Strong first turn. She's trying to surf with that good momentum. That one only offering 2 turns. I mean, that second hit was really strong. maybe a bit lackluster, I don't know, for her. Didn't offer a good finish, and good first turn for Lucia. She's got her eyes down the line. She's trying to find something with a little bit more speed and power and grunt to it. Just kind of milking it all the way through to the inside, and she liked the feeling of it.
She worked really hard. It lacked a bit of arc and some, I don't know, it was kind of like just jabs again, you know, jabbing at the lip, but she kept hitting and, you know, it's all relevant. It all gets, you know, assessed by the judges as part of the overall performance. She got the 4-5. That's a second score. I'd be happy too, just to get the 2 scores in. Noah Clapp, only a 4.7. I was comparing it to the 4 of Annette Echebarria, so that 4.7 feels right.
Yeah.
Definitely better than that. 2 turns.
Yeah, we'll see where this last of Lucia locks in. She only needs a small... She'll go to the second score. The requirements are not even a worry right now, because Charlotte also doesn't have a second score. So we'll see where this locks in for Lucia. Team Argentina has a really great support team with them. Of course, 2-time gold medalist Lele Osuna is with them as well. He's got some really incredible knowledge. He's such a great talker, and is super passionate about his team and making sure that they all serve to their best of their ability in their heats.
And Fernando Aguirre, the president of the ISA, the man behind the Olympics and, you know, creating the infrastructure to get there. Here we go, great looking wave.
Annette pushing off that back foot. She gets out of there. That doesn't like the look of the rest of that wave, so she's not happy with it.
Yeah, when you've had priority and you've used your priority on a wave that doesn't build on what you've already had, got to consider that a mistake.
Just under 5 minutes to go. It's crunch time.
And first and second priority with second and third places, so that's even more pressure for Annette. These guys need to use that priority. Charlotte and Noah need to use this priority in a really positive way. They don't need much. 4-point ride, essentially. A little more for Noah. There's Lucia's wave comes in.
It is a 6.17 for Lucia Indurain from Argentina.
Great time to put the pressure on and drop a score like that.
Wow. She's just getting better and better with each wave, starting with that 4-5, gets a 6.17.
Oh, that was the one we talked about, her just jabbing away as she went down the line. So all of that effort, you know, in a culminative way, it was valuable, super valuable.
Well, you wait till she gets a cross or a hook in there.
Yeah, that's right. That'll be the knockout punch.
Yeah.
Here she goes, looking on the inside. Nope. It's down in 4th priority, so that makes sense, just hunting around.
Love how she's staying busy, trying to just roll with the momentum.
Oh, look at this, Noah.
Wow, Noah Clapp using her second priority. Good wall ahead of her. Starting to open up for this second turn. She's surfing with more speed.
Whoa!
Oh, no.
There's a moment of excitement there.
That could have been huge for Noah. And I feel like, you know, she's still surfing with that same speed. She's got that momentum. She clearly has the confidence as well from those last few heats that she surfed today. That was so unlucky. She needs a 5.14. Are those 2 turns enough?
The 4.7 before it was a 2-turn situation, and it fell short of that requirement that she's now chasing. I feel like... Hold the phone. I was about to say I feel like she doesn't get it because she'll get punished for the fall. Apparently not.
Yeah, 5.37. The judges rewarding those first 2 turns. Really, really loving how incisive she was.
Super close heat, 10.67, 10.07, 9.83. Charlotte Mully only looking for a 4.75 to take herself into contention. Great heat, super competitive, 2 minutes 20 on the clock. Charlotte first priority, Annette second priority. So our third and fourth surfers have got the asset they need to have to create the opportunity. They've got the priority. They're both lurking around. Annette having a look at this. I don't think she's going. She made a commitment. Uh-oh, I'm scared for her.
Oh, no.
Big mistake, big mistake.
She just lost second priority. She only needs a 4.24. She's going to try and find herself in position for this mid-size right for Annette.
1:45 on the clock, True. Look at this set coming. Surfers sprinting down the line. First priority, Charlotte Mully. I would get over there too. Because you want to control them at the same time as find your opportunity. Will this one come to her?
Yeah, there's not much urgency with Charlotte right now. She's only got that one wave. She's been sitting for a while, although she does have...
No paddle.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, Annette is going. A 4.24, one big jam for the Spanish surfer. We'll see, you know, front on angle as well would be cool to look at to see how critical that turn was.
It is 2025. It felt like that was a little bit rudimentary, a little simple, you know.
Feels like it's not going to be enough.
In a critical moment where you really need to excite the judges, she had to try something, right?
Yep, she did. All right, let's see it for Charlotte Mully.
Ooh, pressure moment.
She needs a 4.75. This wave just doesn't look like it's going to offer a lot.
Oh, she nearly needed to cut out of it almost. Lovely last turn, doesn't get the completion. I don't think she gets the score.
No, 35 seconds to go. Does Annette get back out the back in time to get herself on another wave? Team Argentina out in front with a 6.17 and a 4.5. You'd have to think they're in a pretty safe position right now. Annette on screen there needs a 4.24, 15 seconds to go.
Judges still thinking, so they're considering it, which always indicates that it's, you know, if it's never there, they just throw something out quick and move on. This heat is just about to finish.
Wow. This score for Annette Estabari, and also a score for Charlotte Mully to lock in. A 4.24 for Annette, a 4.75 for Charlotte. Charlotte doesn't get it. She falls on that second turn.
Annette does?
Whoa, a 4.3 for Annette Estabari. She goes up into second place. The Team Spain progresses on through. Noah Clapp, unfortunately, drops down to third, and that is all the females gone for Team Germany. This is the front on angle. Well, this is one of the waves, sorry, for Annette. That was the 2.27. Beautiful carve, but she did that one big snap in the pocket to get the score.
2.13 drops for Charlotte, stays in fourth. Noah Clapp, just thinking about the surfing done. Noah Clapp put on a great performance. Those backhand re-entries were really on point.
Yeah.
But this young lady, she actually manufactured her advancement through desperate efforts.
Wait a second. Does Noah get a wave here? This is that one turner. Critical section, 4.3 for Annette.
You know, a 4.3 is nearly half, you know, a little under half of the total criteria for one turn.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's quite a high score for one basic forehand re-entry, essentially. But it was when she needed it.
Okay.
Oh, look at this.
This is crucial. A 4.77 for Noah Clapp is what she needs. Oh, no.
Was that an earlier ride? Did we see that fall? Or is that a similar fall?
This was recent, I believe, for Noah. It was a split peak with white. So when Charlotte got the 2.13, Noah went right.
Were those two turns better than the one turn?
Oh,
they were pretty flaring.
Okay.
It was a long way down the beach and it looked amazing, those two.
Yeah.
The fall really takes a lot off in a moment of importance.
It's, oh my goodness, it's just not enough. For 4.73, she needed a 4.77.
Wow.
So unfortunately, Noah Clapp not getting the score, but Annette, wow, she can breathe a sigh of relief because she is moving on through to the next round. This is insane. I mean, what a close... You look at the scores, the totals for Annette. She got a 10.13 and Noah a 10.1.
Yeah, and a 10.67 to win the heat. Super close. Great heat, ladies. Fantastic surfing.
This is crazy. I mean, if we're looking, you know, speaking of Annette the fact that she's got through. She had a great heat. She surfed well. But with the standard of her surfing, I feel like she might be a little bit unhappy with how she competed in that heat because it was tough. But we're into the last heat of the day. Speaking of tough. At this, Francisca Veselko from Portugal, Chiara Gould from France, Laura Raup, Brazil, Leilani McGonagal, Costa Rica. This one's going to have us on the edge of our seats.
Yeah, the last one did, as it is. That was an incredible last heat. Annette Echibara, she created opportunity. Here we go. Laura.
All right. Laura from Brazil. We saw Sofia Medina progress through a little bit earlier on, maybe giving us some words of advice. Gets a completion. Strong wave to start the heat. Chiara on the answer back for Team France. Ooh, juicy section there. Really lays into it. I love that. It's a bit of a standard turn for her in the sense. Really pushing off that back foot once again.
What a wave.
Wow, she is still going. This wave is just offering more and more. And it's hard when you get so excited and you feel like you're in such a good rhythm. You keep going and then something like that happens and it's just a little bit of a heartbreak.
Hard to keep the intensity and the focus for the entire ride. And at points you start to, the mind becomes active going, oh, this is a good one. Oh, you're doing good. Oh, we're going to, oh, no, we fell.
Yeah.
Because you've distracted yourself.
Yeah. Wow. So Leilani McGonagal, she's up and riding. Good.
2 big turns.
Wow. Pura Vida Nation being loud. 17 and a half to go.
And Chiara Gould had a lot of good work done for the young lady before the fall. So that's going to be a score of consequence as well. The only surfer not to come out of the blocks now with the first priority is Paul.
Some important scores to come through. Chiara Gould, Laura Raup, Leilani McGonagal. This is crazy.
Yeah, that was a great start for the heat.
Okay. This is an intense last heat. You can see red, Francisca Veselko, Kika. She's sitting out there all by herself. As these ladies make their way back out to the lineup. Let's take another look at this.
Drives off the bottom, snaps into the pocket, sticking to the left-handers that are bringing her success. Got to the lip late, but still hung on. See the replay slow-mo here. Up to the pocket, right high on the lip and drives the rail. Great turn, a lot of spray, comes around the section. Just a little bit late to this one. Critical though, adds an element of drama and excitement to the completion. So a 2-turn combination.
Difficult one to ride out of with all of that power. 5 locks in there for Laura Raup. Waiting on this score as well.
Up into the lip. It's a little bit short. This one, nice little quick snap. Had to be quick because look at the section that was in front of her. She did more on that snap. She wasn't going to make it. 3rd turn, good. 4th turn, they're becoming a little repetitive. They look the same. They're the same type of turns. Into the fall, a 4.5.
This is the 5.0 for Laura.
First turn, beautiful. Look at the height of the section. 2nd turn, aggressive, powerful. Definitely felt like the better wave of the opening exchange. Still waiting on the score for White. Look at the score for those 2-turn combinations.
Wow, 7.33 for Leilani McGonagal. She is sitting out all by herself on this left, a little bit further away from everyone. A 4.5 for that woman right there, Chiara. She just hits the eject button. So the pressure is on for Francisca Veselko. to open up her account, 14 and a half minutes to go. This is going to be a big heat. It's obviously an important one for these women.
Yeah, I'm trying to break down that 7.33 in my mind and understand where the scores came from. 2 turns. First turn, I love the way out of the top she drove the rail and then snapped it. That was really creative. Late to the party on the second one, but sometimes the late to the party drama, the judges love it. They did that time.
Yeah, it was a bigger wave. Let's see what she can do. Needs to back up the 7 nice and quickly. Strong first turn for Leilani to go to as she just pushes off that back foot once again. And Leilani, good 3-turn combo with a good finish. Laura gets a little bit hung up, recovering well. Smooth on the rail as this one. Wow, she jams that. Loves the feeling of it, and this is the first signs of Francisca Veselko. Beautiful opening carve. World Junior champion in her own right.
Yep.
She kicks out.
Most probably not the wave she waited for. It was good in size, but not in shape. Very quick to close out. You know what I'm wondering too? We know that all the 3 other ladies are way down the beach. And Leilani's in front of the judges, right in front of them. And so the view, it doesn't, as you ride away from the judges, you're losing impact. Leilani on these lefts is riding towards the judges, and so the impact almost increases and builds because of the proximity to the judges looking at it. So this is an interesting situation. Big set rolling through right now too.
Yeah, wow, look at this left. There's some really great opportunities. Obviously some good waves coming through.
Paddling. Do we see a paddle? Here it is.
Yeah, Leilani opens up with a good carve. Just locked in. Well, she actually hasn't got a second score. This might yet overtake it because that second turn was lethal. And Team Costa Rica would be happy with that, just kicking the fins out. Wow, we have some big numbers to lock in for Leilani. Let's go down to the sideline though. Chris Cote. He's with the winner of the last heat.
Hey, thanks so much. Wow, we just went from about to do an interview to cheering for Leilani McGonagal, who's going off out here right now. These are some of the toughest repêchage heats I've ever seen in ISA competition. When you saw all the names of the surfers in this round, what were you thinking?
Yeah, wow, it's like a challenger, you know? It's a so high level, and it's good for me because I feel in this level too. So compete with that monsters for me, that I don't compete in the Challenger Series is so good.
Well, you looked amazing out there in that last heat. So earlier this morning, 8 o'clock, unfortunately, you bowed out of the main round, but you fought back. And this far in the day, you had a lot of time to think about what you had to do in this repêchage heat. What did you do throughout the day to prepare for what you were going out to just now?
I stay, look the wave. I don't go to my home. I stay in the chair. So just thinking in the heat. So, okay, it's my opportunity. Go, let's go, let's go. No, don't think more. O sea, no tenés mucho más que pensar. No me fui a la casa, me quedé sentada en la silla donde estábamos con todo el equipo desde la mañana y dije, no hay mucho más que pensar, hay otra oportunidad. Let's go, vamos.
You gotta have that attitude. I love to hear it.
Yeah.
Well, you do get the rest of the afternoon off,
Yeah.
but I like what you just said. Tomorrow, it's a brand new day. What are you expecting to happen down here at La Bocana or El Sunzal in the morning?
Wherever the spots are, it's good for me. I training a lot in El Salvador. I love this place, like at my second home. So let's go. I'm ready for wherever I come for me. Estoy lista para lo que venga. Amo El Salvador, cualquiera de los dos spots que me toque competir. Me siento preparada, paso mucho tiempo acá, es mi segundo hogar. Y nada, hoy dimos un pasito más, pero mañana hay que sacar la garra de nuevo.
Vamos, let's go.
Gracias a mi familia, a mi mamá, un saludo. Vamos carajo, vamos a Argentina, un pasito más. Vamos Miramar también. Yay!
Let's go, Lucia and Chris Cote, bringing the energy.
I'm enjoying Lucia's energy, and she seems very clear, very concise in her mind. There's no sort of confusion or apprehension or wondering whether what I'm going to say. She just lets it out and it flows out just the same as it did with her surfing. some scores through.
Yeah, my goodness. A 7.6 for that last wave of Leilani McGonagal and a 7.33 for her first. So big rewards. Let's take another look at it.
This is the 7.6, drives out of the top, snaps back. Just waiting for the moment. Beautiful turn, tight to the section. Comes around, she's looking for more. It goes, yeah, sure, you can have more. Snaps out of the top, beautiful wrap. And then pumping down to the inside, another throw of the tail. 4 beautiful turns for a 7.6 and down the beach.
Lower Raup, she's got a pair of 5s, a 5.27 and a 5. Hoping to get into that 6 range. Unfortunately, that wave just fading out. I mean, she's got such a beautiful style, but just her wave selection's been a little bit off. I mean, for these 3 women, Laura, Chiara, and Francisca, they're way down the beach. Leilani's just hanging out by herself on these left. She's up and riding again. Just having a bit of a free surf right now. This is her 3rd heat of the day. Goes for that rotation.
Getting all crazy with it.
Oh, she's trying to hold on, but just doesn't get out in front of it. But I love how she went for that. She's got a really good score line, so she can kind of put herself in a good position and get a little bit progressive.
And I wouldn't be surprised. You hear the scores dropping for Leilani, and you're down the beach. You might be like, am I in the wrong spot?
Yeah.
There's a time to head back. I think a really interesting point for us and the viewers is 3rd and 4th score. The 4.5 of Chiara Gold's had multiple turns. The 4 ones, and here she is again.
Yeah, she's trying to better that or at least get into the 5.77. Nice 2-turn connections there. Whoa! Goes huge.
Good stuff.
Really love that for Chiara. She looked like she was in control until the last moment.
Yeah, but that's the potential she has, and she's got a long time ahead of her in this sport, and you may as well just go for it. Show the right intentions. 6.33 is a throwaway already for Leilani, which is better than any other score in the heat. So on your backhand on those lefts, maybe there's opportunity for scores. Maybe with 7 minutes left, you're not moving, you're going to stick to your program. But at this point, all 3 of the natural footers are going for 2nd place.
Yeah. It's crazy because, no. What's your point? You have some
Finish the point.
Gold.
Yeah.
Now.
So I was going to say that the 4.5 was multiple turns. The 4.17 was one single turn, and speaks to the size of the wave and the size of the turns as being the important thing, because it felt like Chiara's length of ride and stuff was like, oh, this could be a decent score. She falls, you go, maybe not. And then the turns were just little flicks at the top of the wave. And Kika's, Francisca Vaselko's 4.17 was just a single turn, but a more powerful turn on a big wave. So again, there's consistency to the way the judges interpret and share the idea of what is good surfing. Big turns, big sections, you equal big points. And now, is Leilani going down to join them? Let's have a look.
We're looking over our shoulder.
Yeah, we're looking over our shoulder. She's still hundreds of meters away, essentially.
She's just surfing her own heat right now. I mean, it's a really difficult thing to consider because, as we see, a coconut just enjoying a swim.
Kika.
But, whoa.
Too far inside for that big set in first priority.
That's really unlucky. But yeah, throughout the day, it's, where these women that we have on screen right now, where they are sitting, that's been the most consistent. It's been where everyone has been surfing all day, basically, getting their best scores. And Leilani's just got her goofy goggles on.
Yes.
She's sitting way far away from them, and she's just having the best time of her life.
Absolutely. Chiara Gould drops a 4.13 to go with the 4.5. Still needs a 5.77. In reality, 2 waves would be great if you could. At a 6.10, the ask for Francisca Vaselko from Portugal. Totally doable for both ladies. It's just the right type of wave at the right time. And then you kind of get to a point on the clock where you go, actually, I'm only riding one wave and I'm hoping nothing else comes through and I get the only one that comes through at the end. And and I'm able to catch up to everybody else, come from behind and steal an advancement.
Yeah. So much goes into it. There's so many tactics. There's so...
Kika kicking to get out to this one. She's looking what's behind it.
Trying to get into position. Leilani up and riding once again. Strong first turn. A little bit more vertical and critical as opposed to her last few waves, but starts to fatten out a little bit. What she got for the inside, we know she can go pretty big. Really well surfed wave for Leilani. I don't know if it'll go into the top two. Seemed like a smaller wave compared to the other ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's at that point where the judges want to see something different, I imagine. You know, you've got good scores for these lefts, and now you're kind of doing the same thing over and over, you know, which is fine for now because she's not under pressure at all.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow, maybe. You know, at another point in another heat, and they've seen a lot of your forehand surfing on those lefts, you go, okay, I'm going to go backhand, show them something different, and excite them and change what they expect from me, you know?
Yeah, and we know that her backhand is lethal.
Look at Laura Rapp.
Oh.
Talk about lethal. Second priority.
They're best.
Second place.
Yeah.
Kiara's getting the treatment here. The defensive value of priority coming into effect.
They are best friends right now, and not for the good reason.
Yeah. And with 3 minutes, I wouldn't know where to go if I was Laura Rapp. Obviously, you go third place, who needs a little bit more, 5.77.
Yeah.
Mathematically, that makes sense. Somehow I feel like Francisca's more capable of the 6-1, perhaps, at this point in time. She's got distance between her and everybody else. She's on her own. She just needs Mother Nature to cooperate and give her an opportunity.
Yeah, that's a tough decision to make for Laura. I mean, you know, where she is and what she's doing right now, fair play.
Yeah, absolutely.
And particularly because Kika has that first priority. So I think she's trying to get away from that, trying to add pressure to Kiara. But that just leaves the door open quite a bit for Francisca. She's sitting there by herself, needs a 6.1. Hasn't got a second wave yet. She's waited about 15 minutes for that.
Yeah. And as you said, she's a world junior champion. She's got a lot of experience in these competitive situations. Look at it. Oh, what is this?
Wow. Who is going to be in position?
The drone angles misrepresenting what the opportunities are. Our free surfer in the water at the moment, just having a surf.
Let's just see what she can do. She's got some speed. She may as well go big. And she does. Good. Yeah, she just gets out. That wave not going to go into the top two. Her last was a 6.3. Throwaway that Francisca probably would have loved to have been on.
Yeah.
Because she only needs a 6.1. And with just over 1 minute to go in the last heat of the day.
Crazy how many opportunities Leilani's had where she's sitting and how few the other ladies have had down where they are.
Well, you know, she's throwing away 2 sixes. She's got that 6.3 the previous to last, a 6.33, which is her second wave.
So she's winning the heat on her third and fourth scores.
Yeah.
You might be rethinking where you sit.
Yeah. Absolutely.
45 seconds. Will Portugal get a chance to get that 6-1-0, go into an advancing position, third and fourth in this heat? We say goodbye to them. Their team doesn't. They'll have a role to play still.
Tense moments.
30 seconds. I don't think she's going to get a chance.
Yeah, it doesn't look like much. Kika. You can see her scratching down the beach.
Hold on, what is this? 20 seconds.
She's a fast paddler. She's trying to get into position. Looks like she will. Wow. Gets onto this wave. Has a look out the back. Yeah, she's not loving it. Not happy with the ocean.
Yeah.
And its lack of providing waves for her right now. So unfortunately, we'll say goodbye to Francisca Veselko and also Kiara Gould, because neither of them got the opportunity. Incredible tactics there from Laura Raup, really paying off. A 5.27 and a 5. You could see that big smile on her face.
And for Leilani McGonagal, that was strategic. That win was won strategically through a decision to sit somewhere where no one else sat. And she's done it in every heat. It's worked so far, so she's building confidence in herself to be able to just play her game and ignore the rest of them, and that puts you in a powerful place.
Oh, it really does. And once again, just sticking to her guns. And oof, now she can just really open up for Laura Raup. I mean, she's such an incredible surfer. Imagine if that was in the heat. Wow. Well, Laura Raup and Leilani McGonagal progressing on through to that next repechage round. We'll see them tomorrow. We've had a huge day of surfing today. We've had some incredible moments. Let's check in on those highlights. Team Costa Rica getting a win to finish off day 6 here at the 2025 ISA World Surfing Games. Leilani McGonagal on screen, putting together once again an exceptional performance, a 7.6 and a 7.33. Laura Raup, of course, progressing on through as well with some smart heat tactics by the end, a 5.27 and a 5 for her, unfortunately. We'll say goodbye to Chiara Gould and Francisca Veselko from France and Portugal. It's been an incredible day, BL.
And proven by the length of the highlight package. It just kept going, and there was just so many great moments today. You can see Costa Rica down there in the bottom right of the screen celebrating. They're having a great event. And that's where we come to you from, right in there.
Yep, that beautiful building. And it's great too because, you know, that screen at the top, you can have the priority board is there, the time is there as well. So if there's ever any confusion for the athletes in the water, they can look there and, you know
what's
figure
going
it out.
on. They cut no corners, do they, in presenting a fantastic event. The food, how's the food been?
Oh, it's been great.
The food's so good.
I had pupusas with Paul last night. I was very satisfied. It was delicious. The frio con queso beans and cheese. Pretty sure that was right.
Couple of veggies there going out to dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was delicious. It's been a really good day though. We've had a lot of heats. There's been a lot of exceptional moments, some massive upsets as well. Just now, Francisco Veselko, World Junior Champ, getting knocked out. But the Waves, once again, producing here at, where are we? La Bocana.
Surf
Thinking
City.
El Sunzal, Surf City.
Yeah.
El Sunzal had waves all day today at Podium 2 as well for the men's repechage.
Exactly. The men were down there. We ploughed through the repechages, got through round 6 of those repechages, and the main round in the repechage starting to look very much the same with the quality of the fields.
Yeah.
And 6 down, 3 to go. It's only going to get better. That's the good news.
It is crazy. It's difficult to be watching these repechage heats and thinking, okay, this is a final. Oh,
Yeah.
wait, we're not even on finals day. We still have 2.5 days left. Someone who was surfing to a finals day quality, Leilani McGonagal, she is down there with Chris Cote.
I'm going to let you guys in on a little something behind the scenes that was going on. I talked to Leilani basically when the day first started, right? You were just about to go out in your heat, and I said, come back here, win this heat, do an interview. And you said, no, I think I'm going to wait till the end of the day. Second place, boom. You came through with your promise. Nice work.
Yeah, I promised I'd come see you at the end of the day, so I'm happy I pulled that off. And just had a wobbly second heat. It was tricky. The tide changes this wave and it shifts so much. So I was just happy to be able to keep it together in high pressure moments and get through.
Well, I feel like your momentum was building after that first left you caught. I've seen plenty of videos of you ripping left-handers at your home break. But as you can see right here, you're looking very comfortable in this wave. It just looked like everything came together for you in this heat.
Yeah, I mean, this tide, the peak that I like the most starts breaking, so I was really excited. My coach was thinking to send me to the right, and I was like, no, my left is coming. I'm going to stick on left, and that's what I did. And I'm super glad that my team trusts in me and lets me have all that freedom to back myself with my surfing. And I feel like when I decided to do that, I really was able to capitalize on just that everyone else was focusing on the right-handers.
Well, it's got to feel good, not only physically, but mentally, to make it through 3 incredibly stacked heats like that. I mean, True just said it. Any one of the heats you surfed today could have very well been a finals. So from here on out, what are your goals moving forward?
Just trying to keep pushing my surfing. That's just been a goal of mine this year, swing as hard as I can, and sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, but I'm happy that it's been working out in these heats, and just super stoked to move through and have such a great team. I really love these events. It's my favorite event of the year, so yeah.
Well, you did a lot of hard work today. You earned yourself at least 3 pupusas, so enjoy the rest of your afternoon and your evening. Pura vida, Leilani McGonagal is on a roll.
Pura vida, gracias a todos en casa, y la verdad aquí estamos dándole con todo el pura vida. El equipo está súper unido y bueno, seguimos adelante luchando por todo.
Thank you so much, Leilani and Chris, feeling the Pura Vida for Team Costa Rica.
Feeling the stoke, feeling the vibes, teeth everywhere, big smiles, as we all are. It's been a great day, True. Great to work with you.
Always, always. It's been a huge day. We've got another big day tomorrow. We're going to see repechage rounds, a couple of main round heats as well. 6:45 a.m. call for a 7 a.m. start.
And the good thing is you're on. 100%. We're running for sure because the waves just keep pumping.
Yeah. There's going to be plenty of action on tomorrow. We'll see you bright and early.